So everybody is ready? So let's start our session of this morning. Good morning, everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are following virtually. So my name is Massamba Thioye. I'm the executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, which is the host of these dialogues that are taking place during COP26. So these dialogues are the first of series of dialogues that will take place now at each COP, organized in the context of this UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. So the main purpose is to bring together actors that could actually contribute in making more effective the use of innovation to serve climate action. So we realize that the way innovation was used for climate action provide room for improvement for several reasons, because it is focusing too much at the sector level and is not looking at what is happening at the consumption side. And also it is not, let's say, taking an integrated approach, focusing too much on technology and not taking on board, for example, policy technology, policy innovation, business model innovation, and leadership innovation, social innovation, and collaboration innovation. So these are the things that we would like to bring back within the framework of innovation for climate action. So we will have this physical space at each COP, and then we will have also digital space, a platform, which role would be mainly to facilitate the development or identification of solutions that can respond to demand for climate and sustainability solution. So this is the beginning of a movement. So we would like to have it as inclusive and as participative as possible. So it means that we are all invited to join that movement and to contribute in making the use of innovation to serve climate action more effective. And with that, I will hand over to our moderator today, Harald. Harald, you have the floor.
Thank you, Massamba. Thank you for the opportunity to be this morning together with you. I work in the UNFCCC COP26 Global Climate Action Champion Team. Our job is to advance ambition on climate action. And we do this with industries, with businesses, with civil society, and we are linked to the COP process. And the fantastic thing is, thank you, Massamba, that you have made with your team all this happen, because it is, when you're coming to COP now for a couple of years, something very unique, that there actually can be a conversation about innovation, a needs-based conversation about innovation, what is actually needed by the people. That is something new in itself. So thank you very much for making it happen. When we talked about a year ago, I was envisaging, but it's a beautiful space and we have fantastic conversations. And how the conversation this morning, which is about digital technology for climate action, how this came together is also very interesting. First we were talking about cryptocurrencies and about blockchain, and now in the last days also a colleague who will talk to us about quantum computing is going to be here. So that is a fantastic conversation. Why? Because out there we are talking about how the industry change, how do cities change, how can countries change to deliver on climate action. And one thing is everywhere, the hope that technology can increase the speed of change. And now when we look at IoT, when we look at cloud computing, when we look at quantum computing, when we look at the blockchain, this is fundamentally changing how data is being produced, how much data we have, how it's processed, and the solution spaces that are able to open up. So that's why it's so important. And the future is not happening in 5 or 10 years, it's happening now. And we have a very interesting product launch today, and also gonna talk a little bit with some of the experts, that some of them, can we see them online? 2 of my colleagues are online, and 2 colleagues are here in the room. And I want to say welcome to Alexey from EverCity, and online are Arun Ghosh from KPMG. Carlos, are the people online at the moment? Yes, fantastic. As well as Miral Alaraj from Patch. And here in the room with us, Alexey Shadrin from EverCity and Jeremy O'Brien, the CEO of Psi Quantum. Thank you very much all for joining us. And without further ado, I want to go in the first round and ask you, Arun and Miral, especially blockchain is always in the media, and we talk about it as an energy consuming monster, one that is consuming as much energy as the country of Argentina potentially. Is the situation, Arun, just to get this out of the way, really as bad, or can the sector have a net positive effect on climate action? Arun, please.
Well, thank you for having me, Harold. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Perfect. So I think Bitcoin and the whole noise equation, if I can say that, as Bitcoin hit 66,000 this morning, or 67, started 12 years ago. And in the 12 years, I would say we compressed the ability to not just define crypto, but the underlying technology in many, many ways. And if you want to start with the elephant in the room, admittedly, when the original operations of public blockchain started, it was very energy intensive because of what is defined as, and I'm not going to go into technicalities, but proof of work. Basically, if it's a consensus protocol across a distributed computing network, you want to wait for until the work has been committed, which consumes a lot of energy, right? For the last 2 years, we've seen a significant amount of progress being made to other levels of computing, like proof of stake, which is much more energy efficient, number one. Number two, with the clampdown of operations in China, we've seen a massive movement west. And the movement west cannot refire or reopen coal plants. It has to absorb and connect with renewable energy already on the grid, or compartmentalize energy that is coming from renewable sources. So that migration is happening. So one, technology advancements and how the blockchains work. Second, the migration out of China is actually a boon to the greenification. And third, we have significant progress, and not to shamelessly plug, but KPMG just joined the Crypto Climate Accord. And the CCA is a working group by a nonprofit, very, very amazing nonprofit called the Energy Web Foundation. And the Energy Web Foundation is essentially greenifying not just blockchain networks, but the different use cases in terms of transactions, in terms of storage, in terms of transmissibility of proof points when it comes to anything that is related to crypto, right? And crypto, as you know, is not just currency. You have NFTs, which is non-fungible tokens, which has exploded in the last year. And then you also have rapid tokenization of instruments. I'll get into that later. Harold, you and I talked about it this morning. So that's how we see this massive migration, the sheer level of progress being made in mathematical computing, and the draw on energy is forcing crypto to become greener. Is it there yet? No. But is it on its way? Absolutely.
Thank you, Arun. It's an interesting conversation because we talk about often systems change, and I work a lot with industry transitions. Now we see the cement industry, the steel industry take decades to change. And I think a very new industry that we have here this morning on crypto and blockchain is really an interesting one because the change is demanded much faster. That's why also I think, Miral, you guys, your company, Patch, joined the climate accord, the crypto climate accord. What does it mean for you, for a company? Do you think this change is happening fast? And maybe you wanna also say on how you see the change happening towards a green industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. So as Arun just touched on, there is some work that's being done in this segment around how do we become more green, or how do we move away from traditional energy sources. So some work is being done. However, as we know, when it comes to decarbonization, it takes quite a bit of time. Now, that doesn't mean that, players in this economy, there's nothing to be done today. There's actually cryptocurrencies, blockchain technologies have a huge opportunity considering the size of the market. I believe cryptocurrency hit 2 trillion in market cap a few weeks ago or a few months ago. So there is a large momentum which can be actually leveraged to do good and to fight climate change at scale. And what we mean by that is how can we leverage the power of cryptocurrency and blockchain for things like carbon offsets and removals. And one segment that we have been focusing on is how can we embed measuring the footprint of mining and of trading within every transaction, and how can we actually neutralize it. So this is what Patch does. Patch is an API marketplace for carbon offsets and removals. And essentially, we help businesses embed carbon offsets and removals within their products, because we believe in order for us to scale these really great projects and technologies that are working on removing carbon from the air, and we know from the UN and the IPCC report that as of today, we need to decarbonize, but also there is no scenario that we can limit warming to 1.5 degrees without carbon removals. Then how do we actually scale carbon removals? Well, one way to do it is by incorporating it into our day-to-day activities. And I'm not just talking about crypto or blockchain. In any kind of activity that we have as an organization or as an individual that has a footprint. So how do we think more consciously about offsetting it or about neutralizing the impact of that footprint? So we are seeing actually a lot of traction from players in the market who have partnered with Patch to help them offer things like neutralizing minting NFTs or neutralizing transactions from a carbon footprint perspective, leveraging Patch.
Thanks, Miral. I want to have a quick follow-up question to you, because so you're directly working with Patch on greening this particular industry. At the same time, you're offering a marketplace where a traditionally not very approachable part of climate action, which is carbon removals, which was often debated, but now we know it's part of the way forward of the transition period we need on this globe. How do you make it easier for somebody who has a project on the ground, let's say in Brazil, to connect somebody who actually wants to invest, and not only big institutional investors, but also small investors? Maybe you can explain this in a minute or two, how it makes it more democratized in a way, the access to support such projects, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So carbon offsets and removals, or the voluntary carbon credit market, up till now has been extremely difficult to navigate for a buyer, and really difficult to access. Consumers or companies could have access to perhaps some projects which are perhaps not the highest of quality projects. However, over the past few years, we've seen this massive growth of human engineered technologies that are very much just focused on carbon removal. So these are considered additional technologies. If they didn't exist, then the carbon would not be removed. And these are things like, direct air capture and mineralization and biochar. As well as traditional projects like forestry and planting trees and protecting forests. Now, traditionally, you mentioned the example. If we have a project, when I say a project, I'm talking about a carbon removal project somewhere in Brazil, without an API-led marketplace like Patch, it is really difficult for you and I, who are sitting here as individuals, to access some of these projects. So with a platform like Patch, we are democratizing access to these projects, which means two things. It means me as a consumer or as an organization, I can contribute and neutralize my carbon footprint. Whatever I cannot reduce, I can compensate for it. And then the project developers can access a long tail of individuals and organizations they would not have had access to before. So technology in this case is enabling the supply of carbon removal projects and the demand to come together really seamlessly, and to be able to kind of access kind of carbon removal to as little as a few grams. So you don't have to kind of be neutralizing hundreds and thousands of tons as an individual. You're doing kind of gram by gram as you're going ahead with your daily activities.
Thank you, Miral. Thank you, Miral. And back to Arun before we go into our presentation. I think it's important that one of the big hopes how systems change can be achieved faster is the notion of decentralization. Now, the blockchain is a decentralized system. I think people feel kind of ownership of this. They feel participation in something that is that empowers. I think that's really an important word here. Arun, you have observed the climate accord. Maybe there are 150 organizations of this space coming together to really change. Can you give a quick reflection about what the difficulties and challenges are on the one hand, and then also say how an industry that is moving so fast can inspire other industries to change faster? For example, looking at really transparency and trust, which is such an important lever for change. Maybe these two angles. So how can it inspire others? And one is, what is the challenge for the climate accord to actually change in the short term? Arun, please.
How much time do we have? No, I'm just kidding.
2.5 minutes, as always.
So I'm going to not just answer all of your questions. I think I'm going to say something very provocative, and I think
please do so.
We have to Miral's point, we have to embed impatience in everything we're doing. If we're not waking up every morning being impatient, we're not moving the needle. Okay, and everybody, there's tweeting and there's lots of media activity around time is now. Great, where's the action? And so we are a 100-year-old audit, accounting, and tax company, right? When we looked at all of the landscape and how do we essentially move the ball forward, it takes an ecosystem. That's why the 150 organizations are so important. Number two, I think, apart from that, the challenge is very simply sharing of data, Harold, because we have today, whether you look at some of the very large European countries, and even the state of California, extremely stringent data sharing laws. Until we figure out how to make interoperability happen between consumer protection and the sharing of economic incentives and data, which is essentially comes down to the data backbone, very hard to move this. So we've got to break down barriers with that level of impatience. And you can see me getting passionate because I wake up every day being impatient, right? And that was one of the biggest challenges. The ability is, oh, it's my data, it's my controls, it's my governance, it's my policy. All that has to be blown apart, literally has to be blown apart, right? And then refreshed and say, okay, we still want to protect consumer data, but we want to democratize in a way that is safe, secure, scalable, right? All those 3 S components are not easy to do, but a public ecosystem like an Ethereum, let me pick Ethereum because that is essentially, and Joe Lubin and Vitalik, when they created Ethereum, they came with the concept of saying, not only can we create a public infrastructure, but we have to make it smart, right? So we have, people can get on it and transact and do commercial business that is transparent end to end, right? We're in the auditing business. We know, we trace money, right? We're in the anti-money laundering business. We trace money. Bringing that level of thinking into this democratization view of carbon offsets, or if I'm a poor farmer or a private landowner in Brazil, I need to have ownership of the title of my land, which I can trade, and I need to be empowered to trade on, say, a patch ecosystem. That is the next challenge. And the third challenge, I would say, you can see my brain processes only 3 things. I think that the third challenge clearly is not technology, not the impatience to jump on board of technology, but the sheer inertia in terms of the where will the information be stored, right? It goes back to point number 2, but there's not a lot of consensus, so to speak, on who holds the information, how long, and for what intent and purpose, which is always why you see all these hacks and the news about data intrusion and privacy concerns. So those are the 3 broad challenges. And I will end by saying, let's wake up being impatient.
Yeah, fantastic. I totally agree with you. I think I want to bring it back also into UNFCCC Innovation Hub. When you go to the World Economic Forum meetings in Davos, the blockchain industry has such a big space. And it just struck me that innovation here, the technology companies, are not so visible as they are in other global meetings. So it's fantastic that we have here the UNFCCC Innovation Hub, where these conversations are coming back. And Arun, not only you, 3 things to process in a parallel is fairly good. You are not a quantum computer yet, but it gives me the chance to talk to our friend from C Quantum, Jeremy O'Brien, who is the CEO, before we go into our product launch of EverCity. Jeremy, we have talked about interoperability, and I think the hope for many people in systems change is when these different technologies can actually come together, then exponential change can happen. Quantum computing, as I have some physicist friends that talk to me, sometimes it feels like it's something very far away, but do you have a microphone, right, in front of you? But it's something that is actually, I think, not so far away, and it's something, if I understand correctly, that's going to enable us, while on the blockchain, the transmission of data can be done with creating more trust. Quantum computing can make the processing power and the speed of how we deal with data much faster. Can you explain maybe in a simple, in simple 2 or 3 sentences what quantum computing, what the impact it can have for climate action in the next years, and how far is it away?
Yeah, certainly. I think the first thing is that, yeah, it's closer than you might think, and it's one of those technologies that's, been touted as being close for some time, so people get skeptical. My company, PsiQuantum, we believe that, we're years away and not decades away from delivering the sort of million-qubit systems that are required to address real problems. And it turns out that climate and sustainability are a big application domain, particularly underpinned by the simulation of chemistry. So my co-panelists online here just mentioned the need for removal of carbon from the atmosphere, and currently we can do that, but it's not economic. It's too expensive to do that. And just taking a quick step back, my view on technology and climate and sustainability personally is that we've had the technology that we need for decades. We haven't had the political, social and economic will to implement them, and so the role of technology is to make all of those things easier, by making them cheaper and easier and better and so on. But I think we mustn't get into a mode of thinking that technology is going to come and save us. We need to solve this without technology, then we need to develop the technologies that will help us solve it in parallel. And I think quantum computing is a very powerful example of that sort of technology. For example, designing that catalyst that we could cheaply and easily mass produce and suck gigatons of carbon out of the atmosphere and turn it into something useful, like a plastic, a material, a fuel, or something like that. That's just one of a multitude of examples of the sort of thing that you will be able to tackle with the large-scale quantum computer.
Just one question, because I think one important part of the energy revolution is batteries, obviously. And I read that's one of the prime examples that quantum computing is looking at. It's like solving a question how you can optimize battery compositions, so it's becoming much more efficient and better to drive a green revolution. Can you explain how the very concrete example of batteries can be solved and improved much better through quantum computing?
Certainly, yeah. So, there are at least a dozen lithium-ion batteries within my eyesight right now, and no one on planet Earth knows how a lithium-ion battery works. And we would like better batteries, obviously, ones that can store more energy and are safer and charge faster and so on. It's very hard to make something better if you don't understand how your current best works. And what's worse is we will never be able to simulate the chemistry of the interface between the electrolyte and the electrodes in those batteries with any conventional computer that we could ever build. And that's another example of the sort of chemistry that you will be able to tackle with a quantum computer.
Super. Thank you very much. I want to hand over now to our colleague Alexey, who has been working out of Berlin with his team. Alexey, just a short question. You have been tirelessly working on the last years with your team on working on a scalable solution for making climate finance more accessible. Just in 30 seconds, what is this solution that's going to present today?
This solution combines everything you need to make sustainable finance accessible, easy to structure an issue, and cost-effective. So it combines everything you need to make sustainable finance really accessible to SMEs in developing countries.
when I looked at it in the last days and discussed with you, for me it's also combining a bit the human challenges and solving them and helping using digital means also to hopefully support and connect people better. But you're going to talk to this, and it's going to have hopefully a huge impact in emerging economies. Please, Alexey and your team, the next 20 minutes, the floor is yours to present the launch of your product. Please.
Thank you. Could you please put the presentation on? Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here at this beautiful pavilion. And let's talk about a very important topic for this COP and for whole humanity, which is, of course, climate finance. So we need climate finance to solve the climate challenge and to attain UN Sustainable Development Goals. And climate finance is really the growing market, but we need more of it because we're unfortunately falling behind on the climate targets. And this is already the 5th COP for me, and I've been around for a while, talking to many representatives of developing countries, banks and projects and NGOs, and what they all say is listed here. Sustainable finance should change the world, make it a better place. But currently it faces 3 major problems. So first, it's really complicated to structure a sustainable finance instrument, whether it's a green bond or a carbon credit, because you have to hire special people, consultants, and they don't teach you at school how to do it, right? Then it's really costly to issue a green bond or a carbon credit or any other sustainable finance instrument because you have to hire a lot of consultants, intermediaries, arrangers, banks, and many others that you need to pay them a lot. And this doesn't make sustainable finance really accessible for SMEs. And finally, sustainable finance is really hard to trace. It's hard to trace its impact on climate, on sustainable development goals, and from there, the greenwashing problem comes. And this is relevant not only for SMEs, but also for investors, because investors also greenwash. And we need to solve this somehow. So for these 5 years, during these 5 years, we've been doing a lot to solve these issues. And we've been doing this a lot with many of you who are today here in this beautiful pavilion and who've been supporting us, and we've been doing a lot of joint projects, and also some of you are watching this live. And I'm happy today to tell you that we solved this problem, these 3 problems, and you're gonna see it just now. But before we start our product presentation, I want to invite to say a few words a special person, my co-founder Liza Romanova, who has been supporting me all the way, and together with her we've been doing these amazing innovations for more than 10 years. Please, Liza.
Hello everyone, thank you Alexey. We have been working with Alexey since 2011, and we developed a climate project, forest restoration initiatives, educational innovation for school children, and all these years we have been doing our best to understand motivation, needs, challenges of our partners. And I just want to say how I'm proud of our team, and good luck with this launch. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so what you're gonna see now during our live demo is a digital solution that covers the whole life cycle of sustainable finance, all the way from structuring to issuance and monitoring and reporting. So we automate this process, make it really accessible for SMEs by the integration of blockchain and monitoring tools like sensors, drones, and satellites. So this is the main principle, and also we integrate global standards and taxonomies. And right now, I'm switching to the demo. Okay. So let's imagine that a solar power project, solar power developer from India wants to use our platform to be more visible for investors and raise sustainable finance. So the first thing he does is he describes his project and fulfills all sorts of information around the project, basic information, but also including the exact project territory and boundary. There is a special app for that, and you will see why this is needed, and also SDGs and the roadmap of the project. Then, of course, he needs to upload some documents that are essential: business plan, financial model. He can tune the access to these documents to everybody or to investors, specific requests. And then we offer an opportunity for the project to actually expose its impact data. So a project chooses indicators, impact indicators, based on the ICMA database. And then he needs to describe how this will be monitored, what will be used to monitor the impact, what methodology, how frequently it will be monitored, and who will check, what auditor will check this data. And in the next step, we have this beautiful map that helps to identify climate risks. And by clicking on the map, a project can browse through various filters and climate risks that would reveal those risks for this particular project territory. For example, sea level rise. And we see that by 2050, there is a high chance that the project will be below the water level. So those risks will be indicated in the project description and will be accessible to investors. And the project is published on the main page where all the projects are, and we continue working with this project. Now, we need to make sure that this project is green enough. It's a solar energy project, but maybe there is something wrong with it. So we have an opportunity to screen this project against the EU taxonomy, which is the most important global green taxonomy right now. And what he needs to do is just to fulfill, the basic info, the financial info around the company, and then screen particular project activities and the business by the EU taxonomy activities. So we need to choose electric generation, add this activity, and then screen the assets that we want to check whether they're green or not. We're describing these assets, a power plant, and we're choosing the substantial contribution of this asset, and also checking the doing no significant harm to the environment. So we can see that this is aligned, and by finalizing this check, we see the overall result for the company and for the asset. We see what activities are aligned, what activities are eligible. We see all the statistics, and this works not only for the particular project or asset, but also for the whole portfolio. But now we're using our blockchain wallet, and this is the only thing that the project needs to do with the blockchain, just get the wallet, the digital signature, and use the signature to send the report, the taxonomy report, to verification to auditor. And this is the auditor's view. So the auditor sees that he needs to verify some report, and checks the report, and then approves the report with his blockchain signature. So it's that easy. And after these two signatures, the report is being submitted to the public blockchain and can be seen, traced by anyone, and the data there is immutable. So once we've screened the project, we will ensure that it's green enough. Now we can issue a sustainable finance instrument, a carbon credit or a green bond. So let's see how we can issue a green bond. Here, we start the process all over again, but now we're fulfilling the bond information. We divide it into 5 important steps. So here, just the basic info about the bond, and then a very important part of the bond, the framework creation. Usually, this part takes a lot of money and a lot of time. You have to hire a high-level consultant to create a green framework that describes all properties of the bond, including the reporting, how the proceeds will be managed, and many other things. So we are giving an opportunity to answer a set of simple questions about the business, about the project, about the bond, and then create this framework automatically. So there are 7 steps, and once all the questions are answered and all the 7 steps are fulfilled, the framework is being created, and the project can download it in a Word format. So here is this framework that actually takes a lot of time and money to create. This is the real automation and democratization. Here we can send the framework to blockchain to ensure its immutability and transparency. We will not do it now. Of course, we need to add some documents about the bond as well. And here we see the project that we are trying to finance with our bond. It's fueled here automatically. And we can add more projects, for example, because one bond and one framework can be used to finance a lot of bonds. And here is a very important page. So here we integrate the open source sustainable finance protocol that we've developed with support of the Climate Change Coalition and the Web3 Foundation and their grant support as well. So this protocol helps to structure and program the bonds, green bonds or sustainability-linked bonds, where the interest rate is connected to the real-life impact measurement from the project side. So this is the interface that helps to interact with the high-tech blockchain protocol, which is available online, and anyone can build interfaces on top of it, and we encourage you to do so. So here we fill in basic information about the bond and the interest rate, and we see the interest rate visualized on a graph. But if we enable the floating rate parameters, then we will have a lot more to add regarding the corridor of the interest rate fluctuation and many other things, and the impact baselines. So we would see a more complicated picture of the interest rate, where there is a fixed interest rate, and then there is a floating interest rate, and there is a corridor of the interest rate fluctuation, and also the impact forecast that will be used to recalculate the interest rate. So with blockchain, we create a golden source of truth for every bond stakeholder, and everyone sees what is the interest rate at the current moment and what impact data was used and who verified this impact data. So with this, we're sure what is the interest rate and how it will be done. So now we're issuing the bond, and it appears in a special debt category of the platform. So it's already here. And this is how an investor sees the bond, but this is a table view, and this was a card view, so many investors would prefer the table view. And now, by clicking on this bond, we see all of this details. We can invest in the bond, we can download the framework. We also have the various details, and here we see the overview of the framework. So we don't have to read this whole big document. We can read an overview which is integrated with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange requirement, so everything around the bond. Then we can also look at the documents of the bond as an investor and see what projects are financed with this particular bond and look at this particular project. Also, there is the reporting tab with all the reports. And this is how Initier, our solar power producer, will fulfill its future report. So we integrate the framework with the future report, and the issuer will not have to have a headache and think how he would do the reporting. So the reporting is done in a semi-automatic mode, and an issuer gets a reminder that he needs to report. So he sees his framework, the green bonds that are issued through this framework, and also the projects that were financed using this bond. And at some point, he might add more and more projects to his framework and to his bond. This is how it will look like. So it is that simple, and we've seen a lot of stuff in just a few minutes. And we hope that the issuers will also use it in the simple and smooth way without paying a lot to intermediaries and consultants. So here we see the live platform, and you're encouraged to access app.evercity.io to see the projects that are currently already on the platform. So we can search through various SDGs, look at various projects. We have a range of projects from Indonesia, from Switzerland, from India, and also from Siberia. You can also see at each project card whether the project is raising or not, what is the investment vehicle that is used to raise finance, and what is the project category. So we also have debt right now, and there is a credit-linked note which is raising through the platform. And also we have the commodities section, which is featuring carbon credits. And here, for example, if you look at the project, you can see the price of the carbon credits, you can see the status, the expected volume, and the standard. If you click on the project, you can see a lot more data. You can be the first buyer and reserve your slot to buy the carbon credits that will be issued. You can look at the project design documentation and all the other things and request more data to communicate directly with the project. So, yeah. So with this, I'm happy to end the presentation, and I encourage you to go to EverCity, app.evercity.io, and check the projects and upload your project and use those beautiful features and the beautiful map that we have, and play around with all those risks and geohazards and the data that can be visualized on this map. So with this, I'm very thankful to all of you. It's a great honor, and it's the best pavilion of COP here. And let's save the world together. Let's make it a better place together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexey. Alexey, what? You have done the research a couple of years. Explain me in maybe one sentence or two, what's the biggest innovation that you are solving or providing through this platform that is previously an unsolved problem? Can you make this very precise?
Sure. So there are a bunch of high-tech innovations that we combined, and I think the main innovation here is our approach, that we combine all the necessary part of the sustainable finance journey on a single platform, because that was impossible before. And to structure, issue, and monitor and report on a green bond, for example, you would have to use a lot of partners, agents, consultants, various platforms, solutions. So that was really inaccessible for small holders, for small farmers. And now you have this all together in a simplified and a streamlined way with all the hints and the support that you can get.
Okay, thank you. And EverCity is a foundation, an NGO, a company based in Berlin. Can you also specify? Maybe it's interesting. Before we go to questions in the audience that might come up.
EverCity is a for-profit company headquartered in Berlin, but with offices and representations also in Luxembourg and Singapore.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions to Alexey in the room about this kind of innovative way, providing a more democratized, easier way to access finance for projects that are positive for climate action? Are there any questions here? No? Yeah?
Well, given the fact that whenever someone needs to raise financing, for example, they want to raise financing for 5 years at this interest rate, with this frequency of coupon payments, etc. Usually it's a process of negotiation with investors, right? Investors might push back. They would say, we would only provide financing for 3 years at a higher coupon, etc. So on this platform, do you just present to investors the terms that you want to see, or is there also a way to negotiate with investors to come to the terms which suit both sides?
Thank you. It's a great question. And I can tell you that we've been looking at this whole life cycle, and of course the negotiation part is very important. But we are still at our early stage. We're now raising our seed round, and we're going to include this part in the future versions and releases of our platform. Thanks for the question.
Massamba, also a question? Please.
Just one quick question. We know that if you have small project, the transaction cost for, let's say, when you are looking for low cost finance are very high. You need to have big project or number of projects. Can this type of platform play the role of aggregator, where a lot of small projects can be aggregated together for the issuance of a bond?
Absolutely. So first of all, we've compared the platform with conventional process, and we can say that it's 10 times cheaper to issue instruments through the platform. But I think Massamba touched a very important point, because big investors with whom we are collaborating, big banks, they can invest only in big volumes. And our platform and platforms like that can serve as an aggregator of smaller projects, manage the smaller projects, check and monitor their impact and their risks, and then create a bigger parcel, an aggregated set of projects, like hundreds of projects, that will be financed with a securitized green bonds by one of the big banks or development institutions. And we've been discussing this with one of the European banks, and hopefully we can do something like that next year within our big project with ASEAN Secretariat, where many of the stakeholders and partners who are here will also hopefully take part. And we invite all of you to test these solutions and approaches together next year.
Thank you very much. Our guests, our virtual guests are back. One last question, 30 seconds answer, please, because I want to wrap up on time.
Hi, thank you. I'm Juan Duran from Colombia. I wanted to ask you a follow-up questions on what Massamba asked. And for example, when the platform works as an aggregator, so would that mean that the platform would be in charge of developing the reports that you need to deliver to the financing institutions, and it will be like the front to these financial institutions, or will be each project the front? Will need to develop all this documentation?
Thank you, great question. So the platform acts like a bridge between institutional investors and smaller projects. So depending on the bond framework that investor is using, specific data points will be requested from the project. But the data is being aggregated at a smaller project level, and then it's being sent, to the platform. The platform refines this data according to the selected framework and taxonomy, and then it gives the specific refined data to investor to report or to make managerial decisions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Follow EverCity after launch. Much luck to you. I want to bring it back one more time into the virtual space. Arun, Miral, maybe a short comment from your side. Blockchain solutions, an important driver for positive change in emerging economies. Maybe an example you can give, Arun, how you see that positively impact the work of the countries who have a lot of catch-up to do. How can this technology can be used? Maybe a concrete example, or Miral. Please, Arun first.
Miral, go, please. Ladies first.
Okay, Miral.
Sure, I'll be extremely brief.
Please, yes.
Congratulations to the EverCity team on this demo. That was fantastic to see. And so we work with, as I mentioned, carbon offset removal projects. We work with project developers themselves. We have over 50 projects on our platform right now, and across the board, one of the biggest pain points that they face is project financing. So the ability to see some, leveraging blockchain technology like we saw now to enable them to access better financing at better rates is not just going to help them scale, but it's also going to decrease the cost per ton for carbon removal, which is at this point for a lot of the frontier technologies is actually prohibitive. So this is a great example of how, if we can scale organizations like EverCity, we can scale project developers, we can really reduce the cost to borrow and reduce the cost to remove carbon globally. So that's kind of my my key takeaway from EverCity's discussion.
Thanks for making that link. Arun?
Yeah, so just adding on to what Miral said, and great presentation, of course. The concept of digital wallets, that is power in everybody's hands. That the way that it was demonstrated and the concept that is now coming to life, when you put that in a farmer's hand, you put that in a grower's hand, and you put that, you get my point. That's where the real sort of adoption and the enablement of not just carbon credits, but the ability to transact globally becomes. The one example everybody touts, and I will shamelessly continue to say, is El Salvador, right? And they came out and said, look, we don't have a national currency. We're just going to adopt Bitcoin. But what has done, it has now percolated down to the least common denominator, where it's not just a transaction mechanism, but it's forcing global corporations to rethink how to serve the unbanked, how to adopt this massive change. And right behind that is the ability to pay for goods and services, but also a better life as these migratory populations. We all know the 1.5 degree scenario is going to compress and force lots of migration. In order to prevent that, if you enable and empower with technologies like EverCity, with what Miral and everybody else is doing, that's where we're going to start. And then again, let's wake up impatient.
Yeah, thanks, Arun, and thanks for the comment, El Salvador. I think I read in a couple of days ago that the windfall profits from Bitcoin there was also used to build some schools. So I think the actual investment in the future is really important. Let's not forget that. And I want to take a leap into the future at the end, the last 5 minutes, with our friend Jeremy, who himself is a CEO in the quantum computing space. We are here at COP26. COP30 is going to happen. Let's look 4 years, 5 years ahead. Quantum computing is going to make the solving of difficult challenges. Climate is such a difficult challenge. Batteries are. The weather is. Can you take us into the future and say, if we can use this technology to its best, with the human support it needs, what do governments and businesses have to invest now so we get the optimal solutions from such a technology? And maybe you can give us a 2-minute answer because we have to wrap up on time.
Certainly. So let me start with a very specific example, because I think it's very helpful for people to understand precisely what we're talking about, and that is nitrogen fixation. So I don't know how organic your diet is, Harry, but up to half of the nitrogen in your body, which is the 4th most abundant element in your body, was made in a factory in a high temperature, high pressure process. That process was invented in about 1910, and it consumes a few percent of the world's energy production and a few percent of the world's natural gas production. So there's a good economic incentive to do better, never mind the environmental incentive to do better. And we know there's a better way of doing it because nature does it by itself. Nature, with billions of years of evolution, performs miracles in chemistry, and one such miracle is performed by bacteria in the soil, which fixate nitrogen and live in a symbiotic relationship with many plants. And so we know, proof positive, that there's a better way to do it. But we can't figure out that chemistry. We will never be able to simulate the enzymes that those bacteria use to do that process. That makes it very hard to reverse engineer it or indeed come up with our own way of doing it. And so what we need to do globally over the coming years, on the sort of 4 to 5 year time frame, is identify those sorts of problems that we can tackle with a quantum computer and be ready to do so. And those problems predominantly fall in the computational chemistry space. So if people have problems in computational chemistry related to agriculture, solar cells, batteries, CO2 chemistry, that catalyst is a very exciting one that I mentioned before, then now is the time to start figuring out how we're going to use a quantum computer to solve that, how we're going to solve the rest of the technical picture and the supply chain. And I think it's urgent that we get on with that. And I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, which is we need to do this in parallel with everything else. So please don't look at quantum computing as riding to our rescue to save us. We need to save ourselves without quantum computing, and in parallel, we need to develop and understand how to deploy quantum computing to help.
Can you help me to, maybe you're thinking about this much more than I do. Let's say we have so many scientists looking at the climate and how it's changing. What could quantum computing potentially do better than the scientists do at the moment? And how could this affect positively policymaking? I think that's a question that came up for me this morning.
Yeah, that's an open question. So whether quantum computing can help with those modeling climate and weather and so on, I don't think the definitive answer exists there. There's good reasons for optimism. The examples that I've given you in chemistry, they're categorical. We know today how we would use a quantum computer to tackle them. And of course, the quantum computer is still, years away. And so we need to obviously improve those models and so on with the tools that we've got today, just as we need to improve everything else with the tools that we've got today. And so I think that's my sort of motto is, let's use the tools we have and get on with it, and let's also build better tools in parallel. There's nearly 10 billion of us on the planet. There's plenty of work to go round.
Thank you so much. And we are eternal optimists. I think a couple of years ago, the International Energy Agency said the last combustion engine car will be produced in 2070. Now we all hear the news from the car manufacturer, it's going to happen in 2035 or 2030. So if hopefully the system is supported in the right way, the ecosystem you're building, hopefully the change can happen much faster. Arun, thank you very much for being online, for jumping in also in a speaker who could not make it this morning, short notice. Miral, thank you very much for your positive energy this morning, as well as our two guests here. Alexey, congratulations to you and your team. Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy is going to be a guest here in the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. Please come in a fireside chat talking about the future, where this important technology of quantum computing can make a difference. And again, thank you, Massamba and the fantastic team in the UNFCCC Innovation Hub. I'm personally getting very optimistic and excited about the conversations, how technology innovation, together with human innovation and process innovation, I think a shift of mindset that looks at the needs that we all want to fulfill in this world as we are getting towards 10 billion people. Let's look at this innovation potential. Let's support the ecosystem. Congratulations to the Innovation Hub. And hopefully let's all be part of the journey. And I stop the conversation at exactly 11 o'clock. Thank you very much and have a good morning.
So let's move to our next session. Again, good morning to all of you. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to those that are following us virtually. So this session are part of dialogue organized by the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub, a hub that has been launched during this COP. So the main purpose of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub is to explore options to make innovation use more effectively to serve climate action, particularly by improving on 3 aspects. So promoting moonshot thinking, where objective and pledge and commitment are set based on what is needed and not what is perceived as possible, so that innovation can fill the gap between what is needed and what is actually possible. Second aspect is all the focus of innovation currently is on sector. How do we improve the carbon footprint of existing product and value chain? We consider that this is leading only to incremental change, and it cannot lead to more transformative change. To have something that is more transformative, we propose to go back to the core need, that the core human need, and explore whether innovation can help find alternative way to satisfy this core human need. This would lead to more transformative type of climate action. And finally, when we are talking about innovation, everybody think about technology. And innovation goes beyond technology. We need also policy innovation. We need business model innovation, financial instrument innovation, innovation on leadership as well as on collaboration. So this is why we have decided to launch this Global Innovation Hub to address this, let's say, room for improvement. And it will be in the form of a digital platform where demand for climate solution will be collected, and the hub will broadcast this demand and try to find solution to them. But it will be also in the form of a physical hub like this pavilion that has started at this COP. So we will have at each COP such type of gathering where we would try to have all the relevant stakeholders that can contribute in improving the effectiveness of innovation when applied to climate action. So it's the beginning of a journey. It's a beginning of a movement, and we would like to have it inclusive, open, participative. So you are all invited, those that are interested in participating to this movement, to express interest and to join the working group and the different working groups that would be put in place to serve the implementation of this UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub. So with this, I will hand over the floor to our moderator of this session, Miroslav. Miroslav, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Massamba. Welcome, everyone. My name is Miroslav Polzer. I am with the International Association for the Advancement of Innovative Approaches to Global Challenges, but I'm also Strategic Director of the Climate Change Coalition. And Climate Change Coalition is a proud partner of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, and we are grateful that we have a chance here today to present our work, to present our members, and highlighting some examples of success, how blockchain helped to enhance in a transformative way climate action, but also looking at shortcomings or at hot topics that need to be addressed as well, like energy consumption, equity, and other aspects. You will hear more from our colleagues here. So I would like to briefly say a few words about the Climate Change Coalition. And we are proud that Massamba Thioye is co-founder, co-chair of the Climate Change Coalition. It has been founded in 2017 on the fringes of the One Planet Summit of President Macron in Paris. And the point was that at that time, blockchain had a first boom. So there were popping up solutions for the climate in the blockchain community, and everyone had difficulties to connect with the global process. And Massamba has been approached by dozens of different initiatives, and there were individuals seeking opportunities in the UNFCCC process. And so there was this organizational innovation, this social innovation of the Climate Change Coalition, spearheaded by Massamba and Tom Baumann, that there needs to be a multi-stakeholder platform where the different solution providers and problem holders could meet, the global governance people. And meanwhile, the Climate Change Coalition has grown into a big network of more than 250 organizations. We are happy that to announce here that we have now the formal status of a UNFCCC accredited observer organization. And there's been also at the last COP in Madrid, our Climate Change Coalition has been the initiator and co-founder of the digital innovation community within the UNFCCC process. And we are delighted that many of the ideas that we have discussed there, like the digital pavilion, what was as a data and digital innovation infrastructure, D2I2 for multi-stakeholder climate action, that many of the ideas generated there have materialized now in several places, but especially also here in this Global Innovation Hub. So this is a little bit as an introduction on Climate Change Coalition and systems change. And now in terms of how can blockchain technology concretely add value to enhanced multi-stakeholder climate action coordination and incentivization, I would like to give the floor to Owen from Gold Standard Foundation to present your work in the field of digital measurement, reporting, verification, sustainable finance, and other areas, and in general, perhaps your thoughts on how blockchain can help to enhance systemic change for bringing us to low-carbon societies and climate-resilient societies.
Thanks, Miroslav, and hi, everybody. Owen Hewlett, the Chief Technical Officer of the Gold Standard Foundation. Is that coming through okay? Yes, strange. Perhaps to be visible. Oh, yeah, okay. I've got strange acoustics sat in the corner. Yeah, and if people at the back, could you keep your voices down, please? That would be really helpful. So I'm here wearing three hats today. I've got my Gold Standard hat on, which is a Swiss NGO. We focus on standards and certification in carbon markets, sustainable finance, and corporate reporting. I also was a founder of the Climate Ledger initiative that releases an annual state and trends report, which comes out in December this year. And yesterday we launched a coalition with the IOTA Foundation and Climate Check, and it's the latter I'll focus on today. I think maybe stepping back from blockchain and technology generally, one of the big themes from this COP, I think, and what you are seeing in kind of national media reporting is the pledges and commitments are all very nice, but how do we go from that to robust plans and implementation? And that's pretty obvious, right? We've been through a phase in the last 5 years of moving from what I would describe as arbitrary target setting, reduce as much as you can, to science-based, IPCC driven for countries and science-based targets initiative driven for companies. So we're in this kind of non-arbitrary target setting space. And the other big growth in that that we need to think about is the inclusion of value chains. And value chain accounting particularly is complex. So what I mean by that is the supply chain work by companies to decarbonize that kind of complex infrastructure and supply that they have. So whether you're food and bev or apparel or transport, you'll have a long upstream and downstream tail. And I think where things start to get interesting / difficult / represent a big opportunity is in how do we bring together the different accounting and finance mechanisms to serve that purpose. So to give a specific set of examples, if I'm a food company and I have a long agriculture supply chain, then within that supply chain there is something of an arms race towards carbon markets and soil carbon. So selling carbon credits for the purposes of offsetting or for transfers between countries. But at the same time, I need that data and I need that information for my Scope 3 report. I have a target that I need to hit, I need to reduce by, or I need to remove carbon for to make my science-based targets work. So suddenly you have these two mechanisms playing in a non-arbitrary space. Those claims become really important. And that's an opportunity. So when I think of value chains, that is the one place in all of these mechanisms that we crowd in liability for a problem. I'm not the only one as this food manufacturer. There are lots of other food manufacturers using this supply chain. We're all co-responsible for this. That's a huge opportunity. There aren't really other mechanisms that do that in the same way. And it's also transboundary. And again, Paris doesn't easily move transboundary. That's a big feature of the discussions this week. So we have this huge opportunity. We know it's complex. Supply chains are dynamic. They're hard to trace. Data quality is often very poor. And now we're competing somewhat for that data with other mechanisms. The other big last challenge in value change that come through this week with the launch of science-based targets net zero standard is that with that implementation planning for supply chains, not a great deal of companies yet know exactly how they will hit those targets. So most companies in science-based targets have a well below 2-degree science-based target for their supply chain. But the reality of actually doing that, setting aside the data quality and traceability issues, is for most companies to have to go through some pretty major inflection points in that journey. So it'll be, if you're an ice cream manufacturer, can you do this without a dairy supply chain? Or can you do it without heavily relying on dairy? It will be that kind of, absurdity that those companies will need to go through and need to recognize will need to happen. And so the other big theme of the week that comes through value chains is who is best placed to help map those decarbonization pathways for transformation, and how do we enable people to work together to do it? Because I, as one food company, can't do that alone. I can't decarbonize and go through that entire sectoral inflection point on my own, and several inflection points will be needed. So you have this kind of really interesting kind of morass of stuff coming together all at once. And I think this is why efforts like the Climate Change Coalition are so important, is because what you can't do with that is try and skip over the accounting complexity. So one of my big pet hates at conferences like this is people will say, well, the accounting's too complex, don't let perfect get in the way of the good. And there is some truth in that. But the reality is, if we don't account properly, if we don't attribute this data to the right actor, what you will find is we do raise enough capital, we do raise enough energy, and we still miss those targets because we're duplicative, we're inefficient, we didn't go through those inflection points because people didn't think they needed to, because they were attributed the wrong data, or data they didn't deserve, if you like. So to me, the most important thing underlying all of that complexity of how to transform supply chains is really data quality, data traceability, and those inflection point planning that let us get through that. And the thing that glue that binds all that together is this kind of data management. How can we use blockchain and associated technologies? So things like AI, for example, in planning the risk of assurance, things like Internet of Things for collecting the data on the ground, edge computing to make that more equitable. How can we do that such that we have quality, traceable data attributed to the right entity? None of that sounds very sexy, I appreciate, but if we don't do that, what we may find is that as those companies, as my hypothetical food company approaches the point where it's going to have to decide if the dairy supply chain works, it may think it doesn't need to go through that hoop because it's been attributed too much benefit, or it's not accounting for stuff, or several companies are accounting for the same benefit. So that's, to me, is the overarching theme of the week and the underlying infrastructure that's needed to be put in place. My work is, so we launched yesterday a coalition with Climate Check and IOTA Foundation that's really looking at both ends of that pipe. So how do we improve the efficiency and accuracy and value of data on the supply side. So if I do a project or a program, how can I make it really easy and accessible to collect the data necessary to assure that? And my aim there really is, especially in something like the carbon markets, to enable a community group to do that without a consultant is really where I want to get to. That's my kind of simple headline. How can we use this technology that if you're a women's group in India or a small artisan producers group in Myanmar, you don't actually need to hire a big consultant to go through that process and to issue carbon credits or value chain data. And on the other side of the pipe, what do we do with that data? How do we make sure it's attributed for, whether it's scope 3 science-based targets or over in carbon markets or for use in NDCs, and be able to manage the complexity of the various double counting and double claiming that goes on, some of which will be benign, some of which really won't be. So that's the spirit of the exercise. You can learn a lot more about that through the publication we just released. And we put a spotlight paper out that explains that in more detail. And the forthcoming navigating report with the Climate Ledger Initiative and our past publications will explain kind of our approach to digital MRV especially.
Thank you very much, Owen, and to Gold Standard Foundation for your important work. And you have been also one of the early ones who approached the UNFCCC in a strategic partnership. And we have seen now one important element of this systemic change, that really global community, all these multiple stakeholders can work together. And there are somehow, from a systems logic, it's like this, that the most needed resource of the world is climate action impact. And we really have to coordinate properly that we work together, that we deliver effective action against the climate crisis. And here the key point is to have the necessary data, the information flows, that all the necessary stakeholders, players get the right information of what is the right direction of action, and to get the right incentives. And here we think that the Climate Change Coalition has its added value as a systemic change catalyst by bringing the different stakeholders together. And we will go briefly through to some of our members that are here, and that they say briefly what work you are working on. And you will see then when we have the communication and the networking between the different solutions, that then there comes up a broader, bigger solutions, which is systemic. So Denby McDonald, Blockchain for Climate Foundation, Canada.
Great, thank you, Miro. Yeah, I can come up if you want. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so my name is Denby McDonnell, and I'm the Program Manager of Climate Innovation at Blockchain for Climate Foundation. We're one of the founding members of the Climate Change Coalition, so it's really great to be here today at COP with Miro. We have some really exciting news at Blockchain for Climate. Just yesterday was the official launch of our BitMo platform, which enables the issuance and exchange of carbon credits as non-fungible tokens on the Ethereum blockchain. And so we saw the opportunity to create this initiative through Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, which allows countries to enhance their international emissions trading through voluntary approaches through a mechanism not designed by the UNFCCC. And so our goal is to help facilitate these countries in trading emissions in this way. It was really good to hear Owen's comment about the importance of accounting, because we see that in our platform as like a really key part of the benefit of the platform. It avoids the double counting of emissions reductions, because by trading a BitMo, which is what we're calling a blockchain internationally transferred mitigation outcome, it completely avoids double counting because the trades are immediately settled once they're exchanged. So we're developing a national party working group and convening countries who are wanting to pilot our platform now, and we're hoping to do that after COP. And we will be at the press conference at 12:30 today to talk about the official launch of the platform. So if you're interested, or if you know national parties who might be interested in doing our pilot with us, you can definitely reach out to info@blockchainforclimate.org.
Thank you very much, Denby. May I ask to the floor now Juan Duran from Eco Registry, who is doing important work also to make these carbon markets functioning.
Thank you, Miro, and thank you everybody that is listening today. So actually, someone just asked me yesterday what I take from the COP, and I say integrity, information, traceability, and the importance of connecting together, as the SDG 17 tells us. And yeah, we at EcoRegistry are a registry system based on blockchain technology that aims to help the development of different carbon offset projects, and we also are connected to different platforms so that the projects that are on our platforms have an easy way to get finance. So, and it's very important. We have been helping a lot of projects in Latin America, and we have like 68 projects right now, and yeah, we are very happy that our clients are getting the resources they need to develop the project. So, and thank you very much. And blockchain has been a key issue for a key solution, and actually IoT, satellite measurements, everything, the technology has helped us a lot to develop these projects easier and have more information so that they are trustworthy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Juan. And for information, there will be also a joint event on blockchain for climate on the 11th at the Colombian Pavillon. Yeah.
Yes, at the Colombian Pavilion, you are all invited. We will have a small gathering with some people from the Climate Change Coalition, and we will be presenting some solutions that we have.
Wonderful. Great work that you are doing. And let me introduce another founding member of the Climate Change Coalition, Alexey Shadrin. He has presented just in the previous session digital bond solutions. And for those who have not seen it, very briefly, what you are working on, Alexey.
Hi. I'm currently leading the finance working group in the Climate Change Coalition. And as a finance working group, we've been doing quite some stuff to advance this agenda and democratize climate finance, make it more efficient. So first, we've issued two digital sustainable finance bulletins, two publications that have the overview of the current market and the pilots and the projects that we're doing as a Climate Change Coalition members. So it's like an overview of what we're doing in this regards. Also, we've been developing open source solutions based on Web3 technologies. With some of the other coalition members, we've developed a sustainable finance blockchain protocol, which is using Polkadot blockchain because it's low carbon, because of the proof of stake consensus mechanism, and because it provides interoperability, the thing that we really need in environmental and climate finance, because we have to ensure that there is no double accounting. We have to connect all the registries. This is what Polkadot is promising. And also we just presented a platform that helps to streamline sustainable finance structuring, issuance, monitoring, and reporting, making it easy, accessible for both investors and SMEs in developing countries. So this is, I think, pretty much it.
Thank you very much, Alexey, and thanks also for the support in translations, in design for our events. And so I forgot to mention when we've had the slide of our homepage on, the homepage is available in 5 languages. It is English, of course, Russian, Spanish. Juan and our Latin American colleagues have helped. And then it's also Chinese and another one. And with this, Catherine, would you also in 1 minute say, as Climate Change Coalition members, what you are working on and how you experience the cooperation in the Climate Change Coalition?
Great, thank you. Catherine Foster, I am with Open Earth Foundation. I'm also a fellow with the Social Alpha Foundation, which I hope will soon be a member. Open Earth Foundation, well, personally, I've actually been collaborating with members of the Climate Change Coalition and with the Climate Change Coalition from its outset, wearing different hats with the World Bank, with Block, etc. And with Open Earth Foundation, we are very happy, first of all, to be collaborating and partnering with the UNFCCC on this innovation hub. We're building out the platform and a pilot on cities. We are doing nested climate accounting for the global stocktake. We have a number of other initiatives around solar and energy and a BC Mines pilot building out, which has also been presented here this week. And check out the video because it's pretty awesome. And I think the last thing, I also just presented on our work with the Bank of International Settlements. Massamba also has a chapter, so does Martin and myself. We each have a chapter on end-to-end digital green bonds, and mine actually pushes the envelope towards sort of programmable money and building in and aggregating SDGs as well. And that's also part of my role is as an advisor with EverCity, so coming full circle. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great work. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Catherine is always the key player, key partner for our blockchain initiative, Digital Art for Climate, where we are reaching out to creative community. We have had an art competition, received 208 submissions. We have now a Digital Art for Climate COP26 collection, which we will then turn into NFTs. And with the help of Unique Network NFT platform, and then have an auction on the 5th of June. And the revenues, the proceeds of this auction will be used for youth climate action empowerment and for setting up a United Citizens Organization for Action for Climate Empowerment as a blockchain-based quasi-international organization. So that's our somehow portfolio from our members here. And now let's go to the second part of our session here, which is some critical reflection. And we have Neil here, who is very experienced and COP veteran, so to say, carbon market veteran, and now really finding the pain points of existing blockchain solutions and looking to solve them. Please.
Thanks, Miro. Yeah, I'm Neil Cohn. I'm with Chia Network, and been coming to COP since 1997 in Kyoto. So I was really part of Carbon 1.0, we'll call it now. We came in, we saw the problem. I came out of commodities trading, and we're like, wow. We can do something about this. Let's get involved. And I started a company called NatSource with a group of people. We were by far the largest investor and financer of carbon credits, over 100 million tons. We had over $1.5 billion, which was recycled several times. And it was wonderful. We did this for a decade. But eventually I went to Macquarie Bank when they opened up, and then they said, hey, mainstream huge financial institutions want to get involved in carbon finance. But all the way through, we knew that we didn't have the tools. Only big projects worked. Even the UN trying to have a small scale, fast track mechanisms, they never worked. And as I watched blockchain, as I watched AI, as I watched technologies come through, I'm like, if we only had those when these markets were really active, we could have done so much more. We could have avoided fraud. It would have been wonderful. And I got more involved in ecosystem restoration as the Paris Agreement came around, and we're like, there's a hope. Maybe we'll actually have carbon trading again. Maybe this will actually become widespread, legitimate, functional, and actually help be part of the solution. And I started, getting involved in ecosystem restoration. But again, I was frustrated. We needed digital MRV. We needed the ability to really avoid fully double counting, and we needed the ability to stop all the ridiculous paperwork of transactions. And we ended up looking at this, and I looked around and I started talking to people, good people, Consensys, obviously well-meaning, went through every Ethereum variation there was. Every time the functionality was often limited. I mean, data was stored in a PDF file, which was on the chain. It was like a Christmas ornament. I knew it was there, but I couldn't use it. It was okay, but it was helpful. And it was on a proof of work network, and that was unacceptable. How could I possibly accept a system that's based on wasting energy for validation. So I found someone in Tokyo that knew Bram Cohn. Bram Cohn was the, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be an advertisement here, but it was my truth. I found someone that actually had been involved early on and went back to say, there's beauty in Bitcoin, but the consensus was based on waste of energy. There's beauty in Ethereum in saying there's programmability, but yet in order to be really accessible, we use languages that often were not secure. So we needed to find a way to take what was good and start from scratch, not continue to make everything less bad, but go truly design it with intent and be good. And he went back and spent the last 4 years when I found him, 5 years now, designing the Chia network with a bunch of mathematician cryptographers that really took this. Nobody needed to go back to work, but they all, Bram created BitTorrent. They all wanted to do something that was going to be doing the right thing. They loved the elegant puzzle. So I found that, I'm like, this might be the solution that works. I invested, I was doing my ecosystem restoration, and as I realized where would I have more impact at some point, it was actually getting involved in Chia, helping to share it. Carbon 1.0 was competitive. Carbon 1.0 was great, but it was limited. Right now, it's all about, we're in a crisis, it's collaborative. It's like if we have a technology that works, bring it out. Go out there, share it. Everyone here has made a great effort. Everyone here has the right intention, but not everybody here has access to all the good things. But we need to do better. We need to be authentic. We might all be on the right, our trains may be great, but we gotta be on the right tracks. So we're coming out here saying, look, we're gonna share this. Right now, it's really about adoption and giving it away and getting people on something that we believe works. And honestly, I can go into all the reasons why Chia is interesting. We're a public blockchain. We don't need to have private blockchains. We are based on proof of space and time. So actually using hard drives. So originally it was based on over-provisioned storage. Then we moved and realized, wait, 70% of all hard drives, more than 70% go to data centers, and they're shredded in 3 years. Shredded. Nobody talks about how the data centers are shredding. If we just went and said, stop shredding our hard drives, every university, every city, every company said, wait, you're shredding my hard drives, but the perceived risk is being shredded and landfilled. And so we're now getting those drives and we're saying, we can wipe them, we can recycle them, we can create data hubs in developing world countries. We're doing 17 countries now in Africa, and we're going to create data hubs that are letting these countries lift themselves up, and yet mining, or we don't call it mining, we call it farming, because mining is digging holes, it's depletive. We are adding, so farming, validating Chia actually creates revenue that then lets those be sustainable. I think I talked enough, but there's a lot going on, and I'm excited to be part of this group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and it's important when we say blockchain is great for climate action that we are also looking at the negative, potentially negative and actual negative sides. We've had a conversation before, and he said it's like being the one with the bonbon, with the sweet, giving it to the kids, say, oh, it's so nice, but not telling them that if you don't brush your teeth or if you're not careful with it, you will die of obesity or whatever. And it's really, blockchain has to be looked at in a differentiated manner. And also our climate change coalition, in the charter that our members are signing, it's really a commitment to environmental friendly solutions. And I personally now, in my personal capacity, would say proof of work solutions are unacceptable. It's really, if you don't have, don't wait for Ethereum that they will solve it. They are talking since 7 years or how long, that in 12 months there will be something. It's like in an abusive partnership where you have an alcoholic and he says, yes, in a week I will stop drinking or so. You say, okay, fine. But this is one thing. But there's also big wealth distribution, wealth inequality dimensions here. We have here the SDG pin, and with our solutions, we always have to look how are we also determining the well-being of global and local communities. And a big point is SDG 10, inequality. And here I would like to give the floor as a discussant, Ms. Sumaria, social impact investor, and expert in so many fields, generalist, and part of our delegation here, to say a few words, as he is Kenyan by heart, to say what it means also for Africa and other disadvantaged places or not understood places, perhaps.
No, thank you very much, Miroslav, and everybody here. Firstly, I'm not an expert in anything. I'm a pure generalist, so it's just quite humbling to be around so many incredible solution makers. I think as a person who's not technological or not a developer, what I see technology as a tool, and I think that tool needs to be shared with as many people as possible. And right now, there's still an inequality in who gets access to it, not just in terms of the hardware costs or in terms of the technology, but the energy cost that it needs, the education side, which was not available, even the fact that so many people don't even know the uses of it. So that's something that we have to work on. And I think this morning we were speaking with Neil and Ken, the Chia team, and the fact that you can use this code on a Raspberry Pi, that for me is the future, where people who might not have access to a fast processing computer, and we had in the last session about quantum computing, that is a future that is exciting, but we need to work on basics and what's available to the majority of people. So these are the kind of solutions we want to see. Africans are ready. People in disadvantaged communities want to change. They want to use this technology. So it's how do we get it to them? Owen talked about accounting standards, transparency. These are all the elements that we need to work together. And if we collaborate, we bring together the North, the global South, that's how we're going to make the solutions happen. So I think all we need to do is keep working, and the work you do, Miroslav, with the Climate Coalition. This is exactly Climate Change Coalition. Sorry, these are these organizations that are going to make the difference, and we need to just bring in more global South players into these discussions. Hear what their challenges are, hear why they can't fix them, and also hear what innovations they have, because they might have solutions that will make them more relevant to what they do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Romy. And if I may invite another member of our delegation, Christina Corner, Editor-in-Chief from Cointelegraph, to share also with you how you see how the crypto community can become more part of these climate action efforts. Yeah, we are here in a bubble, UNFCCC process bubble. How do we break the walls? How do we raise awareness of the topics and get them as active partners, the crypto community? Happy to have you here.
Thank you so much, Miroslav. Thank you so much for having me here today. I just came from the Web Summit, where key topics were crypto and climate. So I'm so happy that it's my first COP. I'm editor-in-chief at Cointelegraph, the biggest and oldest publication in the world on crypto and blockchain. But before that, I was working for Russian-French Center for Energy Efficiency. I was research fellow in Energy Politics Center in the European University at St. Petersburg. For me, the topic of climate is very, very important. But what I found when I was in the traditional business, big energy sector, it was that it was all very slow. Every change actually took time to be implemented. And when I started working in the crypto community, I saw that we can actually learn from them about speed, about being adaptable, about being flexible, about being ambitious and daring, and actually believing in something that seems impossible, but if there is anything worth doing in this world, is that something that is considered to be impossible, as Oscar Wilde said once. I really want to share my thoughts about this community that is based on the concept of decentralization, that in my opinion is very important in terms of our talks about climate change, because decentralization is an alternative to campanalism, or in English you call it parochialism. So local, small mindset versus global vision of a decentralized world where you can actually see the world through the eyes of others. This is what the decentralized finance is about. This is what the decentralized technology and blockchain is about. And this is what the crypto community is about. It's people who are coming from different backgrounds, who really want to make this world better and who want really to change something. It's about climate. It's also about inclusive finance. And I think the most important that we can do all together is not change behavior, because we talk a lot about this, and it's sometimes, in my opinion, there is a lot of hypocrisy in these talks, just because, well, in the end, we all are economic players, and capital plays such an important role, and it's all fine. But the key to big historical shifts is not in changing or shifting completely. It's about new synergy between new technologies, between people. As Massamba told today, innovation is beyond technology. In my opinion, it's about people. It's about humans, it's about personal stories, and about education that we are creating all together, educating people about the potential, unlocking the potential of blockchain technology, and also, of course, always making research into the environmental impact and how we can improve that. I can assure you that the crypto community is very open to changes, open to researches, and there are so many misconceptions about Bitcoin mining and about Bitcoin developments and blockchains, because of course there are these pitfalls, and it's normal. As every new industry, we are on the way of creating more green solutions. But what is really important within the blockchain space is that people are ready to think with a new mindset, and they are searching for the solutions. And the Climate Change Coalition is a great example of that. There is also a crypto climate accord that actually reunites over 150 organizations, exchanges, protocols who are pledging for carbon neutral business by 2030. So this community is new, this community is ambitious, daring, and full of potential. Innovation is about synergy, innovation is beyond technology, innovation is about people, it's about us. Thank you, Miroslav. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, really very inspiring, and I really agree. This new mindset towards decentralized solutions, that this will be the systemic change that will help a lot. And we have another systemic thinker, a great leader, thought leader, and innovator, Chia Kansara from Replenish Earth and Resilience Frontiers. And please, Chia, tell us your views on paradigm shifts to more effective climate action and what role technology can play.
Can I put my slides on?
I hope so.
I like having fancy illustrations in the background.
Yes. It seems to work.
Just let me know when it's live. If I... Kaboom. Yay! Oh, I love it when you can see some nice pictures. Woohoo! Short-lived. Hi everyone, Dr. Chia Kansara over here. I run an organization called Replenish Earth. A couple of years ago, I realized that one of our biggest challenges is the way that we think about systems. And actually these structures that we build have a sort of a DNA in them. The DNA often requires a shift, and environments can change that epigenetically. Of course, one of our biggest challenges today is to try and turn it all upside down, because there's only a certain amount of topical solutions that you can find. And at that stage, these topical band-aids kind of fall off, and you realize that foundations need to be shifted. And I'm not too sure what's happening in the background. However, one of the challenges that we've foreseen is that we go from an egotistical perspective, and yet we're trying to go transboundary. Even the United Nations can't do that, right? Because countries will turn around and say, well, sorry, our resources, keep your hands off. So at what point do we go transboundary? At what point are we going beyond boundaries? And this is what we call the global commons. Of course, you've got the digital commons, ecosystems that allow us to connect with not only each other, but also to be able to go through the digital sort of spectrum of data collection, analysis, and application of that decentralized ability. So I'm happy to switch it off if it's easier. So these are some of the services that we provide at Replenish Earth. We look at eco-anxiety and transition people to ecotherapy, therapeutic tools. We look at ESG onboarding for companies that are exploring different aspects of going beyond sustaining the status quo. It's like a flash show. Anyway, one of the projects that we're doing with the UNFCCC is just 2 pavilions down. It's at the Resilience Lab. We partnered with them And we wanted to explore what it means to shift your mindset. And of course, if we're looking from sustaining the status quo, then we're going to be making a mess, cleaning it up, probably opening a CSR department, and then calling ourselves net zero. Right? Does anybody want to challenge me on that? So what happens with this net zero concept, like for many of the cities, one of which I started my PhD on, Masdar City in Abu Dhabi, was designed by Norman Foster as the first ever smart city that was truly net zero. And the concepts of net zero sort of started with the urban form, because you had a foundation through which you designed, then you built on top of that, and then you reviewed that process. However, what we kind of missed out was, one, there was an embodied cost of the carbon of all the resources coming on site. And secondly, that once you go live, you're kind of not really design related anymore. So you might design an environment like a blockchain, but the protocols aren't exactly what happen in the application of them, unless if the consensus algorithm is applied to that global commons thinking. So what are the governing principles of the global commons, and how are they introduced through protocols through which we can design these sorts of blockchain solutions, digital ledger technologies of the future? Because I think our biggest challenge at the moment is to be able to shift the way that we're thinking. So at the Resilience Lab, which started about 2018, we brought together 100 thinkers, created a pathway. And what we realized was one sort of shifted into the next, and we've got about 8 pathways, and every day is a different pathway that we explore. It's an experimental team, because we believe that it's less about incremental changes, and it's more about exponential shifts. But you can't get to that exponential without realizing that these topical solutions aren't serving us anymore. So through that governing principles of the global commons, at Replenish, we're exploring what it means to create structures and platforms and educational methodologies that can shift the way that we even design our mindset about the solutions that we want to have without the inertia that we've inherited. So I'll leave it there because I can really talk. I did have some really beautiful pictures that I wanted to show to you, like ridiculously beautiful. Just saying.
Our supply, but we will have we have only about 5-6 minutes. But it's a very important systems thinking. Thank you very much, Chia. Okay.
Sorry, just have to make that distinction, because of course when we're making foundations of buildings, that's a paradigm shift. A building management system shift would be a systemic change. But we're actually going to the roots of the cause and then trying to shift that. So that's where the paradigm exponential growth comes in, because otherwise they end up being topical solutions. And yeah, I can change the temperature in this room, and I can put like a green wall, but these are all internal issues through which we are aware. It's what we're not aware of, and what we cannot attach to the hierarchical, structures that we've inherited through scarcity models of economics, that we have to go to what I randomly heard Neil say in the Google chat that we had this morning, randomly, that we have to go beyond conditions. It's like infinite love. You can't get unconditional love if you have conditions. So where is the paradigm evolution that we're looking for in an abundance mindset?
Very beautiful. Thank you very much. And I 100% agree that this paradigm shift and with the focus on commons, it's essential. It's also, as I've mentioned briefly, we are going to present our United Citizens Organization for Action for Climate Empowerment tomorrow and launch it on 5th of June. The framework for resource management is global commons. We have really to look how we all together can bring together our resources, not in a mindset of giving it away, but in building the global commons that are needed for climate action empowerment. And this is a new way of thinking, and blockchain can really empower this. Let's have a round of contributions from the audience till we get kicked out here. So.
Hi, yeah, my name is William, and I'm in the shipping world actually. and I've been fascinated by this discussion because in shipping we're responsible for about 2-3% of emissions, but the cargo is responsible for, arguably 90% of everything that goes by ship. And it's one of the things we've been trying to do is to use that platform each time a cargo moves around, to use the sort of blockchain ledger approach to actually build up a total picture at the consumer point. So the question sort of could go to everyone, because Owen started, and I thought I want to ask him a question, then Denby, and so it went on. And I'll just start with Owen. How long do you think it is before, realistically, we can track carbon from the mine, from the raw material, all the way through to the finished product, so the consumer can actually
So. Hallo, hallo. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Bis das dann auch bei dir wieder ankommt. Hallo. Hier. Hallo. Hier. 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 Hallo. Du hörst mich. Alter, wie konnte das passieren? Wie konnte das passieren? Hallo? Hallo? Ja. Mit anderen Worten, Öl. Ja. Ja. Tut quasi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm really excited to kick off this session today with all of you, especially as I can build on the words of Commissioner Timmermans this morning, who officially launched the Mission Innovation Cities mission, so official name Innovation-Driven Urban Transitions. And happy to also thank Commissioner Timmermans as well as Michael Bloomberg, who are both co-chairs to the Global Covenant of Mayors. And also happy to thank the colleagues from UNFCCC, as we're in the Global Innovation Hub Pavilion today. And that's also a partnership we kicked off a couple of months ago, as we saw that there's already many initiatives happening, but that we were working on at least complementary things, some things that were overlapping. But we immediately felt that there's, of course, when we talk about the future, when we talk about systemic challenges, that there's already a lot of initiatives, actions, commitments going on. But we really felt the one thing that is needed in the next couple of years in this decade is to really move from commitment to action, to implementation, to deployment. And I think, therefore, we bring you today probably the largest panel at COP in this pavilion, but with the right reason. As we want to build this mission really on a lot of partnerships to avoid duplication, to increase efficiency, but also to move ahead together and make sure that we can deploy at the speed and scale that is needed to really get moving. So happy to introduce you in turn as we go through the presentation to all of our speakers. Some will join us virtually, some are with me in the room today. But happy to first pass the floor to Matthew Baldwin, who will share a bit more about why cities and why a mission. Matthew, the floor is yours. And maybe briefly introduce yourself so that we all know who you are and the context you're talking to.
Well, it's day 7 of COP26, so I no longer know who I am. We're all lost. Greetings, everyone, both physically and online. I'm Matthew Baldwin from the European Commission, and I'm here today in my capacity as manager of our new mission, yet another mission, yawn, on 100 climate-neutral cities by 2030, and I'll be saying a word about that in a moment. But I think there are so many different initiatives out there, just to take a second to look at, if you like, the geometry of all this situation. We have, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, a challenge on climate change up here, and then I think it follows very logically that we are turning to cities, as we heard this morning from Frans Timmermans, as a central vector in that. Why? 4%, just 4% of the European landmass, 70% of the emissions, geographically concentrated centers, high population density, easier to get after energy efficiency, easier to get after sustainable mobility. And this powerful ambition, not just from mayors, but from their citizens, both to deliver climate neutrality and to realize the co-benefits, the lower energy bills, the air quality, less congestion. So we have climate change and we have cities, and we need to innovate. The third piece of geometry I wanted to stress. That's why we need the mission approach. That's why we're driving this thing through Horizon Europe. It's the micro, if you will, to the European Green Deal macro. We have a target for the European Union of 55% reduction by 2030. That's very challenging. We need some players to go further and faster, deeper. And therefore, the mission-based approach, and as we set it up, and I'll say more in just a moment on this, the mission-based approach is bottom-up, looking at the individual needs of a city in driving towards climate neutrality by 2030. Innovation-based, pulling in the best practices from across Europe, from around the world, and also acting as a living lab so that all cities can follow. We need all cities to be climate neutral by 2050. Hence the program for 100 cities. We're working to identify them now. If you're in the European Union, ask yourself, why not your city? Why not by 2030? We were launched last month. We will be bringing out our call for expression of interest later this month, and we're looking for cities from across the EU, at least one per member state. We'll choose the cities by April, and we'll have the first batch up to start work on their climate city contracts, where they'll set out in detail how they're going to do this with the related investment plans by April, with our new consortium you're going to hear from in a moment, the Net Zero Cities Consortium. So back to our geometry, climate change, cities, innovation, what we're doing in the European Union, and then of course, here we are today to extend that through the mission innovation and this glorious innovation-driven urban transition mission to pick up at the global scale. And that's the possibility, I think, we lay out for you in the course of today. It's very exciting. I'm very honored that you've invited me to be here present at the launch of your exciting mission today. I hope that quick sketch gives you an idea of how we think this works geometrically. With that, back to you, Johan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And Sylvia, if you can go to the next slide. So thank you, Matthew, because apart from the Global Covenant of Mayors, it's of course also the European Commission and our colleagues from the Joint Programming Initiative Urban Europe that have helped us to develop this mission, and also the Mission Innovation Secretariat. And we're going to take you through the mission today with a bit of an introduction on what is this mission about, also what is the role of research and innovation, of national and local voices, what is the role in how we build on the first wave missions that were launched by Mission Innovation earlier this year, but then also to see what are building blocks. As I said, we're not going to start from scratch. We want to avoid duplication. We're going to build on what's already happening, build on the work of many partners, and we'll hear some more from some of them today, and then also have a brief look at what are the next steps forward. But to give you a brief impression on what the mission will be about, I'm happy to pass the floor to our global ambassador of the Global Covenant of Mayors, Gregor Robertson. Gregor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jorn, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to have you all here and to launch the city's mission, and with Mission Innovation, with many different partners, as Jorn has said earlier. Global Covenant of Mayors, just for background, is cities, over 11,000 cities and their mayors around the world who are focused on climate action, reporting their climate pollution, their GHG emissions through to GCOM and our partners. And basically it's a transparency and accountability system, a database for cities to track their emissions and then to apply themselves to climate action plans and on-the-ground change within their communities to reduce their emissions, to both mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. So we have it's the largest alliance of mayors and cities around the world working together. It's a great opportunity to partner with Mission Innovation, and we've cultivated this partnership together over a number of years, seeing the opportunity to raise the connections, the profile of cities, working with countries involved in Mission Innovation. We've, I think, struck a great partnership, and now we've got a city's mission ready to roll here and support cities around the world who need that the benefit of these partnerships and collaboration to deliver change on the ground. That's what cities do. As former mayor of Vancouver in Canada, we did a lot of innovation, and it's the daily reality for cities. You have to deliver all these services to citizens. You have to figure out how to finance infrastructure with the smallest share of the tax base. It takes creativity and innovation to do that for mayors and their teams in cities every day. We need to take this to another level in terms of innovation. We need to have all of these partners working, and this mission is focused on that. So it's 50 cities initially, and making sure we have those 50 functioning test beds or living laboratories, as was so aptly said. And then it's a scaling approach from there, because as you see, we use these demonstration cities to develop roadmaps for 250 cities around the world. I think it goes without saying that it's cities in the developing world that need the most support, that need the most benefit from innovation. And cities in the global north with more resources, more support often from national governments, although it's never enough for the challenges cities face today. But we need to prioritize the support and the innovation and the climate action to cities in the global south, where the population growth is by far the largest, where the climate impacts are far more severe. We have to prioritize that. That's certainly a key element of this as well. We want to see over 500 cities developing, adopting this roadmap. 500 cities adopting the roadmap by 2030. It integrates well to programs here in the EU that are supporting cities, leading cities that can push the pace. But again, we're only as strong as the cities that are most vulnerable, and we have to make sure that that continues to be a priority. it really does focus on what's doable on the ground in cities. A lot of the innovation and infrastructure is basic, whether it's green infrastructure to protect cities from climate impacts, drought, floods, protecting water supplies. Mobility, obviously critical as cities grow, and certainly in Africa, we're seeing the most unbelievable growth of cities there, and the pressure. We need the innovation to help those cities leapfrog the industrialization that has afflicted cities in the north. Hopefully those cities can grow with low carbon infrastructure, climate resilient infrastructure, and that's part of this innovation. It's got to be simple. Maybe skipping to the next slide, just on the three key principles here. Simplification, it has to work on the ground. We have to basically develop these integrated solutions that can work in cities of all shapes and sizes. It has to be simple. Second piece on scaling, we obviously start with pilot. There have been a lot of successful pilots to date in terms of innovating and developing really high impact climate action in cities. We need to be able to scale that to other cities and to replicate this model as aggressively and ambitiously as possible. And synergies, and really that's about the partnerships. That is about making sure we can shift the existing systems that we have to innovative, low carbon, and people-friendly systems to enable people to make changes in their own lives. Ultimately, it's got to be able to support people on the ground in our cities. It's wonderful if there's commitments, and particularly from these national governments and from international bodies, multilateral development banks. If there's money on the table for cities to take action, that's fantastic. Get the money to the cities that need it and invest. The innovation needs to go hand in hand with that, the way for cities to teach each other, but that has to get to the ground. It has to get to change that people can make in their daily lives to reduce their carbon footprint and to scale that through to other cities and communities. So we're very excited about this partnership, partnering across all different silos. Cities, I think, have demonstrated that capacity to partner, whether it's at the local community level, whether it's with the business community and the entrepreneurs and the companies we need to scale these technologies, whether it's with academia and all the researchers who've done fantastic work developing solutions. We need to engage everybody in these solutions, and thankful that all of these partners have recognized the importance of cities as strong partners to carry the city's mission forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregor. And we've been talking a lot about partnerships the last couple of minutes, and as you will see on the next slide, this is the coalition we brought together up until now, but really to stress that has been really the work of many months working together with many partners at national level, at local level, with expert organizations, with youth organizations, with a lot of names you probably know, but also to stress it's an open community. As said in the beginning, this is a complex challenge. We want to go to a systemic change. So it's really an open door consortium. It comes with roles and responsibilities, of course, but really to stress, we want to avoid duplication. And what you've also seen on the previous slide, how can we build this one-stop shop that we unburden cities and that we can really point what is the priority on the long term, where to invest, especially in times of green recovery, to make sure that we create impact on the long term. So happy to have some partners talking about it today, but also if there's any questions towards the future from whoever of you that feel like I might be happy to join the consortium, do reach out to us. But the first partner I want to reach out to is Tom Osdaba. And Tom is Director of Net Zero Cities EU and Senior Advisor to Climate Kick. And Tom is joining us virtually today, and he will talk a bit more about large-scale demonstrators, about scaling, and how we can use their experience as a building block for the mission. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you very well.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate the invitation. Sorry, Gregor, I don't get to see you in person this time. I thought I would bring some background from Scotland behind me if I couldn't be there physically. I'd like to talk briefly about two things. First, a little bit of the experience of EIT Climate Kick in supporting cities in systems innovation and systems change related to climate neutrality and climate action. And then talk a bit more tangibly about Net Zero Cities and its relationship as a partner to the European Commission's mission of 100 climate neutral and smart cities by 2030, and how we'll collaborate with this global mission. As has been said, cities have been at the forefront of climate action for a long time and have learned a great deal while making significant progress. While that progress is not adequate for the urgency that we're being asked to move forward on, one of the things that's been critical in our work is understanding that cities need support to be able to learn how to go farther, faster, and to deliver better outcomes in less time. And that's a very significant challenge. Cities often lack the ability to take the necessary actions at scope and scale without help. And they've also need to benefit from, frankly, a multi-sectoral collaboration of innovators, businesses, financial interests, and others, if they're able to have a chance to achieve that kind of outcome. And so we've embarked on a program to learn about that in advance of these missions coming together, because as our role as Europe's innovation community for climate, we really saw the importance of working early in this space and trying to develop insights that can help to shape the mission. A couple of things related to the Net Zero Cities platform and the European mission of 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. We recognize this is an extraordinarily ambitious and difficult undertaking. We're committed to trying to identify the resources and the expertise necessary in order to support that effort. I want to talk about some of the building blocks of that mission and how Net Zero Cities, as part of Europe's Green Deal, will be able to support that. And there are a number of elements that are essential to this effort. One is to create a platform for cities that allows them to access all of the necessary capabilities, expertise, resources, tools, et cetera, that they would need to work towards climate neutral outcomes. Now, a lot of this is out there. There are many experts. There are, as has been mentioned, many solutions and service providers out there that are looking to reach scale, et cetera. But rarely has there been an undertaking to try to bring those all together to the benefit of a city who's trying to work on multiple components of climate neutrality simultaneously at this scale. And so we're building a platform that tries to bring all of those things together, organizes those, and creates a sustainable model for deploying those. And I think that matches very nicely with the mission innovation model of trying to build replicable and then scalable strategies. In addition to that, we're going to be experimenting with an instrument called Climate City Contracts, which are meant to help cities work with their key stakeholders, including regional, national, and in the European case, European government, to better align authority to act, to build the agency that cities need to take the actions that are necessary on behalf of their citizens, on behalf of their businesses to achieve these outcomes, as well as to better organize resources from multiple layers of government so that they can most effectively engage private capital to participate in investing in climate neutral outcomes. We all hear every day, every week, the amount of private capital that exists and that is interested in supporting this work. What we're seeking to do is to build a more effective mechanism by which cities can avail themselves of that capital in a more effective approach. So that's a new piece that we'll be building together with the European Commission and the cities participating in the mission to see how we can accelerate cities' ability to take the necessary actions. I think, as Jorn mentioned, we'll be doing some large-scale demonstration pilot projects that are going to be funded by the Commission, but we'll be seeking to demonstrate how that funding can bring other resources to the table. Europe has a long history of investing in demonstration projects, lighthouse projects, including climate neutral districts and even energy positive districts. What we're seeking to do here is to create a series of demonstrations and pilots that are going beyond that to looking at citywide climate neutrality trajectories. They may not do that in a single project, obviously, but what we're hoping that they can do is learn how to create quickly replicable strategies to achieve those outcomes. And then finally, an impact framework that's oriented specifically to cities and climate neutrality. There are a tremendous number of monitoring and evaluation and impact frameworks that are out there. However, we need to tailor those and bring those into service of cities and climate neutrality as an outcome, so that they're able to focus on the right things in this very short period of time, because days and weeks and months go by very quickly. 2030 is not far away, and we really need to bring in a level of urgency to this work. And so that impact framework will look a little bit different than an impact framework that's oriented towards a farther out horizon from a time scale. Net Zero Cities is a consortium of 33 organizations that represent business, academia, research and innovation sector, as well as NGOs and some social enterprises and for-profit consultancies to bring the expertise necessary to deliver on this. So we look forward to working on this together, learning together, and figuring out how to accelerate this process. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tom, and looking forward to the cooperation. For our next speaker, I'm happy to move to our third co-lead partner, the Joint Programming Initiative Urban Europe. And with us today is Margit Null. And Margit, who's chair of the JPI Urban Europe Management Board at FFG, will speak a bit more, because key in mission innovation, of course, is the research and innovation aspect. So Margit, happy to have a brief dialogue with you also on how JPI Urban Europe will contribute to the mission on innovation-driven urban transitions. Margit, and if we can switch the screen.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining in this panel, in this launch of the Global City Mission, and we're very happy to support that and looking forward to cooperating with all the other partners and countries to get this going on a global level. Maybe adding to what Thomas just said on what is needed in terms of the transformation of cities or urban areas towards climate neutrality, we want to bring in the research and innovation perspective. JPI Urban Europe is a transnational intergovernmental research and innovation program dedicated to urban transformation and driving urban transitions. And besides the investment in research projects per se, the program is very much dedicated to build the capacities in all stakeholder groups to get this transformation going in order to bring the strategies into action, as it was called for right at the beginning. So we're very dedicated with different formats and activities to make sure that it's not just yet another research program that delivers knowledge and insights that may be very relevant in principle, but we want to ensure that this knowledge is relevant for the cities, that it meets the needs of all the stakeholders, of local initiatives, business, infrastructure providers, whoever is needed to get the action going. So empowering these stakeholders, letting them be part of research and innovation is really key. And over the last years, we have been investing more than 120 million euros in research projects and different kinds of activities to mobilize these communities and bring together these different stakeholders and actors. One of our latest calls that was just recently launched on Positive Energy District was officially already opened up towards mission innovation, and with that we already aimed for a signal that we are reaching out also globally, internationally to drive this transformation. And in that regard, the support to cities and how we can mobilize the cities is essential for us. And with cities, we actually usually mean all the various stakeholder groups that need to be mobilized. And that starts with very comprehensive consultations to listen to those that need to bring the action into the city administration, to the public authorities, in order to understand the priorities and align our agendas to what is needed in the cities. One aspect that is key for us in funding the project are the urban living labs. So providing a framework for cooperation and co-design of solutions that we create place-based local experimentation and support that. And so far, more than 150 of these urban living labs have been established in our projects. And with our upcoming program, we are aiming to much more of these living labs as like a USP of our program, to make sure that these solutions are co-designed, that we can maybe next to the flagships and the lighthouse projects that Thomas mentioned just now, we will have also smaller place-based cases that we can bring throughout the cities in Europe, also the smaller cities that may not be able to apply for a climate city contract in the first place, but all of these thousands of cities that we may need to reach our ambition of the global mission. So we would like to contribute to coming from these 100 climate neutral cities to the thousands in Europe and globally, and make sure that the knowledge that is created in research and innovation is really available and accessible for decision makers throughout the countries. The thematic priorities that we are establishing now for the future program, this is a European partnership called Driving Urban Transitions, I hope and I believe are very much aligned to what is taking place already and contributing to the aims of the global city mission directly, right? With the positive energy district program, with a focus on 15-minute city and the more mobility related and public space related dimension, as well as with driving towards circularity and greening of cities and supporting an integrated approach towards the complexity. And maybe that's somehow concluding what we are aiming at, is addressing the complexity of urban transformation in itself, right? Understanding the different lock-ins, conflicting aspects across policy areas, across different sectors, across stakeholder groups, and identifying the key issues that we need to address in order to get transformation going, overcoming the barriers and bottlenecks that we may be stuck in our urban development processes, and addressing them upfront through a research and innovation program. And in that, we create a framework for national authorities, local authorities to cooperate and engage and let them jointly discuss the priorities. So what do we need to fund? Where do we need to get the action going? And provide this framework that connects then to the European and global level on where the investments should be directed to. So with that program and with that ambition to open this up internationally, we're very much interested to and looking forward to engage in the innovation-driven urban transition mission that is now starting, and I'm looking forward to cooperating with all the partners and hopefully getting more countries globally to join very soon.
Thank you, Margit, and thank you for again stressing this global aspect. As we said in the beginning, there's a lot of experience in Europe, and we're happy to build on all these elements, expertise, building blocks, but to really go global. And of course, as you might gather, as we're working, Gregor and I, for the Global Covenant of Mayors, it's also seeing what do cities need in all regions of the world, taking all the regional disparities into account, but also taking into account not just the front-running cities, but also those cities that are at the very beginning of their climate action journey. What are their needs? How can we help them? And I think therefore important that we are not just listening to expert organizations, to partners, but also to a city itself. And happy to therefore give the floor to Abigail Binay, who's mayor of Makati in the Philippines and also a GCOM board member. Mayor, over to you.
Urban energy transition presents several challenges. Most of our revenues are being utilized for COVID response and recovery efforts, just like other localities. Thus, we need public-private partnerships to augment our limited resources for energy transition and other urgent climate action. At present, the shift to clean and renewable energy is led and aggressively pursued by the private sector. No less than the Ayala Corporation, the country's oldest and largest conglomerate, has pledged to bring down its greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. Big companies in the city have also invested in making their offices more energy efficient through retrofitting or putting up green buildings. Even malls have started to harness solar power to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. However, small businesses find it hard to transition due to financial constraints, especially during the pandemic. They should be given access to green financing through multilateral development banks like Asian Development Bank and World Bank. One of the biggest challenges in urban energy transition for the transportation sector is the displacement of thousands of public utility vehicle drivers who use old and smoke-belching jeepneys. One modern jeepney unit costs around $40,000 to $50,000, or 10 times the cost of a traditional jeepney. Drivers and operators need government subsidies and other forms of assistance, and ample time for them to adjust and modernize. Nevertheless, private car owners who are financially capable of modernizing their vehicles should also be compelled to allow Euro 4 emission standards, since jeepneys account for only 2% of the country's total registered vehicles. Another challenge is the lack of quick charging infrastructures. Without them, electric-powered cars, buses, and trains would not be viable. The city government should collaborate with national government agencies, civic society organizations, and the private sector to provide a sustainable income for those who will be affected by the transition. Viable alternatives and a well-crafted plan are crucial in minimizing the impact on affected sectors. Financing climate-smart programs and technologies can be expensive, and a shift to urban energy system would require a lot of resources. Even if Makati is the richest city and the financial capital of the Philippines, we have also been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and economic lockdown like other cities. But this should not be an excuse for us to suspend our resilience and climate programs. We just need to allocate a budget for resilient and renewable energy systems and partner with the private sector and development organizations to help us implement our programs. The public sector creates guidelines and implements ordinances or laws concerning energy transition, while the private sector usually provides funding for government projects. Since most investments in urban energy transition come from private companies as part of their corporate social responsibility, strong partnerships between the two actors are essential in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. For our part, government leaders should involve the private sector in creating innovative and actionable plans to transform cities into resilient and sustainable communities. With strong commitment and transparency, the government can attract potential investors. Developing smart technology roadmaps results in better implementation of existing innovative solutions. Planning is critical in climate-smart financing because it fosters proper allocation of resources to address sectors that need immediate attention. Many technologies help drive urban energy transition, but they're often siloed. We need to integrate these urban energy solutions and technologies into our plans and programs so that our micro actions will translate to macro effects. Apart from technology, we should also invest in research and training of our personnel to improve their technical know-how and competencies. The Philippines has various programs aimed to enable energy transition. These include the National Renewable Energy Program, Net Metering Program, Renewable Portfolio Standards, Green Energy Option Program, Renewable Energy Market Plus, and Green Energy Auction Program. We also see the potential of digital technology in helping us achieve our goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But technology alone cannot support our campaign against climate change. As leaders, we should create sustainable plans, engage the public sector and multilateral banks for climate financing, and strictly implement environmental laws and frameworks for the use of renewables.
Thank you, Mayor Binay. And as she also rightly stressed, I think it has been in the talk quite a couple of times, it's about national, local governments working together. It's about the public-private sector working together. But it's also starting from the needs and the challenges to really see what do we need to address? Which elements do we already have in place to go towards solutions and to really find each other with all the expertise that is out there? For our next speaker, I'm happy to move to the International Energy Agency, to Ghislaine Kiefer, who is policy analyst energy from the Energy Efficiency Division. And Ghislaine will also speak a bit more on the work that the IEA has been doing on cities and how we can build on their work to also fit into the city's mission. Ghislaine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jorn. It's a pleasure to be with you in this new form that we have of hybrid meetings, lowering our carbon footprints, but nevertheless meeting in person as humans is still a very precious thing. So thank you again for inviting the International Energy Agency today. I would like also to congratulate all of the participants and, of course, GCOM for the recently concluded conference, Innovate for Cities, which was a landmark event. Just to put it in a broader perspective, because you are at COP, and that conference brought together key messages, key stakeholders on the importance of cities from a very bottom-up perspective. So just to reiterate sincere appreciation for that event. And of course, the International Energy Agency is delighted to be part of the mission support group of the new mission innovation on urban transitions. And here we heard a lot of really practitioner experience and urban planners, city level actors. The IEA hopefully will bring some complementarity because we do have as our main constituents national level governments. But it also means that there's a very strong complementarity with the type of initiative that this mission innovation is aiming for. And we often talk about, you know, the mega trends of decentralization, distributed energy, but there's another mega trend, and this message, many of the panelists today have mentioned it, that it's not just about technology. And that's why the societal innovation element that is embedded as a core principle of this new mission is one that we feel is a very important piece. The clean energy transitions that we have to accomplish must embed at their core human and economic and social dimensions. So this is also to put in the bigger picture of the work that IEA is doing right now, because we are also very much evolving our mandate and opening new territories. And I will mention two initiatives. One is a report, and another one is more of a convening mechanism. So the first one is a report that focuses on digitalization, and we very much see in the energy efficiency division where I'm sitting, we see that digitalization is a critical enabler that brings together different layers of governance. That's really something. So it's not an end in itself, and it's a very powerful mechanism to precisely, as Jorn mentioned several times, the critical role of aligning national and local level and multi-stakeholder perspectives. And we published in July, at the request of the G20, the Italian presidency, a report on empowering cities through digital tools, which looks at how digital technologies help to manage city services more efficiently in the building sector, in the transport sector, in municipal services. And we gathered over 100 case studies. So yes, this is still very much a case study based approach, and we hear context matters so greatly, but this is precisely the goal of the new mission, is to standardize and facilitate sort of template and road mapping exercises that will facilitate to scale up some of these efforts and bring together peer-to-peer, because as we know, cities learn not necessarily from paper or documents, but based on peer experiences that face some of the similar challenges. So I want to say that we hope to contribute, but we also will learn greatly through our role as a partner and as a support member. And the second piece I would like to mention, and this was one of the preliminary messages, I don't want to reveal too much of those messages from the Innovate for Cities conference, which is around equity and justice. And we see this theme of just transition and people-centered transition coming out quite strongly out of COP, which is very welcome news because, again, as we say, the human and social aspect is really at the center of the success of the clean energy transition. And the IEA convened a global commission on people-centered clean energy transitions. 2 weeks ago, the 30 commission members published a set of recommendations. They're high-level, policy-oriented, quite practical recommendations. Of course, there's still some way to translate them into on-the-ground implementation. And a lot of the themes that we see here in the mission, in the new mission and key priorities for cities in decarbonizing are taken forward in some of these recommendations. Of course, cities are a key player because they are much closer to citizens and to on-the-ground societal trends, behavior changes. So we strongly believe that there's a very positive synergy to harness by bringing closer together national level governments and cities through digitalization and focusing at the core on people-centered clean energy transitions. And last but not least, I will just mention that the IEA is about to launch, it is in the final stage for approval by our governing board, a new technology collaboration program on on cities decarbonization as well. And we look forward to harnessing the synergies with the new mission innovation on urban transitions. There's great complementarity, and we really see mutually reinforcing messages and convening and complementarity with some of the work. So a big congratulations for all the work leading up to the launch, and now let's start working together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guylaine, and thank you for bringing again this element of the people-centered approach, but also this element of digitalization that you brought in. And happy and really honored and delighted now to, we've been talking a lot about mission innovation, and happy to have with us Jenny Dodson from the Mission Innovation Secretariat. And what I said in the beginning, we're not going to start from scratch. We will be building on the first wave missions. We will be building on all the work that has been done by Mission Innovation so far, and really try to see how we can bring these pieces together, and maybe also see how the city's mission can help in the transition towards Mission Innovation 2.0. But I'll let Jenny say a bit more about that.
Thank you so much, Jorn. And I don't want to take up too much time because I know you've got some really fantastic people who know a lot about this area, and you should hear from them. And I have got to go to organise the key COP26 innovation event, which you should come to a meeting room for after you've also heard about the Power Mission following this. But what I wanted to just quickly say was about the philosophy of this. So Mission Innovation was launched at COP21, and at the time it's very much about the national investments in clean energy innovation, and that being the really really critical driver of what was needed in the climate space. Although mission was in our name, we did a lot of kind of collaborative stuff, sort of slightly small scale, kind of connecting people, but we didn't really have that clear mission-focused approach of what were the outcomes we were going to drive towards. And what I'm really excited about for this second phase is that the member countries around the table have really come together to say, we have a clear vision of what we need to achieve this decade. This is the decade that innovation has to deliver. If we don't have the technologies, the solutions, the innovation, the financial innovations, the solutions that are available for people that are affordable, relevant to all parts of the world, then we are not going to get to reach the Paris Agreement. We're not going to get to net zero, because the time it takes for those solutions to diffuse means that we're going to be too late. So this is the decade that we have to deliver. And what is really critical to these missions is it's not about needing to have everybody at the table, right? What you can deliver a lot through innovation is you have those countries or cities or mayors or innovators who want to drive forward the frontiers. They can demonstrate what is possible, what is feasible, and really then change the conversation, change the landscape, change the discussions globally. So the missions are very much focused on coalitions of the first movers who want to drive the frontiers, having a very clear goal about where they need to get to, and we have a 5-step kind of process for what missions need to do. So it's not the launch and bye-bye. It is definitely the launch is about galvanizing the political efforts with a very clear sense of the resources, the effort, the action plan, the projects, the action on the ground that needs to deliver. And what I'm also really excited about this mission is it's taking us away just from purely that kind of technology, energy production side of things, or the sector's approach. This is really about, what do people need to live a good life? And I think this enables us to take a very different approach of thinking about the integration solutions, what people need in the places they live, where they are, how we connect between citizens and the politicians and the innovators. And so, you are leading the way already, and I'm very, very much excited about this. And you've got a lot to do, a lot of expectations for the ministerial next year. So, yeah, congratulations, and really delighted this is going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much, and also for all the support up until now. So, looking forward to this journey together. You already heard a lot of voices. I'm happy to present you 2 more, because as such, we are happy to build on all the experience that are there that can help us to really go towards the needs and challenges, to address them, not just as another set of complex thinking or jargon, but really to see what is happening on the ground. And you heard already Guylaine touching upon buildings, on cooling and heating, that will be important to see what has been developed there, what is the technology available, but also what is the added value of working with peer-to-peer communities. And therefore happy to now invite Graham Maidment, who will be talking from the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling for buildings, and I think is best placed to see how can we build on your experience to really feed into this mission as well. Graham, over to you.
Thanks very much, Jorn. I'm going to stand up. And I think I might even... Anyone hot? They are. Okay, that's really good, because I'm going to talk about cooling. Okay, so it may not make you cooler, but it might make you feel cooler. I think we've got some slides somewhere which we can play.
Them up.
So I'm a representative of the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling and buildings. And this is one of, sorry, I'm in your way, I'm standing in your way. This is one of the building blocks of our mission to decarbonise, to make climate neutral cities. And I'm representing a group of countries. We've got co-leads from the European Commission, India and the UK. And what we're about is doing the innovation, okay, in heating and cooling. And that innovation will then feed into the city's mission. Sorry if I've used the wrong terms there. In multiple cities' mission. But to use the playground of cities to experiment, to the laboratory of the city to experiment with some of the innovations that come out of affordable heating and cooling is a tremendous opportunity, and it will give us a platform to deploy. If we can go to the next slide, please, that would be fantastic. Okay, so this is a bit of a busy slide, to be honest with you, but the form of the slide is an infographic on the right-hand slide. And this is a decarbonised city. It's an infographic of a decarbonised city. And there's quite a lot of ingredients within that infographic. Anyone suggest what might go into a decarbonised city? This is requiring a bit of audience interaction. Thank you very much. District heating, fantastic. Well, some district heating on there. Exactly. Anything else? District cooling, brilliant. Anything else? Okay, well, I'm gonna hurry up because I'm conscious of the time. But there's a number of components within there. So heating and cooling. There's power, and I've seen Luciano's here from the power mission. Power is central to a decarbonised a city. At the same time, EV and transportation, mobility, and how we use EV in a way that is integrated is really important. So a sustainable city requires a mix of things all coming together in the right way, in an integrated way. Heat, power, and mobility. And every city is different. And what we're trying to do in the city's mission is work out a blueprint that brings a recipe together so that any city can be able to innovate. That's really difficult because cities, okay, vary so much in terms of size, scale, energy system, etc. And decarbonisation not only just mitigate, it also needs to be resilient and give fair access. I'm going to go to the next slide, and this is the main part of what I'm going to do. One slide. It's talking about the building blocks of cooling. Okay, so cooling is one of the building blocks that goes into a decarbonised city. And within our innovation community, we've been working over the last 4 years on different elements of delivering innovations. And last week, we released the Beating the Heat Sustainable Cooling Handbook for Cities. Did anyone go to that? Anyone here? No. Go on, you can put your hand up and just imagine you were. So just to make me feel a bit better, but no. So last week it was tremendous. We released, and it was a consortium led by GCOM, Rocky Mountain Institute, Mission Innovation, Clean Cooling Collaborative, and it's a roadmap that enables cities to be able to work out what they need to do to decarbonise cooling. And I think it was earlier on, I can't remember who actually said this earlier on. I think it was Tom said that cities need to know what they need to do to go faster and quicker. And what we've done in this guide is bring together a bit of a toolkit to work out on a city-by-city level what they need to do to decarbonise their cooling system. And yeah, it's collaborative and it's there. It's available. We'll go to the next slide, which is my last slide, and it just basically says thank you for listening to me. But within the last slide, there is a URL somewhere. Oh, there we go. That's my email address. And at the bottom there is a URL. It's called Beating the Heat. Go onto the internet, download it now. It's a fantastic document and it will help cities decarbonise. I think I've outstayed my welcome. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Graham. And let's find a way, also an innovative way, how people can better connect to the long URLs, because if they all need to start writing now, it will become difficult. Our last part in today, and Helen, you can have a sip. Happy to pass the floor to Helen Watts of Student Energy. And we're really delighted to have Student Energy in the consortium, not just to keep us sharp, because we had a lot of questions the last year on, are we actually really delivering on all the promises and all the commitments, but also because of the fantastic work that they've been doing the last year on the Global Youth Energy Outlook. I think the outreach they built up the last couple of months is enormous. So looking forward to also have their experience into our mission. So Helen, over to you, and happy to hear a bit more about the work of Student Energy.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Joran, and thank you to my fellow panelists. We've had some great discussion today. What I would love to bring into this a little bit is the perspective of young people and the work that we've been doing. We've been delighted to work quite a bit in the past with Mission Innovation, and quite a bit in the last year in particular with Global Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy around this initiative that Joran mentioned, the Global Youth Energy Outlook. So I'll start maybe with a little bit of a story kind of around how I got involved in the Global Youth Energy Outlook, because it involves me as a young person myself, about 3 years ago, being invited to this really high-level clean energy convening in Amsterdam, and I was kind of plunked into this data and evidence track. I was probably one of 5 young people at this event, and found I was experiencing what a lot of young people feel in those spaces, which is, imposter syndrome. I don't come in with 10 years of experience in the field or, lots and lots of kind of degrees. Okay, well, that's good to know. It won't go away. But what I also really felt was, there was a bit of a missing piece that I wasn't able to bring into that space, which was the real data behind what young people are asking for from an energy transition. And we've seen in the past couple of years, millions of young people mobilizing around the world, taking to the streets, and yet there's still this pervasive disconnect between what young people are concretely asking for and how leaders are responding and taking action. And we felt, or me in that room in that moment kind of felt, student energy is probably best placed to close that gap, at least when it comes to the energy transition specifically. And we started digging a little bit deeper, and we found that 50% of young people had never actually been asked their opinion on climate or energy from anybody from government or business. We also found that just about 3/4 of young people, even though they were taking to the streets in new numbers, really felt that they didn't know which pathways were available to them to make a concrete change in the energy transition and on climate issues that mattered to them. And so we decided to, we're going to bridge this communication gap that exists, and we're going to understand where we need to build better pathways for young people to take action. So we decided the Global Youth Energy Outlook is the way to do so. And we decided, this had to be a partnerships-driven initiative. So we started engaging with GCOM at a certain point in this project to really build out concrete policy recommendations as part of this. So there is really clear call to actions. We ended up engaging 42,000 young people from over 129 countries around the world, which was really an unprecedented scale of youth reach. And these were young people taking quite a bit of time to fill out this arduous survey, and so it wasn't just a signatory-based thing. It was really about, let's get some in-depth perspectives. We paired that up with this kind of social research dimension of 40 youth dialogues, probably about 80 hours in total of young people really having interesting, in-depth conversations about the nuances of the energy transition. And what came out of that report, and we've got a whole website, that's a little teaser of it up there that I can share with you to dive into that data a little bit more. But what we really saw as kind of the distinguishing features of that outlook was, first of all, the timelines are quite different from what we're hearing from a lot of leaders on stage at COP this year. Young people overwhelmingly were looking at a net zero transition by 2030. They were looking for much shorter timelines because, for myself and a lot of my peers in this space, when we're talking about 2030, we're going to be, in our early 30s and really, the ones inheriting this world and starting to, get into our careers and work in this world, and we want to see faster action. Another piece that we saw, which I found quite interesting, was that young people, I think about 40% of respondents said that government willpower and action was both the biggest barrier to going farther, faster, but also the biggest opportunity to make really, really scaled change fast. And so that was the space that young people really wanted to work to influence, which I think is a little bit counter to oftentimes kind of the narratives that we hear about how young people are kind of pointing their fingers at big industry. I think that still happens, but they really are thinking critically about where change needs to happen. And they see a lot of transformation potential by working with policymakers to shape integrated policy solutions that both address decarbonization, but also all of these kinds of justice-centric issues that we've heard quite a bit from Ghislaine and from Jenny. How can we make this a people-centered approach to the energy transition? And there's quite a great kind of value proposition to bring about why engage young people in this work, in this mission, and in city-level action. Young people, of course, are more likely to move to urban centers, to work in urban centers. They're very connected to their communities and quite adept at digital communications. And they're looking for really social purpose and value-aligned work. We're seeing more and more that retention is becoming a big challenge for organizations right now and keeping young people around. So this we really see as this perfect window of opportunity. How can we get young people working on solutions in cities, knowing that they have a really clear set of priorities of what they want to work on, and really drive, all of the co-benefits that come with that, like the creation of green jobs and young people having access to more decent work and all of those other factors as well. Young people also really bring in innovative ways of seeing solutions, really looking at this from a systems change perspective. And it's a really great way to future-proof all of this work that we're doing right now. If we can get an entire generation engaged on these solutions, 10 years down the line, they're coming into their workplaces with these mindsets and these kind of best case practices about what works and what doesn't work. And we can just kind of build off this good work as opposed to kind of continually having to come back to the drawing board and start from scratch. So maybe I'll pause there because I think I might have gone a little bit over time, but happy to chat with anybody afterwards and share a bit more about the Global Youth Energy Outlook, and really excited to be supporting this work and continuing to work with our partners, GCOM and Mission Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, and thank you also for the enthusiasm you're always bringing to these debates. And if we can go to the next slide. We've been throwing a lot of information at you, and don't take pictures of this. This is just like sort of my working sheet. It's something that's never finished, but just trying to get track of everything that we're trying to bring together, of all the partnerships. As said, it will be a complex challenge. We're looking for systemic solutions, and saying that, I think it's not something to run away from, but really a question of embracing complexity, to see if we want to deliver in the years to come. What can we build on? How are we going to do that? How are we going to work together? How are we going to beyond sometimes sectoral approaches, beyond sometimes different agendas, working together with all the partners, top-down, bottom-up, public, private, you name it, taking also the regional disparities into account. Just to give you an idea, I'm not going to talk you through the whole slide. As said, we kick off the journey today. It will be the start of a wonderful journey, and at the same time, it's not really the beginning. As we're building on so many partners, it's more a question on how do we work with all the elements, not just, as was mentioned by the speakers, technology and innovation, but also social innovation, policy innovation. How do we loop in data? How do we loop in finance? How do we design new partnerships? And how do we bring it all together in a way that we then can disclose it to cities, to the national, local dialogues, in a way that they feel this is actually addressing my question. This is something where I don't need to study for many years, but that I am really helped in what are priorities, where do I invest, and how can we really make this urban transition happen. So really thankful for all the partners that are going to work with us, and also happy to go back now to the colleagues from the European Commission and to introduce Rosalinde van der Vlies, who's also joining us virtually. Rosalinde, happy to pass the floor to you for the final words.
Thank you very much, Jorn, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you here remotely, and I think it has been really, truly inspirational. So I would like to thank all the speakers for very clear and inspirational words. For me, it's clear that climate and energy challenges are urban, and that cities offer a great opportunity to become innovation hubs and test beds where we can really demonstrate climate neutral solutions. And cities are, of course, also the place where policy meets people and where we can really have the buy-in from the citizens in co-creating these net zero solutions. So we need to have the buy-in also from the citizens as we develop these local solutions together. And I think that's why this mission approach is so extremely valuable. We need to cooperate strongly at the different levels, as we heard, and this is also why from the European Commission we are strongly committed to contribute with our climate neutral and smart cities mission also to the mission innovation mission on driving these urban transitions forward. This is why we will establish a global knowledge exchange platform where we can really mutually exchange information on zero emission pathways for urban environments. And Jorn, as you already said before, it is extremely important that we cooperate together, that we also make sure that we avoid duplication and that we enhance the synergies. So I do believe that we are on the right path. the right path to show that our cities across the globe can become climate neutral and can really be at the forefront of concrete zero carbon solutions that we can all benefit from. So, Jorn, I would just repeat your call on having as many mission innovation members and other organizations joining our mission innovation mission to make sure that we can have climate neutral cities across the globe and that this can be a joint success. So thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to the further discussion.
Thank you very much, Rosalinda. And before officially wrapping up, because you rightfully referred also to the other missions, happy to also maybe give a quickly give the microphone to Luciano Martini, who's leading the Power and Energy mission, so one of the first wave missions under Mission Innovation, and also an inspiring example of what can be done within Mission Innovation, how we work together, but also how we build on all the expertise on power and energy and how that can help the city's mission. So, Luciano, thank you for joining us with this kickoff, and happy to pass you the floor for just a quick reaction.
Thank you very much. This was unexpected, but very likely. It was very nice. So first of all, welcome. We are very glad that this mission of the city has been launched. This was very much needed. And on top of that, we found several commonalities and topics for mutual interest. So we are offering our possibility to engage. To find solution, we have huge challenges and there are many. So why not to work together? We have a big fan of international cooperation. We want to join forces. And for example, if you find solution for electromobility that is good for your system in the city, is our system again and the energy system as a whole. The same for affordable heating and cooling. If you find some additional flexibility for our system, that is allowed us to integrate in a larger amount of renewables. So I think there is a very good ground for collaboration. We are open-minded and we are part of the same mission. So certainly you can count on us to make a next step. You are up and running, but you need forces, you need strength, and you can also find some support from our side. Thank you very much and good luck to all of you. Good luck.
Thank you, Luciano, for your kind words. And now we're really at the end, so I really want to thank all partners that were with us here in person or that joined us virtually. I want to also thank Stephanie, who during the session has been doing visual storytelling to, as I said, keep track of complexity. So happy to use her drawing, which I think is far better than mine, to later build on and to see how we connect further dialogues. But also wanting to thank again the colleagues from, I think I can say friends, colleagues from UNFCCC. And Carlos, come join us here on stage. You're not just the host of the Pavillon. I think I'm happy to also link the Mission Innovation, Cities Mission work to the work of the Global Innovation Hub from UNFCCC. And to also see, as said, if we want to avoid application, to see how our efforts really blend into your narrative on really addressing needs. Not just like the day-to-day challenges, but really going to the core needs. So also looking forward on continuing the work together, but happy to give the last words to you as host of this Pavillon.
Thank you very much, Jorn. It's a pleasure to be part of this great panel. It's very inspiring. We saw these great launches that were much expected and also enjoying the drones there. Maybe from my side, I am Carlos working for the UNFCCC and supporting Massamba Thioye, who is the executive of the project, and we are really delighted to have you all here. As you know, you are key partners for this initiative. We look forward to continue working with you. John, it's been a great journey until getting here, and the purpose of these sessions, these 2 weeks, is really to establish the network that will help us to promote the need-based approaches that was much needed and discussed during this panel too. And we are in a very important point where actually we are moving 5 years after the Paris Agreement has been discussed to implementation, from the what to the how, and we need now to increase ambition. So for that purposes, then the Innovation Hub will really look into amplifying on innovating ambitious climate solutions that will meet human needs. And these needs, of course, can be easily be identified, and also the cities, in this case, are not only the demand suppliers for climate solution, but they are also solution providers. So it's a very important set of angles that the Innovation Hub will capitalize. So please count on the initiative. You will have this digital platform where you will be key actors in using the platform for both angles, but also we will be offering this space on a regular basis at COPs. So we look forward to implement an ambitious work plan connected with your launch today for COP27. Thank you so much and well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we need to clear the stage, but I think most of us will be around. So if there's any questions, happy to take them in a minute. But do keep us sharp in the months to come. It's not an easy journey. We've chosen for that. But if you feel there was a good talk to kick it off, but it's still not yet sharp enough, it's not clear enough, it's not going far enough, do challenge us. Say where we need to address the challenges, how you can maybe help us. But really looking forward to opening up the consortium, working with all of the partners, but also opening up for new partners. So if you feel that you can contribute something or you feel it's not sharp enough, do reach out to us, challenge us, so that we make sure that we go from commitment to action. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Please have your seat. Take your seat. We will start in a minute. We have to move to the next session. So, do you mind if I... Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to start? Is that on? Okay. We will start in a minute. We will start in a minute. We are waiting for the operator of the AV. So we'll give him a minute. He's coming back. We start now. Thank you.
Do you want me?
So, yes.
Do you want me to stay here or to? I wait.
Okay. Yeah, you can stay here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Just wanted that he starts, that we have a... Okay.
Hello,
So
everyone.
we ready?
I'm John Saltmarsh from the UK's Department for Business Energy.
So, we are ready. Thank you, Sylvia and Torsten. We will start now. Thank you very much to the audience. Please have a seat. So, my name is Carlos Ruiz Garvia. I work for the UNFCCC supporting the Innovation Hub. So I welcome all of you today. On behalf of Massamba Thioye, the executive of the project, I would like to welcome Mr. Luciano Martini, from his mission director at the research institution RSI from Italy. So today we will be talking about the Green Powered Future mission, launch of the joint roadmap of global innovation priorities. So we're delighted to have them here on board at the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is a space where actors, particularly cities and some national governments, can identify innovative, ambitious climate solutions that meet the human core needs, particularly shelter. We are also talking about food and nutrition, health, access, leisure, and clothing. So this week we were going through a number of discussions along these core needs, and we expect on Thursday to have the avenue of climate solutions. So by then, we will be able to define and present the plans for the upcoming 3 years on how we will build a platform, a digital platform, but also creating these physical spaces moving forward to the implementation of the project. So with no further ado, I would like to welcome them, Mr. Luciano Martini. Luciano Martini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this event that has been organized by the Green Power Future Mission. The Green Power Future Mission is a public-private partnership that is working on the energy system transformation and decarbonization. For us, this event is extremely important because it's the opportunity for us to release the joint roadmap of global innovation priorities. The main outcome from our first sprint of activity. We have been launched in June this year, and we had only 5 months to develop. I think this is an important document that will be based on our future activity. I would like to thank the colleagues from UNFCCC for hosting this event at this pavilion, Innovation Hub Pavilion, and also Carlos, Massamba, and Silvia, all the team from the pavilion for their support and very kind assistance. Thank you so much. We are also very pleased to say that our activity has been launched. We are ready to really compromise with the activity. We are ready also to base our next action plan for year 22-24 on the priority that has been identified by the roadmap. Unfortunately, it was not easy for us to organize this event as a physical event, so we have connected the people remotely, and we will be pleased if you will be so kind to visit our video that will last 30 minutes and will explain the detail, and also will show some of the main key persons from the mission that will share the view on the mission, on the activity, on the breakthrough we are aiming to. So have a nice vision of the video. I will be on a side in case at the end you need some additional information. So thank you very much for your kind attention. We can start with the video now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Saltmarsh from the UK's Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, and I'm here today to chair this session on the Green Powered Future Mission. Here's the agenda for what we're planning. We're going to start by hearing from senior officials from the 3 countries that are leading this, firstly from China, then from Italy, and then from the UK. So firstly, I hand you over to China.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to speak here as one of the leading countries of the Green Powered Future Mission. On behalf of the Ministry of Science and Technology of the People's Republic of China, I congratulate the release of the joint roadmap of global innovation priorities. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to nearly 30 MI members, international organizations, and private sector of the Mission Coalition for their outstanding contribution in the past few months. Mission Innovation aims to catalyzing actions and investment in research, development, and demonstration to make clean energy affordable, attractive, and accessible for all. Green Powered Future Mission, as one of the missions launched last June, is to focus on 3 core technologies of affordable and reliable VRE, system flexibility and market design, and data and digitalization for system integration. To realize the application of high-level renewable energy power system under various natural conditions. The mission brought together a strong committed coalition. The roadmap as the first outcome of Green Power Future mission is a direction towards 2030 and aims to accelerate the realization of a renewable powered future or net zero systems. Also, this further reflects that the next decade is the key to achieving energy transformation. Through a consultative process involving a wide range of global stakeholders, we have successfully identified and addressed 17 research and demonstration themes and more than 100 priorities to reach the mission goal. Clean energy technology innovation and international cooperation are crucial to achieving the mission goal. We are honored to jointly lead the mission of the Green Power Future with Italy and the UK. We will also actively cooperate with all coalition members to jointly build a green, secure, efficient, and smart future power systems and embark on a new journey to tackle climate change. Thank you.
Distinguished Chinese and UK colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to speak here at the UNFCCC event at COP26 about Green Power Future Mission Joint Roadmap launch. On behalf of the Italian Ministry of Ecology and Transition, Mr. Roberto Cingolani, let me thank all the actors of this global team that contributed since the beginning to the development and launch of the joint roadmap. I do believe each initiative and component involved in the transition play an important role to contribute to reach the ambitious target to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. A few days ago, the G20 meeting ended successfully, and the conclusion of this important meeting opened a new scenario for working together to accelerate the decarbonization of our economies. Among the most significant key words expressed at the G20, I would like to focus on multilateralism among all the countries as a tool for a new dialogue phase to jointly solve the global problems. Public-private partnership as the instrument to consolidate the resources and effort to get faster to very ambitious and tangible results, but more important, a path to follow to work together. Both concepts are part of R&D international community daily life. And this dissected Green Power Future Mission represents an important global laboratory where political goals meet scientific ambitions. The joint roadmap will contribute to reach the SDG 7, offering solutions to affordable, reliable VRE, system flexibility, market design, and digitalization for system integration. The wide spectrum of research, including the roadmap offers and inside of the plan, we will carry out in cooperation with all involved countries, sharing experience, knowledge and research, and the realization of the large demos will be the milestones of the next years. Italy, as reiterated by our Prime Minister, is fully committed to reach the target of decarbonization, and I hope the Green Power Future Mission could be another small piece of the large mosaic of the transition. I'm very confident that our global teams have the expertise, the knowledge and passion to contribute significantly to reaching ambitious goals and share the success with all. So let me wish to all of you from Italian government and from myself the best wishes for a great success. Thank you.
Following the launch of the Green Powered Future mission in June this year, it is great to be part of the publication of the joint roadmap of global innovation priorities for the mission. It is an outstanding collaborative achievement of the 3 co-leads and the 24 members that include mission innovation member states, industry, and international organizations. The UK, as the co-lead of the mission's 3rd pillar on data and digitalization for system integration, led collaborative efforts to develop the pathway. Data and digitalization is vital to achieve flexibility and interoperability while ensuring security and resilience of power systems with higher shares of variable renewable energy. The work planned through this roadmap highlights the importance of international cooperation on innovation. It has strengthened bilateral relationships to lead the way together in the global clean energy transition. The UK is determined to mobilize action behind this ambitious goal along with our national commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. The work is aligned with the UK's Net Zero Research and Innovation Framework we published alongside the Net Zero Strategy in October. It is our pleasure to continue to be part of the Mission Innovation's commitment to a decade of clean energy innovation, and we are confident that together we can lead the way to transform our power systems to realize a green-powered future.
Right, and thank you to the three senior officials. Now I want to introduce Luciano Martini, who's the Programme Director for the Green Powered Future Mission, and he will talk to you in a bit more detail about what the next plans are.
Thank you, John, for the kind introduction. First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to UNFCCC for hosting this event at the Innovation Hub Pavillon here at COP26. The energy sector is responsible for the largest share of global emission, but at the same time, more than 700 million people around the world still lack reliable access to affordable and clean energy. We do believe we need a systemic innovation to accelerate the energy transition and, as part of it, to integrate a massive share of renewable energy. System modernization and digitalization are essential aspects of decarbonization, and the Green Power Future Mission aims to deliver bold action to boost the energy system transformation needed to reach global decarbonization objectives. In particular, the Green Power Future Mission, also known as the Power Mission, has the ambitious goal to develop innovative solutions and to demonstrate that by 2030, power systems in different geographies and climates can effectively integrate up to 100% VRE, variable renewable energy, like wind and solar, while maintaining a cost-efficient, secure, and resilient system. How? Demonstrating innovative technical solutions, analyzing policy, market, and regulatory aspects, generating the tools, data, and networks needed to enable more people and areas to be powered by affordable VRE. The mission is co-led by China, Italy, and the UK, and is driven by 27 members from around the world. Through their commitment, the Power Mission will lead the way in R&I towards global power system transformation and progress the clean energy revolution already in this decade. The mission leverages the power of a public-private partnership as an effective way to bring together the resources and knowledge that are needed to address innovation barriers. Pooling resources, skills, and expertise bring benefits in terms of cost efficiency, the scale of the impact, and the ability to simultaneously tackle numerous challenges with a global perspective. A truly public-private partnership that, as you can see in this slide, encompasses MI countries, international organizations, and key players from the private sector that are fully committed to support the Power Mission. All coalition members value innovation and know that the energy system transformation will represent a huge challenge, but will also bring great opportunities in terms of clean energy innovation global market. The Power Mission already relies on a very strong coalition. However, we are open to new committed members and willing to build a bridge towards other important initiatives that are active in this space, such as the SEM World Stream and the IEA-TCP ISGAN, the Global Power System Transformation Consortium, and the 3DEN initiative, operated by IEA and supported by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the Italian government, to promote the digitalization and development of flexible and resilient energy systems. The Power Mission is a 10-year endeavor to demonstrate innovative solutions to transform the present system and is organized as three main R&I pillars. Pillar 1, on affordable and reliable VRE, Pillar 2 on system flexibility and market design, Pillar 3 on data and digitalization for system integration. The mission has identified 10 key tipping points which need to be met to achieve its goal. They span from technology breakthroughs, such as developing novel cost-efficient PV and offshore wind technology, to advanced forecasting tools, and to turnkey off-grid solutions for islanded systems and developing countries. Moreover, specific tipping points related to system flexibility as well as to data and digitalization have been defined, duly including key aspects such as the need for international standards to allow devices interoperability. But now it's my pleasure to give the floor to my UK colleague, Charma Lee, that will introduce to you the approach we took in developing our joint roadmap. Please, Charmalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luciano. It is my pleasure to present you the roadmap development approach that we as the mission follow to arrive at the top 100 global innovation priorities. Following the launch of the mission, we started the process with a thorough landscape analysis to identify the gaps in innovation within our 3 pillars. This has been the foundation of our comprehensive consultative process. As a mission that includes mission innovation member states, private sector, and international organizations, we set up national and international working groups to feed into this process. The process involved literature surveys, consultations with policymakers, workshops with industry, and engaging other initiatives. While core leads and MI member states enrich the roadmap with national clean energy targets, our private sector members brought in the vital insights from the industry. The mission is also privileged to have international organizations on board, whose contribution was crucial in shaping the roadmap in line with the international climate action targets. Our engagement with other initiatives enhanced collaboration to achieve our common goals. Finally, all these streams converged to be the top 100 global innovation priorities, ranked in recognition of their importance and urgency in setting out the pathways to deliver action in 3 research and innovation themes to reach the mission's ambitious goal. It is my pleasure now to hand over to Yibo Wang from China to take you through the research and innovation themes. Thank you.
Thank you, Charmalie. It's my great pleasure to introduce on the SAMs and VRE integration. To reach the goal of demonstrating that the power system, regardless of geographical location or climate, can effectively and affordably integrate up to 100% VRE in their generation mix by 2030. Innovations in photovoltaic, offshore wind, system flexibility, and system integration are very important. In order to achieve the 10-year mission objective, through a series of seminars, consultations, and service with global stakeholders, we have identified 13 research and innovation SAMs, as shown in the figure. These SAMs are not only the breakthrough technologies of the mission, but also the feasibility research and the development progress. These SAMs need cooperative research, demonstration, and knowledge sharing among coalitions. The deployment of these innovative solutions is also very essential to support various VRE integration scenarios, such as power systems in islands, rural areas, cities, small countries, etc. We also identified 102 priorities under the SAMs. Then, a single priority or multiple priorities combination can support demonstrations. For example, the island VRE power system demonstration has strong relationship with offshore wind floating PV of Pillar 1, energy storage of Pillar 2, and an integrated platform of Pillar 3. Furthermore, we also figured out 45 potential demonstrations. The mission has an ambition that by 2030 to make up to 20 demonstrations in the world. In next 10-year duration, we will keep updating the roadmap and continually align priorities with demonstrations. I would like to stop here and give the floor to Dr. Luciano.
Thank you, Dr. Yibo. We are extremely glad to release the Power Mission Joint Roadmap of Global Innovation Priority here at COP26. To achieve the 10-year mission goal, this roadmap defines 17 R&I themes and the top 100 innovation priority. These are not only the breakthrough technological needs to reach the tipping point, but are fundamental R&I advancements that need to be tackled through collaborative research, demonstration, and knowledge sharing. Each
priority has been ranked in terms of urgency and importance to guide the mission upcoming action to achieve the tipping point across the three pillars. This roadmap is global in scope, but innovative solutions need to be validated and implemented locally. Therefore, our RNI activity will rely on large-scale demonstrations, replicability study, and digital solutions to build a toolbox from which countries can pick and customize innovative solutions as appropriate to their own geography, system condition, and national strategies. I would like to introduce to you the infographic that has been developed for the three RNI pillars to more easily grasp all useful information included in the roadmap. By using as an example the infographic for Pillar 2 on system flexibility and market design, I will now highlight some of the important information reported in this roadmap. First of all, the mission tipping points at the top, then the pillars RNI themes on the left labels, then the global innovation priority within each RNI theme and their urgency, and then the innovation priority link and their contribution to the tipping points. Moreover, the interest of mission stakeholders to deliver demonstrators is selective priority is indicated with a gear icon if a demo project is for a scene for innovation priority, or with the star icon if a demo project is not yet confirmed and has been indicated as nice to have. This type of information is extremely relevant. In fact, to deliver the roadmap, a multi-phase implementation method will be adopted consisting of a feasibility phase, a pilot, and a demonstration phase, followed by knowledge dissemination and best practice sharing. We try to summarize in this slide what we believe is the added value of a Power Mission Joint Roadmap. First of all, this roadmap has been developed based on an extensive consultative process involving a broad set of stakeholders across the world, including MI members, government, power sector leaders, and international organizations. Then, it has been created based on the main RAI needs from the involved stakeholders, and the interest of a mission stakeholder to deliver demonstrators in selective priority is duly indicated. Then, we made an effort to secure the needed flow of resources over the 10-year lifespan of a mission in order to maximize its impact, and to put the basis for the Mission Action Plan 2022-2024. The roadmap is available at the Mission Innovation website, and please try to find the time to look at our roadmap. Thank you. Now, I would like to give the floor to John that will moderate the panel discussion with industry players. Thank you.
And the Green Powered Future Mission today is unveiling its roadmap of top 100 global innovation needs for a green-powered future. The public-private partnership plays a key role in turning this innovation roadmap into a reality. I'm joined by three panelists here today. Mr. Tao, who's President and CEO of China Goldwind Science and Technology Company Limited. Viviana Vito, Head of Market Strategy and Regulatory Analysis at Enel Group Italy. And Seb van Dort, Associate Director of Energy and Sustainability at the British Standards Institute in the UK. As organisations actively involved in clean energy transition, I would like to start this discussion by asking your thoughts on the Green Powered Future Mission Roadmap that's just been launched. So if you could take a quick moment, please, and I'll go to each of you in turn. So Mr. Tao, can we have your thoughts to begin with, please?
Okay, thank you, Mr. John Sotmarsh. Dear members of Green Powered Future Mission, it is a great honor for me on behalf of Chinese core enterprise members of Mission Innovation 2.0 to attend the launch of joint roadmap of global innovation priorities. Goldwind is a global company in developing products and services that promote clean energy, energy conservation, and environmental protection. As a company, we are committed to promoting energy transformation to ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. The green power future focuses on the research, development, and demonstration of power system with high level of renewable energy. Goldwind, as a wind power company, will give priority to the development of low-cost and high-efficient renewable energy, strive to make technical innovation and breakthroughs in onshore and extra offshore wind turbine, intelligent wind farms, smart grids, and renewable energy-based hydrogen, and keep promoting the research and engineering practice of advanced technologies of wind power generation. We will fully support the international comparison of MI 2.0 Green Power Future Mission. Goldwind is looking forward to working with all partners to meet the Paris Agreement goal of limiting the global temperature increase. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm very glad to take part in this power mission. As a global infrastructure and network in Enel, and as the largest private-owned distribution operator worldwide, we think that the objective and the targets of this mission is really ambitious. And the joint roadmap that has been released, I think, is the demonstration that the complexity of this ambition, if we put together coordination and collaboration of different stakeholders from private and also public counterparts, could be achieved. We think that distribution operators are at the center of the transition, and the role in the flexibility that is needed by the system is crucial and essential. And we think that the collaboration through open innovation is essential to create a good level of sharing in terms of coordination, in terms of best practice, and also is the objective to filling the gap and to unlock any type of barrier that can impede the system to be, in the end, cost efficient, secure, and resilient. Probably most of the target and the priority were already on path, but the scope of this mission is to foster, to not, let's say, avoid that we have a sense of urgency, because if we do not achieve how to fill the gap and to reach the targets, we fail, and there is not any more time for that.
We at BSI are very pleased to support Power Mission, and we like the current shape of the roadmap. As the UK's national standards body, we obviously believe that standards can support, enable and accelerate the transition to net zero on a global scale, particularly when they are coordinated with policy objectives. The mission and roadmap approach is very closely aligned with our ambitions. What I really like about the mission's approach is sort of its uniqueness. It really brings together global stakeholders, both from private and public sector. It has a very long-term commitment, or long-term commitment of 10 years. But most of all, it works globally, but recognises that innovation and solutions and implementation may differ based on local conditions. So I feel the mission and roadmap really is a step change for renewable energy globally. And we are particularly pleased that standards are highlighted as a tipping point within the roadmap. So we are very pleased to be part of the mission, and we look forward to supporting the mission over the next 10 years, really.
Thank you, Seb. Well, I will still follow up with you. And what role do you think BSI and similar organisations have to play in supporting the roadmap and its ambitions?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think standards and standards bodies like BSI have a very clear role to play, as I said, in supporting and enabling that global transition to net zero. It was interesting for us to note that the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres even highlighted the importance of standards in his opening speech here at COP26. And we agree that global and consensus-driven standards are crucial to supporting net zero transition. In fact, we think it will be very hard, if not nearly impossible, to achieve this transition without internationally agreed upon standards. to translate that to a mission point of view, the mission really focuses on that enabling the mass scale up and integration of variable renewable energy into energy grids in different countries across the globe. Well, all these new systems need to be interoperable, be able to communicate to one another, provide the right securities like cybersecurity and data privacy, but above all, generated energy, but provide grid stability and flexibility. And this really is where standards play that supporting role to make this happen in the next decade. So as the UK's national standards body, we feel we have a unique role to support the mission and its ambitions through our standards work. We specifically think we can do this by aligning our work on national and international standards and innovation programs, again, to support the mission's ambitions, capturing and sharing good practice that we sort of learn along the way and share it across the globe using our international standards network, but also feeding into the action plan that comes on the back of this roadmap, which is the action plan for 2022 to 2024. So yeah, we are generally excited about the mission's ambitions. We're very pleased to be a part of it, and really look forward to supporting you guys over the next decade.
Thanks very much indeed, Seb. Turning to Viviana then, the Power Mission Joint Roadmap of Global Innovation Priorities has now been released. What do you think might be the most relevant elements, or rather, what elements are most useful for DSOs and the energy industry in general?
I think that when we decided to take part of this project since the very beginning, because we firmly underwrite the mission objective to demonstrate such ambitious goal, we think that the contribution from the side of DSO should have been essential, because demonstrating that electricity system in a wall should change and put a lot of innovation means for us that the big role of distributors should change and should be sort of guiding the system in the flexibility and adapting, let's say, all the entire network and all the entire platform that now is serving for the entire system. So we think that among the main priority that we have underlined, we did an incredible job prioritizing more than 100 innovation priority and lots of innovation teams. I think we essentially underline that stability and flexibility of grid innovation is essential, market business model and regulatory framework as well, because we need also clear rules to underwrite this goal and targets. And also, we need also essential rules in coordinating and prioritizing the different type of central and local markets. And last but not least, we were mentioning before the point of standards. This is essential. We need more and more in order not to jeopardize the effort to collaborate in terms of also demonstrating how some outline of cost-benefit analysis and items of innovation could be also standardized at the most in order to be beneficial in a cost-effective way for the entire societal goals and targets.
Okay, thank you very much. So turning to Mr. Chow, what do you think are the biggest barriers to delivering the state-of-the-art variable renewable energy technologies that we're going to need to deliver against the roadmap?
There are several main barriers. First, with the rapid increase of renewable energy, the percentage of fossil energy electricity generation has been decreasing. However, due to the uncontrollable and volatile nature of wind and solar, it is imperative to address the grid stability issues and improve the flexibility of power system. For instance, through energy storage and advanced control strategies. Second, the explosive growth of renewable energy has caused enhanced competition, and the LCOE of wind turbine continues to decline. Therefore, it is urgent to have revolutionary technical innovation to greatly reduce the life cycle cost of wind turbine and effectively increase energy generation efficiency. Last is to achieve reliable efficiency and low-cost operation and maintenance of wind power system against the complex and changing geographical environments and extreme weather. To sum up, only through continuous investment in technological innovation and open cooperation between countries and enterprises can we ensure that our renewable energy technology can truly help the world's energy system revolution.
Thank you very much. That's really important, and it sets out some of the challenges. There were a lot more challenges in our 100 global innovation needs, and I think it will be really interesting to read these reports. And hopefully it will be informing innovators on some of the challenges that we need to overcome. And these will be things we'll be pushing forward through the Green Powered Future mission. So I think at this point, I will close the panel and introduce Luciano Martini, who's the mission director for the Power Mission, and he has some final remarks to make.
Thank you, John, for your kind introduction and for moderating the panel discussion at best. We are already at the end of our event, and in my concluding remarks, I would like to recall some of the key messages reported in our joint roadmap. Some of them are obvious in theory, but very often difficult to be put into practice. System innovation challenges are global. However, solutions strongly depend on local conditions. Active engagement of all energy system stakeholders is essential to develop complex innovative solutions. Then, beside technology, business and market aspects are also enablers of an effective uptake of innovation. Importantly, field and real-scale testing are necessary. Suitable demos need to be designed, launched, and validated. System integration will underpin deep transformation of the overall energy system and unleash substantial opportunity for additional flexibility. These are some of the messages, and now I would like to concentrate on the final part of my conclusion. What characterizes this roadmap is the identification of the urgent main innovation priority and associated barriers that mission members are committed to tackle by supporting large and well-targeted demo projects. This roadmap will act as a guide to development of the Action Plan 2022-2024, which will detail the upcoming key mission activity. Indeed, the actionable dimension of this roadmap is extremely important, since it's drawing a pathway to guide large research, development, innovation investment, energy policy, and international cooperation to support the clean energy transition. Before concluding, I would like to thank the All Green Power Future Coalition, and in particular the ministries from the co-leading countries from China, Italy, and the UK for their strong commitment. Thank you for your kind attention, and stay tuned for more to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. We will start with the next session. Thank you very much. So today, Tuesday the 9th of November, we are in the afternoon here at COP in Glasgow. This is session 6 on nutrition and health. the coordinates at a regional level, particularly the sub-region, the Andean region in Latin America. So today we have 1 hour and a half to discuss these core needs in the context of innovating ambitious climate solutions that meet the human core needs. And we will split the session in 2 parts. The first one will be kindly organized and provided by our partners at Euroclima Plus. So looking forward to this panel. We have our colleagues connected from Latin America. And the second part of the session today is led by the PAHO WHO colleagues connecting from Washington. So in the next 45 minutes, we will be discussing about how Euroclima Plus address country demands with an innovative approach. It's my pleasure to introduce to Mr. Carlo Puigmartí Borrell from the European Commission. Please, Mr. Charles, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Carlos, and it's a pleasure. It's a really pleasure to be here and to be presented the program. My name is Carlos Puigmartí. I'm representing here the European flagship program in climate change in Latin America called Euroclima Plus. This is a program that is developed in all Latin American countries and is supporting the countries in how to better improve the capacities to implement or to develop policies related with climate change challenge. Food production is one of the main areas or the main subjects that the program is tackling. And from the European Union, the production of the food production is one of the strategies to tackle the challenge of climate change and also to tackle one of the most important areas that Latin America is still suffering, which is the food insecurity. So in this case, as the European Union, as you well know, we promote the Green Deal. One part of the Green Deal is the strategy, the Farm to Fork, which is promoting a more sustainable food production system. And we are trying to boost green recovery in all Latin American countries based on systems that can be more sustainable, but also more competitive and productive to achieve the both objective, to tackle the food insecurity and doing with a more sustainable production system. In this area, Euroclima Plus program is supporting different countries and having different projects. With a budget of 10 million or 11 million euros, we are supporting several countries in Latin America and implementing some projects. After my brief introduction words, you will have the opportunity to know some of this experience. But for us, the most important thing is to be able to identify in all the projects that we are supporting the key vectors or the key aspects that make the project be a successing experience. So one of the key areas that we are supporting is the knowledge management and the interchange of the experience between the countries. The second is trying to empower all the levels of the organizations, the gross level organizations and the ministries and all the entities that have the responsibility to boost these kind of projects. And the third part is to be sure that all these strategies are tackling all the population, especially the more vulnerable population. So it's having an important gender approach and having special care about the indigenous needs or the indigenous point of views, how to manage the food production. Saying that, I don't want to really extend too much, Carlos, with this brief explanation. And I would like just to give the floor to be presented some of the projects that Euroclima Plus is supporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karlsburg-Marty. So we will now open the floor to our colleagues that are connecting remotely. Welcome all. I can see them on the screen here at the Innovation Hub. And I would like to pass the floor to Claudia Cordero from GIZ Euroclima Plus Bolivia. Claudia, if you can open your mic, and we can see that you have a presentation. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Well, thank you for the invitation. I believe that reflecting on our experiences can help us identify how to address these innovations for systemic transformations. So let's talk about those needs and opportunities for nutrition and health. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Greetings from Bolivia. It is a pleasure to share this panel to explore an agenda for sustainable and climate-resilient food systems. Today, I will share with you what we're doing in the Latin American countries around climate innovations, and then we will look in more detail at two experiences in the Andean region. And for that, we have two special guests in this panel. Welcome to Rodrigo Michel from Bolivia, expert in inclusive markets at Swiss Contact, and welcome to Steph Dehan from Peru, director of the Andean Initiative of the International Potato Center. They are both representing the implementing entities of the Euroclima Plus funded projects. And after these two case presentations, we will have some time for question and answers oriented to point out an innovation agenda to satisfy the core needs for a sustainable society aligned with the SDGs and the goals of the Paris Agreement. So let me start by setting the scene for our panel. Well, we know that globally, agri-food systems are responsible for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions, while agricultural production uses around 70% of the freshwater resources and impacts the loss of biodiversity. In Latin America, the agricultural sector, together with land use and forestry, is responsible for 45% of emissions. And the IPCC found that climate change is already affecting crops and livestock, as well as fruit and vegetable production. That means agricultural productivity is decreasing, putting farmers in developing countries at risk. And we must be aware that the global food production must increase to feed an expected global population of 10 billion people by 2050, right? So how is the Euroclima Plus program supporting a resilient food production sector in Latin American countries? And what have we learned so far? So the sector approach of the program aims to strengthen these capacities of Latin American countries to increase resilience to climate change by increasing the carbon and water efficiency of agricultural and livestock production systems and value chains in line with these sectoral commitments related to the NDCs. So projects are financed and implemented at a multi-country level to facilitate this dissemination of practices from climate initiatives. The main topics for these projects are the good practices for resilient agricultural production, the information systems with a focus, for example, on monitoring of adaptation, also to unlock financial mechanisms to promote adaptation measures, and knowledge sharing about climate smart agricultural practices, right? So I would say the multi-stakeholder approach of the Euroclima program, it is innovative itself, given that these project partners work with governmental organizations, NGOs, research institutes, and private sector also. And the beneficiaries of these projects are almost 25,000 small-scale and indigenous farmers in their community. So let me share a couple of examples. We have in Ecuador the Fund for the Fight Against Poverty and Paramos that is promoting the implementation of these participatory, culturally and economically sustainable management plans of the Paramo ecosystem in the province of Tungurahua. And this is done by supporting these key stakeholders to strengthen resilient value chains of milk, livestock, and family agriculture in general that can guarantee the the control of the agricultural frontier and the conservation of ecosystem services in the Andean highlands. Another example is one in Bolivia, Peru, and Ecuador, through virtual trainings to link this family farming to markets through farmer business schools and to facilitate business innovations for family agriculture. You know that these countries grow more than 4,000 varieties of native potatoes, which is a traditional food that has a nutritional value and is home to more than 1 million potato-producing families. So you can imagine the importance of this agri-food system. However, this project, like all of the rest, got hit by the COVID pandemic, and this brought an urgency for innovation in the response to this crisis. So project implementers, partners, the beneficiaries themselves had to test and adapt these response actions to the new context of not only healthy emergency, but these mobility restrictions, and having to create new bonds and trust between technicians and farmers to work inside the communities in order to continue implementing these climate smart agricultural measures with these new tools in the face of this digitalization of communications and the biosecurity requirements. So the challenges to access local communities, to interact with producers, to the trainings and knowledge sharing events, this requires innovations for agricultural extension services. And this highlights the need to focus on health and nutrition in the agri-food systems innovations. And this is just one more reason to close the gender gap in innovation processes for social inclusion, especially when we're talking about access to financial services, to insurance products, just to name a few, right? Also at the policy level, where the EuroClima Plus program also works, one important procedure for a systemic transformation in this matter would be to increase the NDC ambition through agriculture, not only for climate adaptation mitigation, but also to support the small-scale farmers while aligning to the climate targets with the SDGs. So from the vast experiences in Latin America, we want to highlight two concrete examples in the Andean region to showcase the holistic innovations that can be hopefully replicated in different contexts and crops for these positive impacts on nutrition and health, of course. So I would now like to hand over to Rodrigo Michel. Welcome. He's from Swiss Contact. He's joining us from Bolivia to share some experiences with highly nutritive Andean seeds. So Rodrigo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Claudia. I'm honored to be part of this conference as a speaker. I will talk to you about the project that we call food heritage from our ancestors. It becomes a product, a crop production, marketing, and consumption of Cañagua, Tarwi, and Bolivia and Peru. We have different stakeholders, as you said, Claudia. We have the main executors as Swiss Contact, Proimpa Foundation, and Chuma Aru Association in Peru. And also we have another alliance with the private SMEs enterprises, right? And also government counterparts. Obviously, we have the support of German Cooperation and Expertise France. Next slide, please. For your general information, the project has begun on 2019, and we have to almost 30 months for the executing of the project. The budget reaches almost 1.2 million euros. We worked on 6 different territories in Bolivia and Peru, and we have almost more than 1,200 beneficiaries as families here. Next slide. While the project, the objective of the impact objective of the project is to the peasant families' response to climate change with ecologic, sociocultural, and economic resilience, strengthening the Kanyawa and Tarwi production value chains by improving production, marketing, and consumption. Next slide, please. As we said, we are not only talking about climate change issues, we also try to relate it the project goals and the SDGs. So with the SDGs 15, life on land, and SDG 2, zero hunger, we increase the yield by amplifying the genetic base and good agriculture practices to reduce the vulnerability to climate change, but also to increase the yields. We worked by trying to understand to the rural families what is climate change, and also we try to increase the consumption of these grains, these Andean grains, within the territories. We have certain local problems with nutrition in the rural families. Next, please. Another related SDG is the 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. So we worked closely with small, medium enterprises, and we generate innovations, new products, worked with the different stakeholders. We reached 10 different new products made with Kanyawa and Tarwi that they are right now in the market for the general population of Bolivia. We also increased the capacities of the SMEs because we need to work with business plans, and we reach almost 7,100 private funds co-invested with the funds of the project. We make that the SMEs and the peasant families, the beneficiaries of the projects, are closely related as providers of the grains to those industries. So almost we calculated that 8% of the field production of the beneficiaries are commercialized or traded to the small and medium enterprises as inclusive business. We know we try to make a bond between the families and the enterprises, so they have a fair and a justice price for their products. Next, please. But we think that there is more to do within the project. So we work to increase the consumption in Bolivia, not only but the Tarwi and Kanyawa crops. We work with another products. We think that Andean region has a lot of Andean grains and a lot of superfoods that we can use for improving our nutrition. So we worked with in alliance with one NGO called Cosecha Colectiva that provide us a social media work with another 6 institutions. Also the different institutions that want to make a basket fund for working in social media. So we reached over different 200,017 views in our work with social media. So we think that it is a way to work nowadays with increase the consumption. So we work with young people in this social media contests and a lot of activities between 2020 and actually.
Rodrigo, please, 1 more minute, please.
Okay, thank you. So Next, please. So we think that the partnerships of the goals are a key for our project. Next, please. We work with economic resilience, with inclusive business, medium and long-term alliance with different institutions, and social resilience with ancestors' knowledge, with different cultivating crops. Next, please, and the last. So the innovations, because this event made of innovations, we work with 10 new products. We developed software with CRM for different enterprises to make a bond between producers and the different families. We developed new varieties and cañawa and tarwi seeds, and we improved the value chain of those clusters of value chains. So the entrepreneurship was made one of the bases of our project. This is the last slide. Thank you. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for sharing the experience with this ending seed. Well, now I would like to invite to Steph Dehan, who is joining us from Peru, to share the work of the STEP. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Will you be showing the presentation? Okay, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here and to present in a nutshell the main results from this project. Biodiversity and best practices in climate smart agriculture to improve resilience and productivity of family farming. In short, we call it potato, family and climate. This project was implemented over 30 months in Ecuador, Peru and Bolivia with both governmental partners, civil society partners, and also the private sector. Next slide, please. If we look at the potato sector, and Claudia already alluded a little bit to it, it's really the backbone of food security in the Andes. And it's also worth mentioning that potato in the Andean region is growing at the highest level anywhere in the world where agriculture is practiced. This agriculture is around between 3,500 and 4,200 meters above sea level. So very much exposed to climate extremes. And at the same time, we're in the center of origin of the potato with a huge biodiversity of this crop still in the hands of farmers. So this project was a huge opportunity to take on 3 specific targets. One, to look at what are the practices that come from science and practice that can really be put into practice to adapt to climate change. A total of 29 different climate smart activities were identified and tested. Commercial innovation, the potato sector is mostly an informal market, but what opportunities are there to improve the value chains and specifically the carbon footprint, and also provide incentives for good practices. And the third target, how do we get all this complex knowledge about pests, diseases, carbon, water, actually digestible, make it digestible for the farmers so it's easy to understand and easy to implement. Next slide, please. Of course, one of the challenges that we had was during the most of the project we were hit by the COVID pandemic, no? But at the same time, this offered also an opportunity for learning what could we do digitally and how can we link to for example, food assistance or social protection programs that work and that can include potato. So a huge emphasis on capacity building. A lot of this capacity building in the beginning of the pandemic being done to technicians and to the communities of practice in a digital form through social media and digital learning. Promotion of climate smart practices, and there we really had a difference between the different countries, all the way from 16 practices being prioritized in Ecuador to about 6-7 practices in the case of Bolivia, including modeling tools such as ILSIM to predict where pests and diseases will be in the future and how that can support our decision making, but also with vectors going higher up in altitude. So how can we improve more clean seed production? And maybe one of the really the things that worked really well in this project was how to work with short, direct value chains. So particularly in Bolivia, the team was able to work with chefs and the gastronomy sector to develop a certification and a seal identifying the carbon that these products come from low carbon emission agriculture and promote directly the native potatoes in the gastronomy sector in La Paz. Next slide, please. So through the capacity building, we have reached close to 700 technicians and created several communities of practice. One of those communities of practice is centered around the insect life cycle tool and how to predict future shifts in the disease and pest pressure. Also, the creation of Agri-Synopsis together with the ICA is basically a dynamic co-learning virtual environment for people to explore climate smart practices, but also to contribute practices that have worked well for them. Next slide, please. So in terms of contributions to the NDCs, we can highlight several important aspects, but I think one of the success factors in this project has really been the concerted effort, how to connect different stakeholders, private sector, decision makers and technicians, and how to build short supply chains directly linking producers with demand in the cities. So capacity strengthening, exchange events, communities of practice, but also characterizing future climate events have been key. And we think the contribution, even though it was only a 30-month project, will contribute to the SDGs 1, 2, 5, and 13. Next slide, please. An important aspect, of course, is how will we take this forward? Because in 30 months, you can draw a lot of lessons and we get a lot of good experiences. The important thing is that we take this forward in a community of practice within a strategy for the Andean initiative till 2030. And one example of this is that all the lessons learned from this project will be taken forward in a knowledge management hub in the region. Also, everything which was digital, how we can move it forward more towards digital extension and to application to farmer advisory, but using mobile devices. And these are some of the examples of how we will take this forward to make sure it becomes sustainable as well. Next and the last slide. So if we look forward based on the lessons of this project, 4 main lessons. First, build on the diversity that there is in the Andean region. My predecessor mentioned native crops, tarwi and quinoa. The same is true also with roots and tubers. Build on this diversity, which is a traditional risk mitigation strategy to prepare for the future. Capacity strengthening directly with the stakeholders involved and making this available to farmers and especially youth thinking about digital solutions. Also, can we move forward in innovative markets? Even though a lot of these market sectors are informal, can we work on some type of certification and direct market chains? And last but not least, participatory processes, really to involve cooperatives, farmer associations, and civil society in moving forward. With that, the next slide, which is basically to thank all the partners and everybody involved in this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph, and especially the International Potato Center. Well, to go further with some questions, then I would like to invite Pilar Roman, who is the coordinator of the Resilient Food Production Sector at the Clima Plus program, to moderate this session. Pilar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to our panelists for putting in those clear words why ancestral crops are so valuable for the environment and for the society. I want to stop here for a second and point out the subtle contradiction between what we consider innovative and this kind of experiences that recognize the value of the centers of origin of those plants. As Pavillon would say, these are centers of diversity and these are centers of plant domestication for centuries. It is not a new practice. What is new is how we recognize and value them and how we make use of them. Over human history, out of 30,000 edible plants species, only 6,000, which means 20%, have been cultivated for food. Yet, today, we only grow approximately 170 crops on a commercial scale. And that is less than 0.1% of all edible plants. And today, 40% of our daily calories come only from 3 crops, which is rice, wheat, and maize. There are many crops underutilized in all parts of the globe for many reasons, because they are grown in small geographical areas, have low yields, require extensive processing, or simply because they haven't been well researched and they never enter into the market, and therefore many people, they don't know they exist. If we use right policies and funding, these underutilized varieties could get the recognition and could get into local and regional markets. And these species, these centers of origin, these ancestral crops, these underutilized crops, they are key in the innovation agenda for health. And it makes sense. One, because it enriches our diets with nutrients and flavors. Second, they provide, as they mentioned before, short circuits and reduce carbon footprint. They are robust and adapted seeds, so reduce agrochemicals products, reducing costs to small producers and improving soil health, so soil food, healthy food. 4, ensuring diversity of crops can fight against pests. We all know how risky it is to rely in monocrops, in monoculture. 5, ancestral crops are accessible for family farming, ensuring equality to access to reproductive access to small landholders, providing cash crops and attracting new generations for rural areas, a big problem right now. And many more interlinkages. I could stay here the whole day mentioning interlinkages. And that's the reason we need to work united, multi-stakeholder, holistically. And I'm going to stop here. And now we want to hear from our panelists. I'm going to start with Rodrigo. Rodrigo, do you think this kind of projects can be maintained in time, that they can be sustainable?
Yes, thanks for the question, Pilar. I'm totally secure that these crops will be grown by not only the small farmers, because by strengthening the value chain, we can make it the sustainability on time, right? And also, if we make more capacities within the different industries that work with these crops, we can have different products for the population. I guess that we reached a protein bar made of taro with 42% of protein with this product. So it will be a great part of the different innovation. So you can mix the innovation and strengthening the value chain, so you can scale and make a sustainability of these crops within the future.
Thank you very much. Steph, I would like to ask you how this project can be scaled up and replicated in other countries.
Yes, we can. We within the personnel of the project, we asked the same. So we are agreed to we can scale up. We just work with 3 small enterprises here in Bolivia. We have more than 50 working with those products. In the Andean region, we also have in Peru and also have in Ecuador those crops. So the innovations and the different capabilities of the not only the medium enterprises, but working with the demand of the products, and we can make a lot of difference by strengthening, like I said, the value chains. So we can scale up with these innovations. And in Swiss Contact, we have this focused way of working with inclusive markets and markets for the poor, so we can make it better not only for the consumers but for the families that are working with the crops.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words. It's really hopeful to hear that there is a vision for a sustainable future, and I wish one day I can try Tarbi and Cañagua. And I have similar question for Steph.
Yes.
If the project can be scaled up and replicated in other countries.
Yes, definitely. Although the ambient context, of course, is quite peculiar. But definitely between the countries and between Colombia and those countries that share a similar reality, I think a lot of the lessons from this project are highly scalable, no? And to make them replicable and scale and to scale them, I think we should highlight those practices that are investable and make them actionable as well. So I think the main challenge with a lot of these practices is that they are kind of hidden outside of the mainstream, even though some of them, like you mentioned, are very coming from ancestral agriculture, and those are well known to most of the technicians or most of the farmers. Maybe the technicians don't value those ancestral practices because we come with the mentality that we have to offer something innovative or something new. No, so I think it's also part of the dialogue, and then how to get the message to the farmers and how to create scale between farmers is a challenge in a region where still a lot of communities lack access to the internet and where the main extensionist visiting is from a chemical company and not necessarily from somebody who can provide objective advisory. No? So that I think here really the innovation is in the use of the mobile technology now that farmers have more and more access to these kind of platforms. And one thing to highlight also is one of the things that happened in the Papa Climate and Family Project is that we focused on novel market chains with chefs and kind of high value niche markets. But I think there's also 2 types of markets that we should look into for scale at the future. One of them is linked to carbon markets, because not only potato but also cañagua, they grow very close to the peatlands where there is huge carbon stocks very close to the potato and the cañagua. And the second one is public food procurement. No, because both Bolivia, Ecuador and Peru, there's a lot of investment in school breakfasts, in food assistance, and there's a huge potential to revalue native potatoes, but also Andean grains in these public procurement programs.
True words. Thank you very much. I wish we could continue discussing the topic, but we have to continue to the second part. Many thanks to all again, panelists and participants. We are really, truly honored to be here and contribute with our knowledge and experience to the discussion for a better and fairer and more sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear panelists. We are delighted to have you on board. It's really a pleasure to discuss about agriculture in the Andes and also learn on what is currently possible based on Asian knowledge. And this can, of course, be connected directly to our project, Innovation Hub, where we are exploring for ambitious climate solutions that help meeting the core human needs, including the food, health, nutrition, shelter access, etc., where the traditional knowledge is certainly a strong driver towards innovation. In connection to the previous presentations that we had and the experience, particularly with these endemic crops in the Andes, I'd like to now to introduce to the next part, the second part of the panel. Before, like to thank Euroclima Plus and please, Mr. Carlos, if you have a last final reflections on the previous panel before you leave.
Thank you, Carlos. I think that the presentations were pretty clear. Yes, I would like to just underline this has been mentioned several times, the knowledge sharing, knowledge management. This is one of the key, how to identify best practice and how to be able to bring this best practice from certain areas to other areas, to be able to extract the lessons learned and to be able to scale up this kind of solutions. This is it sounds simple, but I think it's the challenge, the real challenge that we are having here. Thank you, Carlos, and have a nice second part of the event.
Thank you very much. Last words from Mr. Carlos Pugmarty Borrell from the European Commission, and then with that we close part number 2. And as we were saying, we will move now to part 2. It's extremely connected to nutrition and health. We have the privilege to have our colleagues from the PAHO who in supporting from Washington. We are connected with Daniel Bass and the panelists of the second part. And this is, again, a very important piece of work that connects to our approach on how to meet human needs and bring innovation forwards a more ambitious climate agenda. Forward-looking, first we want to understand the demand for climate solutions, and then once we get there and understand what are the demands, then we will use the portal and the platform that we are putting together, all together in this network, to identify existing solutions. And on those areas where we don't have access to existing solutions, we will have an innovation space that will then be, of course, made available to all our partners, so that we work with all the enablers beyond technologies, but including the finance sector. We will include the business models. We will open the space for collaboration so that we all work together to fill this innovation space, and in that way scale up and achieve the 1.5 that we all want, and also fully aligned with the SDGs. Without further say, then I welcome our virtual panelists. It's good to see you on such a big screen here with all connected. It's a pleasure to have you, Daniel. I pass the floor. Please go ahead, take the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. It's a pleasure to be here with you again, and so many important people. Without further ado, we'll have a very interesting session. I'm happy to be able to moderate it. And what we want to achieve with this session is to highlight perhaps 3 main things. One is the importance and the opportunities of building climate-resilient health systems, which will allow not only the achievement of the Paris Agreement, the SDGs on health and climate change, but also for a green and sustainable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. The second point is that we are making immense efforts and progress in intersectoral action. So countries of the region of the Americas are putting health in the forefront of climate action, and that's important to be said, because it will allow us for the third point, which is showcasing the readiness for taking action of health systems in the Americas. And we will hear from a few presentations here about how health systems are preparing themselves for mitigation and adaptation action and investments, taking innovative approaches. So that's what we really want to achieve in this session, to showcase a few opportunities here, showcase some actions that are being taken, and how we can strongly invest to build climate resilient health systems in the Americas. So without further ado, I would like you to please help us, Carlos. We do have two videos, and they are here live with us. Dr. Pierpaolo Baladelli, who is the Sub-Regional Program Director of South America of the Pan American Health Organization, and Dr. Maria del Carmen Calle, who is the Executive Secretary of the Organismo Andino de Salud, Convenio Hipólito Unanue. So please, let's hear from them. Carlos, I leave it to you to circulate the videos. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Welcome to our distinguished panelists and speakers. And we will start with the first video.
Esteemed country delegates of the Andean region of South America, dear Maria del Carmen and panel members, dear partners of Euroclima, authorities, participants, friends in Haft. I would like to pay my respect to all of you and bring the warmest wishes from the director of PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, and its South American program that I have the pleasure to lead in Lima, Peru. Your beliefs, your wisdom, and your actions are key to make a change possible in our health in the here and now. Do not think that a drop in the ocean is too little or not enough. The ocean is made up of drops. If each of us gives his her contribution, this work can change, emission can decrease, and temperature will stop increasing, making health and life a real option. I say that our contribution to save the planet and the health of its populations is in the here and now. It's not for tomorrow. What we now plan will accordingly bring fruits. The contribution of the Andean Health and Climate Change Plan within the existing collaboration between PAHO and ORAS and the readiness proposal of the Green Fund looks at the promotion of health systems that are sustainable and resilient to the climate change in the countries of the region. We are called today to decrease the carbon footprint through efficient and green energy, good management of disposal, chemical safety, sanitary protection, sustainable transport, responsible human resources, and good preparation. Whether we are government, public servant, members of the civil society, or simple citizens, our responsibility towards ourselves in this present moment is immense for the impact that we can produce. It is urgent to commit, to recommit, as we did in Paris in 2016, with concrete policies, investment, and actions if we wish to revert the situation and preserve our health. PAHO works together with the integration of entities of South America, our member states, and the population we operate with, such as the indigenous populations. In an era marked by the surge of the COVID pandemic, it is urgent to boldly accelerate climate change actions in the frame of the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs of sustainable development, so no one is left behind. We could see in the COVID pandemic that without health, we cannot safely operate. We can't meet among ourselves. We cannot go to school. We can't work. We cannot travel. We suffer in our mental health because we are condemned to live as islands. And the same will happen if we are unable to revert climate change. Food and water will become scarce. There will be competition, and fight for food and water may be worse. An increase of 200,000 deaths per year are accounted as a result of deteriorations due to the climate change. Health is to be preserved, not only because it generates well-being, but because it is the basic requirement for any other activity of life. It cannot be simpler than this. The planet, with its lands, its oceans, its air, its flora and fauna, make us healthy or ill. We need to take the needed steps and materialize a change in our behavior, implement the right policies, and take actions in making green everything we use and touch. We need to eco-think on health systems, hospitals, and medical products, on waste management, as well, since around 5% of the carbon footprint today comes from the health sector itself. We are speaking for the health of the country and their populations, including the millions of indigenous people living in the Andean and the Amazonic regions of South America. We are speaking on behalf of them. Many thanks, and now let's act. And thanks for the panelists. This is a very important moment of health and climate change.
Good morning from Lima and good afternoon in Glasgow. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's my second intervention here in this incredible event. And we want to recognize the joint work, first of all, that Cohn has with Pan American Health Organization in the name of Paolo Baladelli, Director of the PAHOS Regional Program for South America. The Andean Health Organization, Hipólito Unanue Agreement, was established by decision of the Ministers of Health of Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. On December 18, we will celebrate 50 years of uninterrupted work for health and well-being with the 6 Andean countries. Our vision is the Andean region is making significant progress in the effective exercise of the right to health of its population through progressive integration and an intensified network of cooperation. Interest in environmental health has been present throughout the history of the Andean organization, with various resolutions, plans, and projects that seek to contribute to the solution of priority problems. We work with 17 Andean committees, 3 subcommittees, 5 working groups, and an Andean intersectoral roundtable for consultation against health inequalities, made up of heads of area from the 6 ministries of health. The Andean Health Committee for Emergency and Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change has 2 Andean plans that aim to improve risk management capacities with a sustainable development approach and to reduce the negative impact of climate change on the health of the population. The guiding premise of the agenda for the development of climate-resilient health systems is as follows: recognizing the ecological crisis as a social crisis and as the greatest threat facing humanity. The climate crisis confronts the extractivist development model. No one is safe from the risks, but the people most affected are least responsible: rural, low-income communities, children, and adolescents. Our challenges are putting health and social justice at the center of climate change negotiations, focus on environmental and social justice, and reimagine other ways to create child-friendly environments with their participation, advance in the capacity to strengthen welfare states that have as their axis the guarantee of social, economic, cultural, and environmental rights. To take decisive action, strengthening intersectoral management and dialogue between the health sector and other sectors in decision-making. Recognize the lessons of the pandemic in terms of the importance of telehealth, telemedicine, and telework for the reduction of greenhouse gases. These are incremental social innovations that need to be consolidated. Encourage the practice of decision-making on the basis of scientific and social evidence. Continue the coordinated and regional work with the funding required to achieve universal, sustainable, and resilient health systems. Consequently, it must begin with the calculation of the carbon footprint of the health facilities and the corresponding alternative solutions. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the intimate and sensitive links between humans, animals, and ecosystems. It is essential to strengthen the One Health approach. And for this to happen, it is necessary to recognize the ancestral knowledge of our original peoples who have lived in balance with Mother Earth. Overcome the reductive vision of nature as a resource and value the Indian vision of good living, buen vivir. We think that together we are strong. Together we go further. Thank you.
Your mic, Daniel, your mic is on mute. Still on mute, Daniel?
No.
Now it's okay. Now we hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank for Dr. Baladelli, Dr. De Calle, such important presentations that outline and set the scene for the next part of our session. So I'll share my screen. Hopefully that will work. And just to outline a few things that was said and to set into motion the next part of our presentation. So climate change and health in the Americas, implementation challenges and opportunities. I think that we heard many of those, and the most important ones from Dr. Baladelli and Dr. Maria del Carmen Calle. But just to outline some of the original structures that we think when we are planning the health and climate change agenda implementation in the Americas, it all starts with enhancing governance and institutional structures. We need to have health sitting at the high-level committees. Health needs to be informed and prepare their baseline information to be able to inform and create norms and legislations on health and climate change. And with that structure in place, this would allow us to build to include health considerations in the NDCs, DNAs, NAPs, and other strategies and plans on climate change, and also will serve to inform a climate programming and financing at the country and regional levels. And the topics that we are going to show you some innovation, and we have here 3 persons from the Andean region to present you. One of them, which is going to be the Andean Action Plan on Health and Climate Change, and 2 showcasing 2 country actions, one from Peru, one from Colombia, on how the intersectoral work is happening and how this climate change and health agenda is being built, and which are the main activities that are being proposed by these countries as like one of the examples that we have on the innovative power of health and climate change in the Americas. So some of the activities could go, as Dr. Baladelli mentioned, on health infrastructure and service, making sure that we lower the carbon footprint of those, but also that the services are being provided during or soon after, for example, extreme weather events in the Americas. The second point is on health and climate surveillance systems and the importance of having integrated databases, the building observatories on climate and health, and we are working on that nationally and regionally in order to have early warning systems in place to prevent and anticipate these events instead of just responding to them after they happen. The third point would be on health co-benefits, so measuring the health co-benefits of interventions and policies, sometimes that happen outside of the health sector, but then that impact health and produce health indicators. Like, for example, the Euroclima session showed us the importance of nutrition and health, and activities on research and capacity building. So just going very quickly through some of those to introduce some of the topics that will be discussed later, we do have, with Ministers of Health and Ministers of Environment of the region of the Americas, developed action plans who provide us with the mandates and main actions to be taken in the Caribbean, in the Andean region, which we're going to hear a full presentation later, and Mercosur, so in the southern cone of South America. So agreements between health, environment, and other sectors in order to really push and prepare the agenda of climate change and health implementation in the Americas. We do have a number of materials that are available for the development of VNAs, so vulnerability and adaptation assessments, and its health indicators with HNAPs, the health chapters within the national adaptation plans, but also something on the NDCs, so how to enhance health and climate change commitments in NDCs. And the important thing is that in the Americas, most countries are already including health as a priority or vulnerable sector being recognized in their documents that were submitted. We had 23 countries that have submitted updated NDCs this year, but also in the first NDCs, health was present in those documents, setting the scene of the importance of health and climate change implementation in the Americas. So as you can see, countries in the Americas are receptive, are open, and are ready to include investments and action on climate change and health. Some of the topics that those documents and that we do have the ability to start implementing, and we count on your support, Carlos, and others here in this session to really help us to build strong and climate resilient health systems in the Americas, is on health infrastructure and services. As we mentioned, we do have guidelines, checklists that can be used to implement this part of such important part of the health and climate change implementation agenda on having safe and green infrastructure and services in the Americas. But we also are looking forward to improve our observatories on climate and health and build really integrated health and climate surveillance systems where we can serve as a platform for risk model assessments using environmental, health, climate information systems, and socio-demographic information, and then with these risk models to be able to inform decision makers, specialists for research, but also the general citizens in order to have the early warning systems. And I do have a couple of examples here with Argentina, a early warning system for heat waves. We do have for vector-borne diseases being developed in other countries. We are working with all the countries in the Americas to make sure that they have strong national observatories on climate and health that can be merged into a regional observatory on climate and health and then push action towards prevention and anticipating events, but also being ready, prepared to respond and quickly recover from climate-sensitive climate events. We do have health and climate bulletins. Colombia has a very interesting one. They're going to showcase some of this information for you. We do have also one in the Caribbean and in other countries. So this is just to give you one idea of innovative approaches that we are using in the Americas and that we can push even further in the next years. And just my last point is on the health co-benefits of climate action. We could be talking of other activities that we are taking in the region, but just to showcase a few for you, these health co-benefits for climate action aims to prevent disease and promote health. And we do have toolkits that are being piloted or that are already developed on health impact assessment and on measuring the avoided economic costs on health of investments on air quality and climate action, active transportation, green spaces. So they are all developed to be used as a GIS system, geographic information system at the city level, so decision makers can respond the question, what if I change part of my city, how much health co-benefits I can extract from specific policies and interventions. Those are very exciting tools that we are implementing in the region, and we hope that we can continue to do that with your support as well. And on health and climate financing, as I'm finalizing here my presentation, WHO and PAHO, they are now a delivery partner for readiness projects within the Green Climate Fund. We had 2 proposals already approved, one for 7 CARICOM countries and one for Argentina. And we are working now and finalizing one proposal for 5 Andean countries. Some of my colleagues are going to present on that. So Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. Many of those activities that I mentioned before, and Dr. Baladelli, Dr. Del Calle had mentioned, are the keys for this Andean proposal that serves to speed up the implementation of the Andean Action Plan on Health and Climate Change. We do have other actions going on in the Caribbean and elsewhere, but here we want to focus on the Andean region and our efforts that are being taken there. So thank you very much. This was just a brief presentation, and I'll ask you, please, Carlos, to broadcast the videos of Ms. Berta Luz Pineda Epo. Here's some background noise. She is the coordinator on climate change and its impact on health from ORASCONU. We also hear from Ms. Yvonne Benitez Toledo, the coordinator of climate change of the Ministry of Health of Peru, and Diego Moreno Heredia, mental health, Ministry of Health and Social Protection of Colombia. So they showcase some of the things that we have and how health and climate change being incorporated in these countries and how action is being taken at the end. So thank you very much, Carlos. And I hope we can continue this discussion after those interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for this presentation. As already mentioned, we will continue with the videos. Please.
Good morning from Lima. Good afternoon in Glasgow. Thank you very much for the invitation. We are happy to introduce our plan for Andean health and climate change. This plan, initially drafted by mandate of the Ministers of Health of the Andean countries in 2005. It has been updated in 2018. In this version, incorporates Objective 6, climate change management. Objective 6 aims to incorporate climate change into disaster risk management in the health sector. And one of the expected results is the ministries of health have evidence on the effects of climate change and its impact on health. To this end, through intersectoral work, we developed the following studies: trends in climate change and its impact on health, situation analysis of emergencies and disasters in health in the Andean countries, among others. The analysis of the results led to the Andean Health Committee for Emergency and Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change to prioritize the development of a specific plan to address the climate crisis. Through a participatory process, we developed the Andean Health and Climate Change Plan 2020-2022. In the conceptual analysis, we restated that the real conflict is social inequality. A select minority with irresponsible consumption patterns is the social sector that causes the most damage to the environment. The populations that have the least impact on the problem are the most affected. Social determination and analysis of the structural cause must be addressed. The plan was approved by the Ministers of Health on April 16, 2020. Work was coordinated with the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization for its publication and launch on November 30, 2020. The expected results of the Andean Plan are as follows: coordinated work between the different departments of the Ministry of Health, capacity building of human resources, intersectoral, multi-level, multi-stakeholder and interdisciplinary work, epidemiological and sanitary surveillance, vulnerability and risk analysis, research and systematization of experiences and ancestral knowledge, sustainable and climate resilient health facilities and services, care and respect for the environment and ecosystems, health promotion and social participation, and prevention and control of vector-borne zoonotic and extreme temperature diseases. For reasons of time, I will only talk about the expected result 7, sustainable and resilient health facilities in the face of climate change. In the face of climate change, the health sector faces many challenges, such as the design of interventions to mitigate the consequences on health and prevent the incidence of diseases, that is, to guarantee the right to health, for which it is essential to advance in a universal health and protection system, as well as in the implementation of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Estimating the climate footprint is a first step in implementing mitigation measures. In this sense, the Andean Health Organization joined the global network of green and healthy hospitals. With healthcare without harm, we conducted training on mitigation on climate change from the health sector, estimation and reduction of the carbon footprint, with the participation of 72 representatives from the 6 Andean countries. Currently, pilot experiences are being carried out to measure the carbon footprint in health facilities. This topic has been prioritized in the project we are developing with the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization, and the Andean Committee, called Promoting Sustainable and Resilient Health Systems in the Face of Climate Change in the Andean countries, which we will present to various organizations for funding. It is important to mention that we are currently systematizing significant experiences of sustainable and resilient facilities with the objective of promoting exchanges and fellowships so that others can learn from the lessons and recommendations identified. In the project, we have prioritized the systematization of experiences, knowledge, and ancestral practices of indigenous peoples regarding harmonious and respectful relationships with the Mother Earth and good living that affect the mitigation and management of climate change, sustainable food systems, and respect for the cycles of the Earth. One of the central ideas is the decolonization of knowledge and health, respect for Pachamama, and advancing counter-hegemonic interculturality. We would like to emphasize that for the Andean Health Organization, an important strategy line is to guarantee the rights of girls, boys, and adolescents. For this reason, strengthening their capacities for participation with a decision-making power and empowerment is one of the main lines of actions. We have carried out a study, Perception of Adolescent Leaders on Climate Change and its Impact on Health. We identified their ideas, dreams, and recommendations. Relevant questions such as the following: what can be done to prevent climate change? What is the role of authorities, international organizations, and adolescents? What changes are needed? What are the attitudes and behaviors to combat climate change? The study will be presented at the World Congress of Adolescent Health, facing the challenge of climate change on 18 to 21 of November of this year. You are all cordially invited. Climate change can be the catalyst for a whole series of very different and desirable forms of social, political, and economic transformation. The struggle to confront climate change, not only a struggle against the greatest ecological crisis of all time, but it is the struggle for a new economy, a new energy system, a new democracy, a new relationship with the planet and with each other, a struggle for land, water, air, and food sovereignty, for the rights of indigenous people, for human rights, and for the dignity of all people. We will reflect on these issues in the forum Advances and Challenges of the Andean Health and Climate Change Plan and COP26, November 30, from 9 to 1 p.m. Peruvian time. You can connect freely to the Horace Conhu Facebook and YouTube live links. Everyone is cordially invited. The future is now. The time to change is now. Together, we are stronger. Together, we go further. Thank you very much. Good morning in Lima, good afternoon in Glasgow. We're going to present the progress of the integrated management of climate change in the Peruvian health sector. In that sense, with the initial planning developed in Peru in 2018 and having in April 2020 with the approved Andean Health and Climate Change Plan, the health sector has had important progress that could be summarized in two main points: strengthening and institutionalization of the integrated management of climate change and the territorial approach. Thus, we have made progress with the formation of the sectorial working group on climate change of the Ministry of Health, both at the Ministry of Health and at the regional and local levels, with which we have updated the nationally determined contributions in adaptation of the health sector with that territorial approach, so that we have regional and local goals. And we are currently developing the implementation of the enabling conditions and tasks of the products and measures established. With regard to integration and strategic alliances, we are part of the Andean Committee on Health and Climate Change, led by the Andean Health Organization. We have the Andean Plan on Health and Climate Change, under which we have been developing an articulated and joint effort with the other countries of the region. In this context, promoted by Horace Conhu, Peru participated in 2 trainings for the calculation of the carbon footprint of health facilities in March and July of this year. This training was carried out by the Global Network of Green and Healthy Hospitals and Healthcare Without Harm, and was addressed to the countries of the region. Likewise, the General Directorate of Disaster Risk and Management and National Defense in Health, which is the office of the Ministry of Health of Peru that performs the functions of focal point and technical secretariat of climate change in the ministry, has been incorporated as an active member of the Global Network of Green and Healthy Hospitals since July of this year. This is within the framework that the health sector has set as a goal, not only to develop adaptation, but also mitigation in the context of new evidence and studies, and given the need to have safe facilities in the face of disasters, but also climate resilient and environmentally sustainable. In addition, one of our main allies is the National Service of Meteorology and Hydrology of Peru, which the Ministry of Health has just signed a framework agreement that promotes interinstitutional cooperation, and with which we have been developing research of some diseases such as dengue and malaria, as well as developing other initiatives such as the development of a repository of climate and health that we call Climate and Health Knowledge Showcase, with the projection of having a climate and health observatory in the near future. Finally, among the challenges that we have for the implementation of the NDCs in the health sector in Peru, we have first, continuing with the institutional arrangements and the integration of the diverse allies and actors, both public and private entities, at the 3 levels of government. Number 2, to have information and technology that allow us to make appropriate and timely decisions. Third, financing in the first stage from international donors and funds, but with the goal of incorporating the integrated management of climate change in our country into priorities of the health sector so that it becomes part of the sector's management and planning documents. And all of this goes hand in hand with the strengthening capacities of human resources in the health sector, without which it would not be possible to guarantee the continuity of all this work. Thank you very much. Good morning from Colombia and good afternoon in Glasgow. From the Ministry of Health and Social Protection in Colombia, we thank you for the invitation to tell you in a general way how health was included in the nationally determined contributions that a country submitted last December to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. To begin, we would like to tell you that after a work of evaluation and agreement within the ministry between 2019 and 2020, we managed to include 2 climate change adaptation goals in the update of the NDCs that the country submitted as a commitment to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. One of them is aimed at responding to the effects of climate variability and change through promotion and prevention actions, which expressly mentions that by 2030, adaptation actions in disease prevention and health promotion will be formulated that contribute to reducing cases of climate-sensitive diseases in 100% of the territorial entities in the health sector at the departmental, district, and municipal levels of categories 1, 2, and 3, and will be implemented in 40% of them. On the other hand, as a result of this consultation exercise, a goal was reached that seeks to strengthen the adaptive capacity of the health system through the provision of services specifically directed to the country's health centers, hospitals. This goal literally mentions by 2030, 40% of public sector health services providers will implement adaptation actions in the face of possible events associated with climate variability and change. I would like to highlight that according to the classification made by the Global Climate and Health Alliance, Colombia was classified as one of the 5 countries that best included health in its NDCs. In this way, each of these goals is harmonized with SDG 13, climate action, and in turn positively impact SDG 2, zero hunger, by the impact of adaptation on food security, SDG 3, health and well-being by the actions that will strengthen the adaptive capacity of people and the health system. SDG 6, water and sanitation, intervening the availability and quality of water as an environment determinants of health. And finally, SDG 11, which speaks of reducing inequalities, taking into account that the effects of climate change are expected to fall mostly on the most vulnerable populations, according to WHO, where adaptation plays a key role to reduce that vulnerability and therefore reduce inequalities. All of this has been achieved through the articulated work with the World Health Organization, the Pan American Health Organization, the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, the Andean Health Committee for Emergency and Disaster Risk Management and Climate Change of the Andean Health Organization, and in the framework of the Andean Health and Climate Change Plan, and the technical support of organizations such as the Clean Air Institute, Healthcare Without Harm, and the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Therefore, taking advantage of this space, we reiterate the need for each country to continue working in an articulated manner and under the intersectoral management scheme, understanding that this is the right way to positively impact the social and environmental determinants of health. Regarding the relationship with climate change mitigation, the health and environmental sectors, with support of WHO, we carried out a study of co-benefits for health with respect to the mitigation scenario established in the NDC. Results that are in a technical report prepared by WHO and that will be also presented today at COP26 in the Colombia Pavilion by the World Health Organization, the Pan American Health Organization, and the Ministries of Environment and Health of our country. Finally, I would like to tell you that in addition to our 2030 goals proposed by NDC, the health sector has prioritized the issue of climate change in its public policies, as in the Comprehensive Plan of Climate Change Management in the Health Sector. It is intended to include in our 10-year Public Health Plan 2022-2031, the Pan American Health Organization Country Cooperation Strategy, and we join the 2050 Long-Term Climate Strategy from a commitment to health that aims to increase the adaptive capacity of the human population and in the health system to health events of interest sensitive to climate variability and change in articulation with the social and environmental determinants of health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Daniel Bass from the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO WHO from the Andean region, and I would like to extend also my thanks to the distinguished Pier Paolo Balladeni, from Sub-Regional Program Director for South America of WHO, and to Maria del Carmen Calle, Executive Secretary of the ORAS CONUD. So we have the presentations from Peru, Colombia. We saw the action in terms of core human needs health. And as you know, this is a space at the Innovation Hub where we are looking to integrate innovative, ambitious climate solutions that meet human needs such as health. So we learned the progress and the implementation on the climate agenda and health, but we also listen about their needs. What are the barriers to implement those actions? They already have designed some of the plans, and this Innovation Hub will actually be the platform that could also help them to identify, based on the needs, identify what could be the potential matchmaking for innovative, ambitious solutions. So we are establishing the network of experts in this context, and we will, of course, in the area of health, we would like to get full advantage of the progress made so far and bring them all of this expertise and experiences on board so that we can build on from there. With not further ado, and with a thanks to our panelists, I would like to now go to a short break. We will initiate with session 7, that will be the last session of the day, digital technology to support climate and sustainable actions. We will break for 2 minutes and resume shortly. Thank you very much for your attention, and to my colleagues in the Andean region, in Latin America, thank you very much.
have the other panelists at the panelists at the screen. There is somebody else remotely.
We have to reconnect. We have to reconnect. He's coming up.
So let's move to our last session of the afternoon, because we have another one later on in the evening. So good afternoon to all of you, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to those that are following remotely. So this session will be a fire chat with two invitees, Jeremy and Stephen. And what we would like to discuss is how actually the digital transformation can support the green and sustainable transition. So you are most welcome. Welcome to our participant. So my first question is, what is it in the technology of the fourth industrial revolution that make them so suitable for a green transition? Why do we think that the digital technology will actually facilitate a green transition? What is the future that they have that make them specifically suitable? Stephen, you would like to start?
Sure, hi. Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, so there's a few different aspects to this. It's something that, as an organization, we started talking about at the last COP25 in Madrid. And we did some research for that COP, which showed the enablement effect of technology. So this is how digital technology can enable carbon savings in other sectors. And what we found with that research in 2019 was the carbon footprint of the mobile sector is about 0.4% of global carbon emissions. But the digital connectivity that the mobile sector provides is enabling savings in other sectors that are 10 times bigger than the footprint of the industry. And So what kind of savings are these? Where are they coming from? And it's from all the smart connected technologies that were beginning to be rolled out a couple of years ago, and we're now seeing become more and more prevalent. So you referred to Industry 4.0. You know, we've got sort of buildings 4.0, energy systems 4.0. So anything with the word smart in front of it, smart buildings, smart energy systems, smart manufacturing, smart transportation. So all of these areas are using connectivity in a way often combined with other technologies like artificial intelligence to improve the efficiency of the way that sector actually works. And we've also looked to update that research because that was a snapshot at a moment in time back in 2019. So coming into this COP26, we wanted to understand, we're looking forward to 2030. We know to be on the 1.5 degree trajectory, ideally we need to halve emissions by 2030. So what would the contribution be of mobile connectivity to support that, of digital technologies to support that halving of emissions? And we found that up to 40% of it would be enabled by mobile connectivity. And this is because we are seeing these types of smart technologies being rolled out much more across the economy, and we expect to see those increased, or where there's the opportunity to, actually, I shouldn't say expect, because there is no guarantee that they will. I think the message coming into this COP is these technologies exist and they could be scaled much more widely, and the efficiencies that could be created from using them would really make a significant contribution to the reductions that we need to see right across the economy in different sectors.
No, thank you, Stephen. And I will follow up with Jeremy. So one of the functionality identified by Stephen is mobile connectivity as a leverage point that will allow digital to support green. So are there other leverage point, other functionalities coming from other technology that are also playing an important role? Because I think most of the transformative effects are coming from combination of different digital technology. So we have mobile connectivity. Are there other functionalities brought by other digital technology that support the transition to a green economy? Jeremy?
Yeah, thanks very much, Massamba, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and talk to you in this wonderful setting, this hub that you've established. It's really exciting to be talking about innovation in the context of sustainability and climate change. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Jeremy O'Brien. I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of PsiQuantum. And PsiQuantum is a Silicon Valley-based quantum computing company. And we are determined to deploy quantum computing in the context of sustainability, which I'd like to talk about in a few moments. But I just wanted to pick up on something that Steve was saying there, which is, the deployment of, connectivity and, networking and so on. And I think what I'm determined to see happen, and Stephen was saying we could scale technologies faster, I think an indictment on us humans historically has been the slow distribution of the benefits of technology, and this is my favorite example, which is the smartphone and indeed the mobile phone before that. And I think it was slow to reach the developing world, and had it been faster, everyone would benefit from that, in as much as this is how people can obtain at least the rudiments, if not a substantial sort of education, access to healthcare, and so on. And I think it's unequivocal that we all benefit from a a healthier, better educated, more technologically literate population. And now, as Steve is alluding to, we're seeing all sorts of positive carbon impacts from the deployment of this sort of technology globally. So one of the things that I'm determined to make sure of is that we see the benefits of quantum computing deployed for the most pressing challenges that we face, and climate change is number one for sure, and I think healthcare and energy follow shortly thereafter. And so I'd be delighted to share some thoughts on that as and when how quantum computing could have an impact.
I would like to just follow up on what you have said. You would like to see this digital technology scale up and more broadly used at all levels. But what actually is the main challenge to make this digital technology leave the lab and be used concretely on the ground to solve sustainability and green challenge? My feeling is that we have a lot of technology available, but in terms of deploying them, so in terms of identifying use cases where they can be impactful, maybe there is a lot that need to be done. How is it so? Why is it so?
Well, I would defer to Stephen on the deployment of digital technologies more generally, and perhaps he would start with that, and I could talk about the future with quantum computing.
Stephen, do you want to respond to that question and provide some insight?
Happy to pick that up. Yeah, I think it is partly around awareness. So, we've looked at 4 industries for this piece of research that we've just launched. So we looked at manufacturing, we looked at the energy system, we looked at transportation, and we also looked at buildings as well. And some of the technologies I think are more developed and more people are more aware of them. So putting a smart meter, energy meter into your home is something that is being rolled out, particularly across the West. And this is enabling people to better monitor the energy use in their home. But it also enables them to be a prosumer. So if they have a solar panel on their rooftop, they are producing energy, and maybe they are selling this energy back to the grid, as well as consuming energy as well. So some of these we know more about them, they're just being rolled out, and perhaps they could be rolled out more quickly. Some other technologies are a bit more complicated. So if we look at, say, smart manufacturing, there are lots of different smart connected technologies you can put into factories, because factories are a series of different processes, and they vary quite significantly depending on the type of products that you're manufacturing. And we found only 1% of factories globally use smart connected technologies at the moment. So you can see that there is a huge potential there in the manufacturing sector to make the processes more efficient, so that we are using less energy when we produce things. But also, thinking about the circular economy, we need to be using renewable energy when we're making things, but also we need to be much more conscious about the materials that we're using to avoid waste, to improve those kind of recycling and reuse circles even within the factory before the product has left the factory, and then recycling, reuse at the end of life. So I would use that as an example of how there is perhaps not the awareness. There's also maybe some more research to do, but definitely there are existing technologies out there that could be scaled and rolled out much more broadly, which would make significant reductions.
So now to look at some practical solutions. So for example, I'm a climate actor, or I'm a climate policy making, and I would like to leverage the digital technology. I'm not very much aware of their functionality. At the most, I know the name. I know that we have IoT, we have blockchain, DLT, we have artificial intelligence. I heard that they can support my climate action. How can I identify the right technology or combination of technology that will allow me to leverage their power?
So, I mean, I would say, first of all, you might want to check out our website and the research that we've done. We've produced some very simple infographics that explain some key technologies in those 4 different sectors to give you an understanding of how these technologies work. And there are also some messages on those infographics and on the website that explain to policymakers the types of things that they might want to consider. So I'll give you an example for the transportation sector. So electric vehicles will only work if we have a smart connected system that provides charging for them. And then we can much better manage the electricity consumption of an electric vehicle, which is going to be, significant, and we can better manage when they are charged to make sure that it's not putting too much strain on the power grid, on the energy grid, but also that they're being charged at a time when it's perhaps cheaper for the consumer at periods when there's less demand. And that will happen because of smart connected technology linking the car with the charging network, with also the energy network as well. So, talking about the benefits of this and highlighting that to both electric vehicle manufacturers, to charging manufacturers, but in particular to policymakers, so they can understand how the transportation sector, the building sector, and the energy sector are becoming much more closely intertwined, and so they can maximize the benefits of that and leverage those for the whole country.
So let me come back now to Jeremy. So how do you see the future of development and deployment of this digital technology?
Sure. So let me say a few words about how I got engaged in this topic of quantum computing. It was about 25 years ago, and I read about the prospect for harnessing this weird and wonderful quantum mechanics to build a new technology that could bring about a revolution comparable to the agricultural, industrial, and digital revolutions that we'd had. And so you can imagine my enthusiasm for that, and hence I've devoted my professional career to bringing this technology into reality. And we are now close to bringing that into reality. And consequently, I'm thinking very seriously and working with partners on how to deploy that technology. And I think what's clear here at COP, if it wasn't already clear to people, is we need a new green agricultural revolution. We need a green industrial revolution, and I think we could argue for a green digital revolution. And it's my belief that quantum computing has the potential to be a big driver for all of those things. And I think what's interesting in the context of this discussion is that Stephen's talking about existing solutions, and you're asking the question about how we can go about integrating them. What are the barriers to the adoption of them, and so on. And I think quantum computing is a unique sort of example where we know it doesn't exist yet at the scale that's required. We are still a few years away from that. But we know a lot about it, and so the time is now to start thinking ahead of, get ahead of this and start thinking about exactly how we're going to deploy it, how that will impact supply chains, economics, etc. And and its impact is across almost every existing sector. And so, for me, I take sort of inspiration from the history of of the adoption of technology and the lessons that we're learning here, where deployment of connected systems is having a net huge impact on CO2 emissions. And I think the one thing that we all want to focus on as well is that we're distributing the benefits equitably globally, and I believe that we're both solving. We should be thinking about things in the context of solving challenges and creating value and distributing that value whilst we're about it. And I very much enjoyed my co-panelist the other day saying, if there are if there are trade-offs in implementing a solution, it isn't really a solution. I really like that definition, and Leslie, and I told her that I'm going to be adopting that, and I think that's how we've got to think about these things, where improving people's nutrition and their lives, as well as reducing CO2 impact and so on. And I think that's where technology can really come to the fore. And I'd love to share any more specifics on the quantum computing use cases, but that's sort of my general perspective.
I think the point that you make, Jeremy, is a very important one. Instead of having a second shell approach where you first develop the technology and then you start thinking about how to use it, what you are trying to do when it comes to quantum computing is at the same time that you are developing the technology, reflect on how best it can be used, how best it can serve sustainability and a green transition. I think this is really important because then we have a need-based approach, so needs that are expressed and that can guide the development of the technology. So two quick question to both of you before we wrap up. So first, what is the relation between the nature of the solution? So actually we are dealing with challenges that are extremely disruptive, like climate change. And don't you see a link between the nature of this challenge that is particularly disruptive and creating a lot of disruptive issue, and also the nature of the solution? So the fact that the fourth industrial revolution are disruptive technology. And also, how do you see the need for innovative policy instrument, financial instrument, and even innovative leadership to support technology innovation?
Absolutely. I mean, incredibly disruptive, both the technological change that we've been going through over the last 10 years in particular, and then perhaps the physical, geological, geographical change that we are likely to go through over the next 30 years and beyond. I think there will need to be some very agile policy making in place. We haven't nearly solved the problem of reducing our impacts on the climate. So we're going to have to work extremely hard both on reducing our carbon emissions as fast as possible. And it's good to see that we are getting some momentum in that direction coming out from this COP. But then we're going to have to work equally hard at adapting to the changing climate. And I think technology here is our friend. It's helping to connect people so that they can actually be more responsive to these challenges. We can start to use some wisdom of the crowds to help solve these issues, because we will have to innovate our way through this to a certain degree. And also technology, particularly thinking about mobile technology in the context of extreme weather events, when you do have major disruption to economies, to people's lives. And mobile connectivity in particular can be it's a real lifeline to people. If their world has been turned upside down, they're completely cut off, except for information that they might be receiving through their mobile phone, for example. So I think, yes, at lots of different levels, technology will lend us a guiding hand, should we say, in navigating the challenges that we're facing in the coming years.
Jeremy, any last word?
Yeah, I would just pick up on that phrase that Stephen said, which is that technology is our friend. And I have a pretty simplistic view on this, which is it better be, otherwise we shouldn't be making it. And furthermore, so it better be our friend. And if it is, then we need to be deploying it as rapidly as possible to get the benefits from that. And that's why I'm here at COP as a call to action, which is to partner with everyone across the sustainability space, from agriculture to green energy production, et cetera, come work with us now so that we can help accelerate this technology, and most importantly, be in a position to deploy it immediately for these most impactful applications, whether that's, more efficient electric batteries, new, more efficient solar cells, a catalyst for, sucking gigatons of carbon back out of the atmosphere and turning into something useful, like a plastic or a material or something. There's a multitude of applications that we have identified for quantum computing in the context of climate change and sustainability. And we can't do it alone. We need the partnerships with, corporations, governments, the small innovators that, we've seen featured here in this hub over the last several days to bring this into reality as quickly as possible and have the biggest possible impact as quickly as possible, because I think we're all pretty cognizant of the fact that we need to do everything in parallel in a real hurry here.
So thank you to our participants. Thank you to our speakers, Stephen and Jeremy, and I would like to invite you to give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Let's start, maybe Massamba. Let me just switch off that so you can actually see something. So you see, you have our little audience here, and here you have your big screen. And here you have Massamba, who's going to do the introductory presentation.
Yeah. So good evening, and welcome to our last session. My name is Massamba Choi. I'm the executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. I would like to share with you some few words about this initiative. It is launched at this COP, And the Innovation Hub will be made of two elements, a physical hub in the form of a pavilion, like what we have here. So this is actually the first time that we are operationalizing the pavilion of the Innovation Hub. The main purpose is to bring together relevant stakeholders that can contribute in making the use of innovation for climate more effective. We are insisting on this aspect because we consider that the effectiveness of innovation to serve climate can be increased for mainly three reasons. The first is the way target, pledge, and commitment are set. The mindset is that when corporate or policymakers are making pledge or commitment, most of the time it is based on what they perceive as possible. So they will not make a commitment based on things that they do not know how to go about it. This is a problem because if the pledge and commitment are made based on what is actually possible, there is no room for innovation because there is no demand for innovation. What we are rather promoting is pledge, commitment, and objectives that are based on what is needed, and the gap between what is needed and what is currently possible is what innovation will contribute in filling. One of the things that we are pushing for is to have precisely this gap translated into a demand for climate solution, a demand for sustainability solution that innovation will help address. The second important element is the fact that innovation is only focusing at the supply side, at the sectoral level, where its objective is mainly to incrementally improve product and services to incrementally reduce carbon footprint. This is important. This is part of the toolbox, but definitely it's not enough. This is not what will allow us to achieve the long-term goal. So instead, what we are promoting, what the Global Innovation Hub is promoting, is to go back to the core human need and use innovation to explore alternative way of satisfying them, alternative way that would be aligned with the 1.5-degree goal, alternative way that would be increasing resilience, and alternative way that will be providing flourishing life to 11 billion people by 2100. So, and the third aspect is the fact that when you say innovation, everybody is thinking about technology innovation. Technology innovation is important, but it will not also suffice to address the global challenge that we are having. It needs to be integrated with policy innovation, financial instrument innovation, innovation on leadership, on business model, on collaboration, radical collaboration, if you want to achieve the long-term goal of the Paris Agreement. So these are the key elements that prompted us to launch this Global Innovation Hub in collaboration with key partners, Mission Innovation Rise, and Climate Kick, and some other partner. So without further ado, I will hand over the floor to Denis, who will moderate this session. Denis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And a big hand to Massamba, who's actually made this happen. So I'd just like to take a step back as someone who's been to the COP since 97, at least, 1997 in Kyoto. And with the growing frustration that we still, after 26 years, have a problem agenda, as Massamba was saying, that I really want to reiterate how strange it is that we are, even to this day, why can't I change slide? The system is against us. Charlie Wilson, who is the lead author on the IPCC report on smart transformation, not the normal things when you just push CCS and lots of renewables, but really something that is global sustainable. You know, he walked around here and said that still we have 95% is really on this sort of supply-driven problem perspective. It's not really putting humans first and saying, how do we bring this? It's still a very Western perspective that we need to reduce existing emissions. Instead of looking at this, I don't know if you've seen this champagne glass shape with the global emissions, with 10% of the global emissions coming from us, the rich people. And then the half of the world population only having 10% of global emissions. So the big challenge is not to reduce emissions from this little small group of people. The big challenge is how do we bring all these people out of poverty, living good lives? And I think that's why I really think this session, I can't understand why I can't change my slides here. So that was the reason also we brought together some of the stakeholders that we thought could be really interesting in bringing about this kind of change. What is the next generation of, do you know what's happening here? Why? Yeah. Maybe I'll just switch on and see if that's the problem, that we might have two different systems here competing with each other. The digital economy is not really here still for us. Let me see here. So is it possible then for a new generation to come in and think bigger and think global and think about what's really needed rather than improving existing systems? Because we talk a lot about innovation these days, but most of that innovation is really in the face of improving existing systems. We put meters on old energy systems and call them smart. And I wouldn't call them smart, I would call them less stupid. That might be an improvement, but they're not smart. They're not compatible with 11 billion people living good lives. And if we acknowledge that or feel confident that that is what innovation is, then we're lost. And I think we need to be tougher. And I think that's why this Global Innovation Hub, innovating ambitious climate solutions that meets human needs, is so important. That we shift away a little bit from the sort of the accounting and the carbon focus to the human focus and say, yes, we need to get rid of emissions, but it's for humans. It's not an accounting game. I don't care if a company come out and say, I'm carbon neutral or carbon free or zero carbon. If you're destroying the planet or serving unhealthy food and doing everything that is bad, that is not what we need. We need people to help people live healthy lives, to go to school, to have health care, to have these really fundamental needs in society, and also to flourish, to be scientists, to be artists. And we tend to forget that. It's about the old industry that have the biggest PR industry still that are sort of dominating lots of these discussions. So I don't know what happens here and why we can't get into the different slides that the presenters have done here. So maybe I'll just hand over to Aaron first and say a few words, and then I'll try to fix this while you do an introduction. I think you can do without your beautiful slides, but I'll try to fix them. So please welcome Aaron up to the floor.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, Dennis, for this incredible opportunity to be here. So my name is Aaron Oliveira. I'm founder and CEO of Earth 300, an organization that's been born out of the need to address the climate crisis. We are facing an ecological crisis on an existential scale, which most of us are oblivious to, but when you do a little bit of research, it's quite normal to become justifiably terrified. And I think this comes from the lack of connection to nature. The great metaphysical author James Allen said, a wildflower which the casual wayfarer thoughtlessly tramples upon is to the spiritual eye of a poet, an angelical messenger from the invisible. And we cannot expect everybody to become a deep-thinking poet or a philosopher, but certainly it would be normal to expect some sense of ecological awareness in people, right? I mean, E.O. Wilson, you know, the great naturalist, said that he coined a term called biophilia, which is what humans feel when they look at a forest or an ocean or they are coming in contact with nature. And that's exactly what is needed. I mean, the greatest failure of the digital age is how far detached it is from nature, right? I mean, a microchip or a computer has no circadian rhythm, it has no heartbeat. So I think that's important, and that's what Earth 300 wants to capitalize on. I mean, Earth 300 wants to take this once-in-a-century opportunity and inspire an era of ecological imagination where people start to think of themselves as part of nature and start to realize that unless and until we work together with nature, we are not going to be facing a very sustainable future. And so Earth 300 has launched the world's most advanced and largest research vessel. It's 300 meters long, 46 meters wide. It's going to house 160 scientists on board, forming an interdisciplinary team ranging from marine to earth to space and atmospheric sciences. And the idea is to inspire a global renaissance, you know, combining technology and science and the arts and social impact and nature and hospitality, and bring in a different view to nature. So as Dennis said, you know, what we need is not to optimize the existing model. And the great Buckminster Fuller said, you know, that you don't change the existing reality by fighting against it. You create a new reality that makes the existing reality obsolete. So you offer a better solution for them. And that's exactly what Earth 300 is all about. Now, this is all about smart cities, and if you think about it, the planet is the smartest city on the planet, meaning to say that it functions as a perfect organism, you know, with a series of fundamental heartbeats and feedback loops, and when one of its systems is challenged, then the planet will fight back and to get back into balance. And so that's exactly what we want to do with Earth 300, you know, figure out how the planet works, you know, but looking at the different systems and providing solutions together with the scientists and the experts that will be on board to figure out what is doable and what is possible. So essentially, you know, Earth 300 will be equipped with frontier technologies like AI and quantum, machine learning, robotics, and the idea was giving access you know, technological access that's been unprecedented in history at a very high level to the smartest and most diverse group of individuals on the planet, and seeing what they can do with it and allowing them to develop catalytic blockbuster solutions to address climate change. So that's essentially what Earth 300 is. It's really looking at science in a very different way. I mean, a lot of the solutions that are needed in order to restore the natural balance of the planet already exist, but because of politics and profit, we are not moving fast enough. So Earth 300 aims to inspire ecological awareness on a global scale and allow people to think differently and take big, bold steps towards a better future. Essentially, you know, on Earth 300, it's the perfect model for a smart city because it's a contained environment. These people will be at sea, and the idea will be for Earth 300 to be self-sustainable, so we'll grow our own food on board with aquaponics and hydroponics, and essentially it's going to be a closed system. So it's the perfect way to be able to test the smart city on the oceans. In Singapore, for example, where I am based and where this project was born, Minister Grace Fu has led the charge on the environment, and Singapore is the #1 smart city or smart nation on Earth with a lot of really great initiatives, and the idea will be for Earth 300, you know, once it's built and navigating the seas, to connect with different cities around the world and be able to broadcast live everything that is happening on board. So, you know, the chief technology architect for Earth 300 is a gentleman called Martin Yates. He's currently the global CTO for smart cities at Dell Technologies, and he's been designing Earth 300 so that it can be a global broadcast of information of things that are happening on board. So Earth 300 will be built with no less than 1 million sensors. It will have 1,000 cameras on board so that what happens on board doesn't stay on board. And the idea is that, you know, again, you can do the best research on the planet, but if nobody knows about it, it's pretty useless. So, you know, the inspiration was, imagine if, you know, you could take the wealthiest people on the planet and bring them on board for an incredible adventure where they share that with everybody anybody else. So these individuals are coming on board for what's known as expedition science, and you have a situation where intellectuals are meeting with excitement and consumers are becoming contributors. So not only are they coming and experiencing science at a very high level, but they're also contributing to the making and the founding of the modern world and really being there, you know. So I explain it, you know, like being sitting down under the tree with Newton when the apple falls, or being in the lab holding electrodes with Edison, you know, when he discovers electric conduction. And that's really the idea of it. And so again, you know, I mean, everything on the Earth 300 is being built as a very futuristic scene so that we can broadcast it with the world and the world can participate on what we're doing with it. And that's really the inspiration for Earth 300, is really blending or merging the technosphere and the biosphere, because when you think about it, biology is the ultimate technology. We just haven't been able to understand it yet, you know. I mean, the idea is that once we understand nature, we would be able to, you know, Francis Bacon says, if you want to conquer nature, you must first understand it. And by conquering nature, I believe Bacon meant that we could actually control it and work within it and work with it, you know, and we have not really scratched the surface on how nature works. So that's really what Earth 300 is all about, really bringing together all these different communities, the corporate community, the governmental community, and having also the entire world participate in this adventure, you know, so that together, you know, we can build a platform that becomes an environment that fuels and fosters iconoclastic thinking on a global scale and allows people to go out of their comfort zones and invent new ways of doing things. So, you know, with Earth 300, I say, here we don't want to certainly not give a man a fish. We also don't want to teach a man to fish. We want to inspire a man to fish, because when you inspire a man to fish, he can come up with better ways of fishing than you ever imagined, right? So it's the reason why also many the school system is flawed, you know, because, you know, the teachers are there to teach you how to do things, where in fact, you know, these children can teach the teachers something, right? And so this is kind of what we're doing. We're building a democratic platform which is intergeographical, intergenerational, inter-intelligence, interracial, and really it allows for everybody to participate. So yeah, I mean, you can see a lot of information on what we're doing online, and at the moment we're at the stage where we've completed the preliminary naval engineering for the vessel. We've got the approvals already from the shipping classification societies. We're now speaking to shipyards, very advanced talks already. We will probably build this in Germany, and we invite all of you to basically contact us and help us to build this. I mean, this is a very big ambition in a sense, because I mean, this has never been done at this scale before. And we need all the help we can get. So thank you so much for that. I hope this has made some sense. And I look forward to speaking to all of you a bit later on. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Aaron. This is really one of the privileges that I feel I have in my work, that you come across so many people that are so intelligent and have so many exciting ideas. And when I came across Aaron I just heard about Jeff Bezos, you know, buying his multi-billion-dollar ship just for fun. And then, you know, when I saw Aaron, sort of people in the environment saying, oh, that's way too ambitious. But that was even a fraction of what he was spending on a weekend vehicle. So the kind of thinking we have in sustainability tend to be very narrow and very sort of small scale and lacking of ambition. It's like we have the 70s environmental thinking of Europe. You know, let's protect a little bit here, let's do a little bit here. But the big questions, that's for Minister of Finance and Minister of Industry. And then we sit here and try to tweak on the margin. No, let's go. Earth, you know, and then I thought this and said, why don't we have 10 like these ships? This is the future. You know, bring it in global. Get a global community and get them to collaborate and be around the world. And also the symbol of something being on the sea. It belongs to all the nations. It's out there. I thought it was such a beautiful thing. Then the next speaker came. I just show you this. This is the old way of thinking. I just want to show you these graphs and how I came to come across Tony also. You've seen this a million times. This is how we think. This is how most countries, including my own, Sweden, think. These are the emissions we have. These are emitting. And now they should go down to zero. Oh, very difficult, they say. And all strategies look the same. Much more renewables and CCS.
because it's really tough. But there is another way, and IPCC showed us that. If we look at the needs in society and start asking what smart solutions are already out here, then we can look at the needs and then say, who have those solutions? And how can we bring them to market really quickly? And of course, any challenge, if you ask someone, oh, you're a big problem. Okay, first of all, most people take a step back. You don't want to be a problem. But you invite everyone as a solution provider. How do we think that inviting countries and saying, you're a problem, how much can you reduce? And everybody wants to show as much as possible and do as little as possible. I want to have more like Elon Musk. He promised a lot, and sometimes he overpromised, but he wants to achieve that. He wants to do everything to do that. So why don't we ask countries, cities, companies to come with solutions? Not reduction commitments only, but solution commitments. Because they will fight for those. They will do what they can. But the challenge I have is also that this is such a Western agenda driven still. And the reason we have that narrow thing is that we forget that by the end of this century, 80% of the people will live in Africa or Asia. And we don't have that filter. We don't ask, will this work for 11 billion people? Again, in my own country, I did a rough assessment. 95% of what we call climate or renewable or sustainable would not work in a world that is equitable with 11 billion people. So we think it's nice. We call it sort of luxury middle-class buildings and say, oh, this is low carbon. Yeah, but it uses so much natural resources. It's so expensive that no one in Asia or Africa among the poor population would even dream of that. And that's why I was really happy to see the next speaker who also looking at how do we look at that from an Asian perspective, where the need for solutions that integrate the largest population on the planet can also do that. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dennis, and congratulations for the launch of the Innovation Hub. It was very timely and great, and it's amazing to be here. Good evening to you all, and it's great that you stayed over here. And I landed not long ago from Hong Kong. As you can tell, I'm not from Hong Kong, but originally from Hungary, but I've been in Asia for 14 years, first in Singapore, and I spent more than a decade in Hong Kong, based in Hong Kong. And now, let me tell you first, just to relate to some of the notes that were shared before, how and why I'm doing what I'm doing, because previously for the past 7 years, I've been in venture capital, and I got into venture capital because I wanted to make an impact. And I decided to do it through technology and innovation and by mobilizing capital for positive impact. But then I didn't know yet what that exact area or vertical would be that I would specialize on. I got involved in Nissan's Smart City Accelerator program, and I realized through that and through the World Economic Forum projects that I got involved, that urbanization was that global opportunity or that global trend, mega trend, that by bringing sustainable technologies into, I can maximize my personal impact. And obviously urbanization badly needed technological improvement and innovation to be embedded for a more equitable, sustainable future. And that led us to establish a Greater Bay X, which is an innovation and investment platform focusing on cross-border urban tech opportunities. And as we were defining our ESG strategy, we realized that all ESG strategies are just compliance checklists. And by the time people, asset managers, investors arrive to the end of it, they cannot measure anymore the impact that they were about to create. And we decided to turn it upside down and decided to focus only on one metric. And we did a year of research, and we arrived to decarbonization or CO2 emissions reduction as the metric to embed into our activities. And then as we did even more research, and this was about 1.5 years ago, we realized that in Asia Pacific, no one, and I say no one, visibly, committedly was focusing on this thesis, i.e. decarbonizing Asia Pacific through the application and scale of technology and innovation. And as we were entertaining this idea, as we were socializing the idea with potential partners and investors, China, South Korea, Japan, and Hong Kong came out with their carbon neutral net zero commitments within 2 months. And then we knew we had to do it. And since then, a couple of people have been announcing initiatives. Temasek and BlackRock announced just after our announcement of our existence the decarbonization partnership, which is a 600 million, at least 600 million US dollar technology investment platform that is about to be launched this year, next year. Now, this is what led us to establish and launch Carbonless. And now you know the background, that it has been an evolution of a desire to make an impact. And if you don't mind, Dennis, jumping on the next slide, I can tell you, but I know this by heart, so I don't necessarily need the slides. What we focus on is Asia Pacific, cities, technology and innovation, and capital. And I will tell you why we are focusing on all this. Obviously, through our research, as I told you, no one was doing what we are doing in Asia Pacific. We came from the city context, the urban context. Obviously, urbanization is what defines Asia Pacific, and cities contribute to the vast majority of CO2 emissions in the world. That will be on the next slide. More than 70%. More than 70% of the CO2 emissions in the world are from cities. And the next slide it talks about, or the next slide is there for me to talk about the fact that more than 50% of the CO2 emissions actually happen in Asia Pacific. And why technology and innovation? Because according to the International Energy Agency's very recent report, 80% of the technology that is necessary for us to hit the net zero targets already exist, and 10% are already in development. Next slide, please. And why capital? Because climate change and urbanization collectively represent something in the range of 50 to 75 trillion US dollars as an estimated investment opportunity and a identified need to be invested into. So we are looking at the intersection of that. And how I can relate to what Dennis talked about earlier, how we come into this picture. As you can tell, we are pretty new in this space, coming from a traditional venture capital mindset where we never think about scarcity. We always think about abundance. And arriving to the sustainability and climate change community and way of thinking, we realize that most people think in a scarcity or through a scarcity mindset. And that's not the case anymore. Here is all the opportunity, all this investment need and estimation. This is the biggest opportunity of the coming decade or this decade. And we would like to mobilize with this message capital and channel capital into technologies that can scale and will have to scale to actually reach our targets. And quite frankly, this includes very traditional, less exciting innovation than Earth 300, but includes also innovation and new ideas that are totally out of the blue and necessary, and also with all this investment that will be mobilized into this space or for this theme is also possible. Yes, we can have 10 Earth 300 boats, and we probably should have 10 Earth 300 boats around the world, and that's exactly what we would like to contribute to make happen, obviously in an urban context. So since the context of today's presentation or discussion was partly about competitions, I would like to tell you about the project that we are doing right now in not more than 1 minute, because we have been doing accelerator programs, we have been doing innovation challenges, and we launched, obviously under the Carbonless brand, also the Carbonless Asia Challenge series. We are working now on a project in Singapore in partnership with Microsoft to find innovative solutions that support the Singapore Green Plan. And in Hong Kong, with a global scope, we are working with Hong Kong's railway transport operator, which is also one of the city's biggest property developer and property operator, MTR, also a railway operator in Sweden, in Australia, in China, Macau, and the UK. And we've been running a challenge looking for data-driven decarbonizing solutions worldwide, and we are just at the very end of that process. Hopefully in a couple of weeks I can announce you the winner, but the key here is that we are looking for scalable, existing, successful solutions that we can plug in from anywhere around the world into the urban context and the urban operators, the urban developers of Asia Pacific, and contribute to the decarbonization of Asia, creating value and contributing to the application of great innovative and ideas and technologies. So that's what we do. Thank you very much for listening and being here, and thank you very much for having me here. I can't wait to talk to you all after the session.
Thank you. So that's sort of, for me, also the shift in perspective of the abundance, all the bigs. Usually when you come to talk with environmentalists, they talk about a green fund, or a green bond, or a green something, a green version, instead of looking, this is the money. This is what should be shifted. This is not about making something special on that. It's about changing the system, go to the core. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Åsa and Regina, who's going to talk about the Climate Smart City Challenge, which I came across also, which is sort of host in Sweden, where I'm from also. But it's a global endeavor. And that will talk about this. And I don't know if you're going to start, Regina, or how things work here perfectly. And I don't know if you have there's a risk, it's better that Åsa can start. Can you switch on the sound on this, if Åsa switch on that, so we can hear her speak? It is on? Okay. Åsa, if you hear me, you can start speaking now.
So it's up to you, whatever it's, less technical risks.
Well.
Otherwise, I can just start introducing, or...
I'll just see if we have... Åsa, I see you, but I think you're frozen.
Yes, she's frozen. Or very, very still.
Yeah, your internet connection is unstable. Okay. I wonder if
So I can start introducing myself. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Regina Sommer, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer for International Collaboration at Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency. And we are a government agency under the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation. And I think the presentations I've heard are super interesting. I'm very impressed of what you're doing, and I would actually like to challenge you, Dennis, a little bit, because Vinnova, even if we are a government agency, we are the Sweden's innovation agency, and we have a responsibility to drive and transform to this society, exactly as you have mentioned. Åsa, now that you're on stage, I would say, would you like to take over so we know that your presentation will be, or do you want me to continue? Yeah, it's frozen again. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the Swedish Innovation Agency works in 3 steps, more or less. What we do is that we, together with the actors in our innovation system, identify the challenges. And when I say the actors in our innovation system, I mean everyone from industry, academia, research institutes, civil society, municipalities. Everyone has to be part of the innovation process. And this is to mention what you were commenting on before, Dennis. I think that we are in the process of making this change. And what we have done the last 2 years is that we have involved over 500 diverse organizations in Sweden to be part of setting joint missions and, you know, really walk the talk. So I think that even Greta would be proud of us by now that we are walking the talk. And when I say that we, you know, we gather all these actors around the same table, it is really to set joint missions that can be, you know, joint projects. So, for example, in the case of mobility, we had a session where we invited a micro mobility startup, a municipality, a telecom company, a car company. We had an authority, a government representatives, everyone around the same table. And yesterday we announced 2 huge national projects that will focus on electrification of heavy vehicles, together with the industry, together with the municipalities, together with all actors in an innovation system. And we're doing a huge investment there. So the Swedish Innovation Agency Vinnova and the Swedish Energy Agency are funding these projects with approximately 20 million euros, and the industry and the other actors are investing the same amount. So I totally agree with you. We have to do this together, and we have to also, you know, set the goals together so we are all engaged and know, you know, walk the talk and focus on the doing more than just the talking. So I definitely think that Vinnova is doing this. We're setting kind of a, you know, the platform, the meeting place for the actors to be able to talk and to set a joint agenda. This is what's happening right now, and I think that the Climate Smart City Challenge that Åsa will tell you more about very soon is a great example of what we're trying to do in Sweden. We're now trying to do it with a global outreach. So when we mention system innovation in this competition because we talk a lot about right now about that we have to innovate how we innovate. And we see it as, you know, pinpointing 3 specific items. One is to have the mission-oriented approach, so the actors set joint missions together. The second one is to have a systemic perspective, so we need to work in a system. We need to talk about more system innovation than innovation systems. That's the change we need to make, and we're doing it as we speak. And then, of course, we need to innovate in the absolutely broadest sense. You cannot think or believe that an innovation will actually make a change or transform society if you don't have the actors, the final user part of that. And here I mentioned this civil society representatives and also the municipalities. I definitely think that the municipalities, we have about 300 in Sweden, that they have an extremely important role in this. I mean, I would say that this competition it's a super advanced way of innovation procurement. Maybe this will be the future, how the municipalities can work. But yes, just to mention that, and now I think to Åsa.
Yeah,
and I can just introduce, sorry?
I don't know if it's Åsa or Stephen, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. There are several that are going to talk. I just want to mention, and I think I mentioned, maybe you wonder why I brought this, and I think Åsa is going to explain more about the bird the bird house that I brought with me today. But okay, thank you very much, and yeah, I'll sit here.
Are there people up here? Because they're usually up here, the ones that are connected. Are they? Sorry? Yeah, exactly, those who are connected. Mm-hmm. So I need to switch, because usually they come up here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so but then if we do like this, then we can hopefully get Åsa to do a presentation. I have, because now she can't show the slides. Or maybe if Åsa, you then have to show the slides then of your computer.
Share her screen.
Yeah.
Do you want me to sit here?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Are you there, Åsa? I see. No, that's just because it's muted, I think. Maybe Stephen could start then? Because I said, Stephen, you look alive. Oh, Åsa is also live. So can you switch on Åsa's sound then?
It's landing on your computer.
Ah.
But your computer is only connected via video.
With the HDMI, so that sound also?
Yeah,
I can just tell you that the Climate Smart City Challenge that we launched last week is a competition that we do in collaboration with the UN Habitat, of course, Nesta Challenge, the Energy Agency in Sweden, and Vinnova, and Viable Cities. And Viable Cities is one of our 17 strategic innovation programs that we have in Sweden. So we're doing it all together.
Okay, but I sent the connection to Carlos. Can you have your forward?
They have the computer set up. Maybe an alternative would be to migrate to Teams because they have the Teams connected to the YouTube channel.
Can you send this link then or something?
To all of them.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll probably migrate to Teams. Sorry, Åsa, we can't hear you. So they have some technical problems. So they're going to try to migrate to Teams instead, because that's where their system is. Sorry, let me just... sorry, Åsa. They're going to try to migrate to Teams. They have some problems with Zoom right now. So they're going to send a link to you so we can see if we can jump into the Teams meeting where you can be broadcasted. Sorry for the tech challenge here.
Okay. It's a competition that we do in collaboration with the UN Habitat, of course, Nesta Challenge, the Energy Agency in Sweden, and Vinnova, and Viable Cities. If you missed what I just said, here's it again. I have a clone that is speaking somewhere else. That was strange. Yes.
Giant lag then for 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, seems to be so.
Or can you speak to some of the other slides maybe before we wait? Or
I can speak. I can try to speak to the other slides. Yes, absolutely. Or maybe I don't need the slides. I don't know.
So what should I do something?
Do a 3 minutes break.
So for everyone that it's
okay.
This is a box to where you can put your business cards, because the competition that we will tell you about very soon is about participating in solving the challenges in 4 specific cities around the world. So we're going to leave this here. I'm not going to bring it back home. So you can put your business cards in here, and then we will contact you. So all day I've been walking around looking like a crazy bird lady with this. And people must have been wondering, what is she doing and where are the birds? But now you know.
So, just a little bit of clarification to the panelists. We are experiencing some breaches with the Zoom link. So we will send you over chat a new link that will take you to Teams. So you will be moved to Teams, and then we will resume. Our technicians are already informed. So please use the link that will be placed over the chat, your Zoom chat now.
Dennis? Nu får du igång det här.
Inga problem.
Men du, den där den är viktig. Nu förklarar jag lite vad det var.
Ja.
Där ska ju business cards in för den här, om man vill komma med förslag.
Dead Forest. Borde inte stå en LinkedIn-kontakt eller någonting?
Ja, men de har inte det. Jag fick den av Viable Cities.
Jag tänkte det känns lite 1900-tal med business cards.
Ja, jag skojar. Men det är deras
koncept.
Jag lovade att jag skulle ta med mig den.
Men jag tänkte det vore lite snyggt att bara ha en liten QR-kod där, i alla fall med länken till sidan.
So, well, we connect. Actually, I have a question from the previous intervention, and I found it fascinating. I think we are getting experience and understanding where the emissions are coming from, and understanding also the priority sectors, the priority aspects, and connecting all of that to the coordinates-based approach of this project. In the previous intervention, you mentioned that Asia actually is one of the key geographical areas because they represent approximately 50% of the emission globally. So it will be very, very interesting to maybe decode that information and understand where should be focusing and where accelerators and innovators should be also keeping an eye open on. If you could maybe elaborate, thank you.
And I can't wait to listen to the rest of your presentation. You have to go. Don't you want the microphone back, or we will leave it with your colleagues?
No, she will be part of it.
Okay. Very nice to meet you. All right.
Take care.
So happy to elaborate then on Asia Pacific and the key sectors, and obviously the key for us is China. If we put together those countries that already made last year their commitments, they represented about 40% of the world's CO2 emissions. Now India committed to do the same, and they represent another good 7%. So Asia Pacific as a region, which is a very, very big region, represent that more than 50%. And we are, of course, focusing on cities. And if you look at the intersection of cities, Asia Pacific, and obviously the sectors that matter for carbon footprint, then we need to arrive to 3 key sectors, or 4 if we are a bit more strict, and that's energy, mobility, and the built environment, which has 2 aspects to it: property and infrastructure. And that's exactly what we are looking at. And obviously, when we talk about infrastructure, we talk about digital infrastructure as well. And the digital infrastructure includes the financial infrastructure, and that should be dramatically contributing to new solutions and scaling new solutions. But now I will pass the mic back to you finally. Good to see you both.
So Åsa and Stephen, you're now on the big screen, so we're ready to hear from you. Can you share the screen now? Because I think we have sound and vision now with you working. We hope. Say something, please.
I'm here, Dennis. This is Åsa from Stockholm.
Excellent. I hear you on my computer. Can you put the sound up here also? I'm just afraid that we're going to get a lot of feedback then.
Dennis, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm here just to say that our colleague Kathy is still in the waiting room on Teams, if she could be allowed in.
Okay, I don't have anyone waiting in the lobby. If she could maybe try to sign in again, and I can see, because
maybe to save some time, just I'll leave it over to Stephen, and maybe he can go before Kathy, if that's possible. Stephen?
Yeah, not a problem at all. Just want to check, Dennis, that you can hear us fine. Do you need us to just share screen ourselves, or do you have the slides up?
No, please share, because it's Teams now, so you're totally in control now.
How is that?
That's perfect.
Fantastic. Then, also, I can let us get started. And thank you so much, Regina, for the introduction to the challenge And sorry that we've had these technical difficulties. We'll get stuck in. My name's Stephen Bland. I'm from UN Habitat, climate change and innovation specialist with our climate change and also innovation teams. And we're very, very excited as UN Habitat to be a key partner to this challenge with this whole variety of partners that I can't list all of them here, but we know that every single one of you, UN Habitat, is very excited to be working with. And Regina briefly mentioned, I think, the premise of Climate Smart Cities Challenge, an open innovation competition centered around four cities that have been selected through an open call. We are really in a very exciting moment because last week we launched the call for innovators to come and join the cities. These were the many lists of partners that I think both Regina and I have referred to. So I can tell you a little bit about the actual challenges that we're looking for innovators to come forth and help these cities to solve. And then I'll hand over to my colleague Kathy from Leicester Challenges, who'll tell you a little bit more about the actual competition and how you can get engaged. These are our four fantastic cities. In most cases, the local government is in the lead, but we have a variety of city partners involved. And we've, as UN Habitat, we've been working with these cities over the last few months to design some very exciting challenges, which you can find on the Climate Smart Cities Challenge website. We've been working with them in a creative process using some design thinking principles, interactive workshops with their stakeholders to define the systems challenge, to try to gain as deep a systems understanding as possible of the particular challenge that cities have identified. And apologies, it's late in the evening here, and my child has just woken up from his sleep. And that is the four challenges that you can see on your screen. So in Bristol and Mackinjay Sabagaro, which is a municipality in the Greater Kampala region in Uganda, both of those are focusing on zero carbon affordable homes. In the case of Bristol, this is really looking at the financial model that can deliver affordable zero carbon homes at scale. So crucially, and very much aligned with what Massamba was saying at the beginning, this is a real fundamental systems challenge. Bristol have identified that the technologies exist for zero carbon housing and for affordable housing, but what we don't have is a financial model that can deliver it at scale. And so that's what that challenge is all about. In Mackinjay, they have a different set of housing challenges in some ways, but a very similar objective to be able to, and the affordability dimension as important here as in Bristol, to make sure that these houses can actually be lived in and constructed with and by local residents in the municipality. And then we move to South America, and the other two challenges in Bogota and Colombia, a really interesting challenge about freight, logistics, massive amount of trucks and vans moving through the city every day. And Bogota wants to not just reduce emissions, but also reduce the very harmful air quality impacts of the transport of goods and services within the city. And in Curitiba in Brazil, we have a really fascinating challenge, which is working at a neighborhood scale. So this is a spatial approach to the issue with two specific neighborhoods in Curitiba, crossing multi-different sectors, energy, waste, and mobility, and looking for multiple solutions that can be rolled out in a particular, in this case, two neighborhoods. So I'm sure you'll agree with me, a really diverse and interesting range of challenges that we have in the Climate Smart Cities Challenge. And I think if this works, I'm not sure it will, but I'm going to hit play. We have a short video from the mayor of Curitiba, which can tell you a bit more about his as a way to hear from the cities who are not with us today in this workshop. And let me see if this works. And if it's not working for you, Dennis, just tell me and we'll move to the next slide. But here, I'll hit play anyway.
Nothing seems to be happening on our side.
Okay, in which case I move on. This video is available on our website in any case. The last thing I wanted to mention before I hand over to Kathy is responding a lot to what was in the introduction of the Global Innovation Hub and the importance of systems approaches that deal with real needs. I think one of the fascinating steps, once we launched the competition last week, we'll have an open call until January, and Kathy will explain that. But after that, we move into perhaps the most exciting part of the challenge, which is the systems demonstration phase. And this is when these innovators that we select will come together, work with the cities, work with each other. There will not be a single winner at that point in the normal competition sense, but rather collaborative groups of innovators working in real test beds in these cities to test and pilot their solutions and move forward. So that, for me, is the really, really exciting part, which will start next year. I'm going to hand over to Kathy. I hope you're with us and you can tell us a bit more about the competition.
Great. Thanks, Stephen. Hi, everybody. My name is Kathy Nestein. I head up our work on future cities at Nesta Challenges, which is a component of Nesta. It's a global innovation foundation based in the UK. Yeah, if you could go to the next slide. Stephen, I'm not sure if it's you that's controlling them. Yeah, thanks. So a really quick word on open innovation competitions and doing them in cities. What we focus on at Nesta Challenges is exactly that: open innovation competitions, challenge prizes, different kind of terms that generally mean the same thing. It's an outcome-based funding model, so it takes kind of the grant paradigm on its head, and it's focused on rewarding whoever can first or most effectively meet a defined challenge. And we're not particular about how people get there or what kind of approaches they use. The point is being outcome focused. We think that this is a great way to get new and better approaches to stubborn problems. It's a great way to foster breakthrough innovations, to solve these thorny issues that aren't being solved kind of by industry incumbents or kind of business as usual methods. They're good ways to incentivize new collaborations. So really touching on what Stephen was just describing about how the ultimate aim of the Climate Smart Cities Challenge is to bring together teams of innovators who can work together using a systems-based approach. And that it's about driving innovation towards commercialization. It's about taking ideas at the solution concept stage and bringing them along that journey until they get to the point where they can solve a problem that a marketplace is willing to support, and that can go on kind of a long-term route towards sustainability and commercialization, because obviously a prize model isn't a long-term kind of funding method. But next slide, please. So I'll get into some of the nuts and bolts about the Climate Smart Cities Challenge having launched last week. And what we are looking for, the goal is to, in the interim, is to identify up to 80 finalists. It's quite a big pool. It's quite a big opportunity for a number of teams that could come forward. We're looking to have 20 in each city that would be selected in January and can engage with each of those cities. So that's really the opportunity for companies that come forward, is they'll get that chance to work directly with the cities to better understand what the challenges are, to engage in this co-creation period, which would take place from February through May. Those that are selected as finalists would benefit from having some mentoring, having business development support, getting to work closely with those city partners to participate in workshops, to test their ideas, to bounce around kind of their concepts, to get to meet with stakeholders that are really close to those challenges in that city, get help with kind of navigating data sets or accessing whatever kind of information is relevant to help them further develop out their solution. And then also during that time period, the team, the partners will be working with each of those finalists in each city to provide some support in matchmaking, to finding partners, to developing those teams that could move forward to implement the demonstrations in the next phase. So in June, the winning teams will be selected and they'll embark on a planning phase. They'll get to share some funding to plan out what those system demonstrators will look like then later in 2023. Next slide, please. So simple stuff about how to apply. Basically, I would just direct you to go to the website. It's right there, climatesmart.citieschallenge.org. Applications are due on the 5th of January, but we do have an early application deadline a month before that. Those that apply early will get the opportunity to speak directly with the cities in December to showcase their ideas. So that's a really great opportunity if you are able to apply early. What I would encourage everyone who's here today is to think about who in your networks might be good applicants. I've got crying children in the background too, Stephen. So I hope you can all hear that. But anyway, go to climatesmartcities.challenge.org. We're doing some webinars next week with each city. You can find the details of those on that website and links to register to attend a webinar where you'll get a lot more information about each of the 4 city challenges and what they're looking for. Next slide, please. And yeah, sorry, that's what I just said. So it's there again. Sign up for webinars next week. And I think that is all from me.
Thanks a lot. Is that the presentation for the whole city challenge now, or is that something else? Åsa, Stephen?
Is Åsa here? I wasn't sure if she... Oh,
yeah,
you are
yeah,
here.
Åsa is here.
I'm here. So, sorry for the technology challenges we're having. I can just add something if it's possible. And this is that we're very excited from Viable Cities to have initiated this Climate Smart Cities Challenge and running it together with UN Habitat and Nesta Challenges and Vinova and a whole host of different co-partners. But this is related and very much part of the mission-driven work that we're doing together with 23 Swedish cities, all in all accounting for 40% of the Swedish population. So we have a massive mobilization to accelerating towards climate neutral cities that are sustainable and inclusive for all. And this is also part of the European work that we're in the midst of, where the climate neutral cities mission has been launched by the European Commission in the beginning of October. So very proud and happy to be part of this tremendous challenge and this global and local, I would say, mobilization that we're in the midst of in order to make things happen for real. So due to the technical challenges, I think we will leave it at that and hope that Dennis and Regina can kind of get the discussions going inside. But if you have any further questions, Dennis, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you very much. No, I think this was great, and I think I'm particularly excited to see UN Habitat, that is really a stakeholder who put humans at the center. It's really about viable cities that is exciting and flourishing. So I think that's a really fresh perspective, because many of the city initiatives has been very much about reducing carbon. I have this image of all the problems in cities being addressed, but the humans are not there. It's not about flourishing lives for people. It's just about technical solutions reducing emissions. So one question I had for you is, how deep can you go and what time horizon do you use? Congestion, for instance, you can improve that on the margin with some GPS and smarter controls. But you can also invest in 3D printing, circular systems that don't even need transport to happen in the first place. And it all depends a little bit on the time horizon. And I think it was Kathy who said, what kind of stakeholders do you invite? When we invite stakeholders for transportation, for instance, it's usually the car companies and the transportation companies. But it's not the 3D printing companies, it's not the decentralized production companies, it's not the reduced consumption stakeholders who don't find other ways to drive that. So I'm curious to hear about your thoughts about who should be around the table, because that's a little bit of the big challenge we have, is that we have the problem stakeholders usually coming to the table with limited innovations. But this is something that is more exciting because you really have a global perspective, and then the resource efficiency needs to be put in place. So really, if you can sort of spend a few minutes just to explain a little bit on who can be invited here and how do you shape that from a need perspective rather than a problem perspective? And have you any examples on when we've seen sort of more transformative system change compared to improvement in existing systems that has been leading the work here?
I can start, and then I leave over, I think, to Stephen to continue on the competition as such and the challenges maybe in the 4 cities. But from a point of view of viable cities, we're kind of really pioneering the work of using a mission-oriented approach to systems change. So what we are trying to achieve, actually, as you are saying, Dennis, is actually a human-centric city development pathway to climate neutral and sustainable cities. So this is what we're all about. So we gather stakeholders from the local level to the global level, basically, in order to make systems change happen. And that is kind of really, really hard in a way, but it makes it necessary to be really specific. What are the needs? And as Stephen explained, which is really, really interesting in these 4 cities, it's not about one unique outcome. It's about multiple outcomes. It's about multiple benefits. And there you have to have a kind of mission at the midst of these efforts in order to make that happen. So I think that is kind of the unique blend of what we're doing. And in Viable Cities, we have a long-term perspective. We're running a program running until 2030, and we have a long-term collaboration with the 23 cities in Sweden, and that's our aim. But I'll leave it over to Stephen to discuss a little bit about the challenge and the cities.
Yeah, thanks, Åsa, and thanks, Dennis, for such a great probing question. And certainly at UN Habitat, for example, our work on the whole topic of smart cities, we have a flagship program, and it's called the title People-Centered Smart Cities. And we don't talk about smart cities without that prefix, and that's a deliberate attempt to move the conversation on in a way in which you were describing at the very beginning, Dennis. And perhaps I can give a specific example from one of the cities that, and it's biased, it's the one that I've been working with most closely in the challenge definition phase, which is Bristol in the United Kingdom. And we were having long discussions with them about what is the actual challenge that you face here, because of course there are many, many sub-challenges caught up in the mix of that title of zero carbon affordable housing. And Bristol were very clear that this is not a technology challenge in their view. They believe that the technologies are available, and a narrowly defined challenge around technological improvements to double glazing or to other elements of the green building fabric is not what they need. And for them, it's an issue, a fundamental issue of social and financial value, and the value that's placed on different metrics, and the predominance of a financial valuation in the British system of housing called the viability test, which means that this just doesn't stack up financially. And so the systems innovation embedded in the Bristol challenge is really one of a financial model that can make this work. And then therefore at its heart is very challenging. I think the systems innovation discussion is very rich, interesting, and we have a lot more programs over the last few years starting to apply great thinking to systems innovation. But I think UN Habitat also would advise some humility when we come into these kinds of challenges. And I think this project will really stretch the challenge-driven innovation methodology quite extensively. I think innovators themselves that come forward in the call will have to also stretch the cities and stretch us as partners to really get closer to that goal of systems transformation. We co-hosted a conference a few weeks ago called the Innovate for Cities Conference with the Global Covenant of Mayors, and systems transformation came up as a very clear kind of call as a means to bridging the implementation gap that we see in cities, this gap between kind of ambition of change and what we actually see on the ground. But I think we also, I'm always suspicious of partners and even ourselves if we claim that we can deliver systems transformation through a project. So I think we have to be humble about just how difficult systems change is. But at the same time, let's push our methodologies and invite innovators to push us to try and achieve it. And that's certainly how we've been designing some of these challenges. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. No, and it's also because we've been very much tech focused. They work with incubators, they work with solutions. I've been working with Mission Innovation. We gathered 1,500 innovators, And I would argue that 95% of those are technical innovations, not bad. And increasingly they are integrating sort of a business model to that. But it's very rare that we see new stakeholders. I was also curious, because in 2 days I'm having another session where I'm also inviting Netflix, Spotify, others who are also shaping what we are seeing as possible, but also what a sort of flourishing life is. You know, is that to consume, or is that to create music, or be an artist, or excel in science? What are the attractiveness in a city? And I'm curious about your thinking about those kind of ramifications, about what are scenes, who are the influencers, what do people strive for, how is that shaping what is an attractive living, or why you need to move in the first place. So is that something you've been thinking about, this this sort of system transformation? Because also thinking about the links to the work Tony and Aaron is doing also in other kind of innovations, because one reason what we created this Global Innovation Hub was, is it also possible to link some of these together to really see where kind of synergies and gaps are, because you're doing amazing work, but still it's sort of a drip in the ocean. So how can we multiply those things that really work well? And so I'm curious if you have been thinking about, you have lots of them, and I think that's a dilemma, what Åsa was saying, that there's a lot of partners, but still there's almost none, if you look at it from a global perspective. So it's this dilemma that you bring a lot of people in and it becomes really complicated, but at the same time, you're not even touching the top of the iceberg of innovators in Asia or Africa that are involved in this. So how are you thinking about your API or interface towards other competitions and other system transformations, and the role of the Global Innovation Hub here now at UNICCC? Because we're thinking about, should we create APIs or opportunities for people to the sort of world-leading initiatives such as yours to bring that up to another level? And thinking about COP27, but also G20, World Economic Forum, where are the places where we need to put this in front of people and saying, the solutions are here, but we need sort of a massive rethinking on how to approach them. So just some reflections from you in terms of how do we scale this so it's really relevant. So, and that's, I'm also curious if you've been thinking in gigaton or billions, trillions of dollars. What are the actual impact you're looking for here now? 1 year from now, 2 years from now, sort of the exponential growth of this. Because I love the 2030 horizon, because that allows you to not just think about this as a 1-year program, but something that really can scale, even if it's small now. If we exponentially grow this, by 2030, this could be enormous.
Mm-hmm. It's a daunting question, or a daunting set of questions that you provide us, Dennis. Very, very inspiring and mind-boggling somehow. But I think that some reflections on that. I think that this human-centric perspective is really key to achieving scale, because if we're to be able to transition cities into becoming climate neutral and sustainable at the pace and at the scale that is necessary, then we need to have citizens being co-creators of this transition. Otherwise, it won't fly anywhere. And people are kind of located somewhere in space. They have home, they have workplaces, they have places that they exist on Earth, so to speak. So I think that citizen engagement is really key. And that is what we have seen in the 23 cities that we work with in Sweden. This is really, really key. And this is also a key component in the mission work at the EU level. And I think that this is also something that we have talked and worked a lot with UN Habitat and other actors in this climate smart cities challenge work. So I would say that citizen engagement is one key to scaling in order to make the change happen. But it's also about accelerating learning between actors, and not least between cities. And that is why we, from Viable Cities, see a huge potential in learning from these the work that we are doing in the cities that are in partners in this competition, because there are similar challenges in Swedish cities, in French cities, in UK cities, and so on and so forth. So accelerated learning in between cities, not least, and also citizen engagement, I think, are some of the keys to what you're talking about in terms of how can we scale and how can we make this become something that is really creating a movement. But over to you, Kathy and Stephen.
Thanks, Åsa. Stephen, I'm happy to jump in and say a few things. Maybe just building on what you're saying, Åsa, because I think you made a lot of great points. One way that we often think about it is to kind of break down the process using perhaps a service design kind of thinking, and thinking about kind of user experience and user journeys and kind of all those different stakeholders within this larger ecosystem. So even going back to when we were designing the challenges with the cities, thinking about what are the new kind of breakthroughs that are needed, what are kind of the systems change that needs to happen, and who are those different players in that process. So you might have your users, but you might also have your beneficiaries, you have your customers, and sometimes those groups overlap, but often they don't. So in the case of kind of the housing issue, thinking about who the end users are and who the ultimate beneficiaries are of the types of technologies or the types of solutions that we're talking about developing. And so I think using that kind of thinking, I think, is really crucial when you're looking to create breakthrough innovations or use kind of an open innovation methodology, especially in partnership with cities. And that's the other really unique piece of this, I think, is having that partnership with the stakeholders on the ground who can identify the challenges and who can help to foster those connections, so that as we move forward and working with the innovators that get selected as finalists, that they'll get to have those kind of direct connections with those ultimate end users or the ultimate beneficiaries. And then the last piece of it is this ambition towards scaling, this ambition towards transferability. One of the key pieces that we did going back a year ago, when we were working with all the partners involved in this to identify which cities we'd be working with, was there was an open call for cities to put forward challenges and to volunteer essentially to be a partner and to work in this process. And in that process, we were able to see what were the big challenges that cities were interested in solving. And part of that selection of the 4 that we're working with now, that Stephen described earlier, was to choose challenges that are kind of representative of, we know, these universal issues that many cities are grappling with around the world, and how can we take the learnings that comes out of this particular program, and how can that be scaled up, and how can that be transferred to other places, because we know, issues around mobility and freight and green affordable housing and energy are obviously being faced in lots of places. So that's something that we certainly have our minds on as we're moving forward and with selecting the innovators and with moving forward with their implementation. I don't know, Stephen, if you wanted to add anything else.
I think both Åsa and Kathy have done a really good job in highlighting some of the key parts that we're trying to work with. And I think maybe just one thing to add, Dennis, I think that this project is bringing together a really exciting group of partners, and that's Viable Cities who are spearheading that. They are really thinking big in terms of ambition, in terms of the kinds of financial investments we want to bring into these 4 cities through this project, but also to upscale to other cities. The fact that Mission Innovation are here, the Global Innovation Hub, UN Habitat and Viable Cities, we're all clamoring to partner with the hub to build a kind of network of networks, if you like, and make sure that we do get and reach to the innovator networks that are out there that are not perhaps normally targeted by our climate community in the way that's needed. Some of the solutions that you mentioned, Dennis, at the beginning, and I think we have to also, the sort of caveat on that, I think, is that as we try and grow and as we try and do systems work, we need to recognize the kind of clamor from particularly a lot of our local government partners in the global south for action. And sometimes the systems work can get a little bit, in my view, academic or so complex that it turns people off. Those of us that enjoy complexity theory, and that means that you kind of get a kick out of the complexity, and that's not what we really need for our partners and our clients and local governments that we work with. So I think there is a kind of tension in a way between trying to build a systems approach but keeping it practical, and not getting lost in process, but asking more fundamental questions through really well-designed process helps, I think, us to get to that implementation at scale. But there are pitfalls along the way that we all have to be aware of as well.
Thanks, Stephen. Just my last question before I hand over to the audience, maybe Aaron and Tony also have some questions, is really if you can elaborate a little bit on the stakeholders in cities, because one challenge I had, I usually compare Bauding with Gothenburg, or I used to do that, as two very different approaches. Gothenburg in Sweden was ranked really high as sustainability index, etc. They were exporting SUVs, and basically the whole, the driver in the city was to be a world exporter of large cars. Baoding in south of Beijing, really high on carbon, but the mayor's future vision was to be a world leader in wind power, LED, and energy efficiency. Really low ranking, no Western sort of city ranking even acknowledged Baoding's way of thinking. And when I started this work also, I was thinking, is this zero carbon the wrong starting point? Isn't its leadership towards 1.5 compatibility? So who are the leaders that will actually lead and drive that? And I think your perspective there on spreading and scaling is so important. So that's a little bit my curiosity, and also the session we had yesterday, or the debate before yesterday, was with incubators. So my last question is also in terms of how do you see the role of incubators in those cities and the innovation community who wants to export and drive those things and are the natural passionate people who don't think local. The local is the initial market, but the global and at least the regional is where they want to find those things. So how can you tap into that so we really get these exciting scaling opportunities through the existing scaling structures? Because most cities have some sort of exports or talent attraction, etc. But they're usually not part of the climate discussion. The climate is usually supply chain driven, risk driven, cost saving. It's not revenue driven, attraction of the city, planning in the major investment. So a little bit of if you have some example or some sort of maybe unusual stakeholders in cities that you have engaged with. So not the traditional, let's reduce emissions. And that we've seen that even in Linköping and Lead was part of that, but still that amazing incubator, which could reduce emissions the equivalent of 25% of Swedish emissions just 1 year of startups, is not really included in the city missions, in the sort of the traditional city work. So I don't know, I wonder if you have any thoughts about this, because that's where we had some initial discussions before, and with Olle, and I think you, Stephen, was on that call also, and said, this sort of viable city is really an exciting new initiative. It's not just about reduction, it is about this scaling thing. So maybe just explain a bit for the audience that sort of this broader stakeholders and scalability, how important that is. But also maybe more specifically, who are the stakeholders you see in the cities that can really bring this about? And I really, really relate to what you said, Stephen, that sometimes these things can really drift into academia, never land. And that is really exciting, and it becomes really nice PowerPoints. But in terms of gigaton and trillions of dollars, you don't see much action. You see lots of workshop, but not so much actual result in the real life. And maybe your experience also, Kathy, on early competition, where you've seen something. What are the things that really triggered something where you've seen long-term impacts, not just the nice ticking in the boxes?
I can start, and then you, Stephen, and Kathy can fill in. But I'm thinking about the fact that this effort, Climate Smart Cities Challenge, starts with the cities, the city administrations, and the work that is already there. It's not kind of a moon landing thing. It's something that builds upon the ambitions and the strategies and the work that is already there. So there is a mobilization, there are resources, there are key people involved in processes, and already stakeholders mobilized to different degrees along a certain kind of common agenda. And this is exactly the way that we work in Sweden as well. In the 23 cities in Sweden is exactly that. We start from where they are at and try to find out how can we accelerate the transition to become climate neutral and sustainable from today going forward. And in terms of mobilizing stakeholders, it's been a really, really interesting journey because there are loads of different stakeholders involved. Obviously, business and academia and public sector organization, but also civil society. Just to take an interesting example, in the Malmö context, a city in the southern part of Sweden, there is a local climate city contract where mobilizing stakeholders like the biggest football team, Malmö FF, which is one of the most successful football teams in Sweden, together with building companies like Skanska and energy companies and so on and so forth. So it's kind of a very mixed set of stakeholders around how can we transition the city to become climate neutral. But I also think that one inspiring part of the work that we've done in the Climate Smart Cities Challenge is, for instance, with Ignite Sweden. Ignite Sweden is an initiative within the Swedish Incubators and Science Parks organization, which is about matching small companies and large companies and municipalities and others in order to come together around what needs are there and what kinds of solutions can meet these needs. And when we worked with them, we see that there is a potential both in their work that they're doing in matching stakeholders in the Climate Smart Cities Challenge, but also through the network throughout Sweden. They have some, I think it's close to 90 organizations throughout the whole of Sweden with some 5,000 businesses involved and a lot of competencies and a lot of technologies and a lot of other types of solutions out there. So kind of bringing all these together, but not one-offs, not single point solutions, but systemics in also what needs are there and what solution providers might there be. Over to you, Kathy and Stephen.
Yeah, I can jump in just to say a few words about, I mentioned earlier, I think in the presentation, that one of the real benefits we think of doing these kind of open cause, open innovation competitions is bringing in unusual suspects, bringing together different types of innovators who have different expertise, those who come from kind of a tech or software background, digital, who maybe never would have engaged on like a city freight challenge, for example, but being able to use competition as a way to kind of inspire those collaborations, inspire different organizations to come together to bring in those who maybe never would have engaged with a city government before, but have expertise obviously to bear to approach a challenge in a different way that maybe has never been approached that way before, we think is a real benefit. And then this approach, the Climate Smart Cities Challenge, really takes that approach kind of on steroids, given that the ambition is to bring together lots of different organizations in this first stage as finalists, and then to work really closely with them to identify the types of partners that they might need, where they can find complementary skills from other organizations, and how they can come together to solve this from the systems perspective that we've been talking about. So that, that's the core of our approach and in this phase, what we're doing is doing that outreach to find those accelerators, to find those incubators, to find those networks of startups, to find those kind of undiscovered gems really that have these great ideas but have never before perhaps had the right connection to the problem holders, if you will, or to those stakeholders in the city that have a problem to be solved. So that's what we're really excited to see how that happens through this program. Stephen, do you have any other thoughts you want to add?
Well, just briefly, I think you've both covered really well the issue of incubators and stakeholders. I think, Dennis, from you and Haft's perspective, something we do a lot in policy is we do a lot of policy support work with national and local government, which is about trying to align climate criteria and investments with mainstream financial planning and development. And so what you were saying about, the importance of that really rang true. And it recalls an experience I had with a small municipality in South Africa where in the Urban LEDs project, and my focal point there was the head of economic development and planning, who had not only urban planning and economic development as their brief, but also climate change. And so by sort of an accident of a small municipality's governance system, you had an extremely exhausted and busy man, but someone who really also came from a business background and really got the need to frame climate change as an economic investment issue and to mainstream it into the investments that the municipality was making. So I think we need a lot more people like that working in our own institutions and in the local governments. And certainly in the Climate Smart Cities Challenge, one of the key things in the challenge, if you go to the website, is what is the link to planned investments of the city. So, these are not lofty ideas dreamt up in some innovators, in an incubator. These need to be linked to the local government's planned investments in Bristol. These are in specific sites in Bristol, housing sites that are going to happen and be built. And this is where these solutions can be tailored. The same in Curitiba to specific neighborhoods. So you have a real link to both investments and spatial locations where these things are actually going to happen. That's the goal. So I think that's another way to design these projects effectively.
Thanks. Because this is one competition out of, I don't know, around the world, 10,000, 50, 100,000 competitions. And I'm thinking about also how do we create a network of all those and create, if we, together with you, and I'm thinking about a person like Aaron, for instance, who also the session before here, we talked about quantum computing. You can bring a lot of stakeholders in many, many cities without even tapping into the knowledge of what quantum computing can give us the next few years. So how can we create this interlink between these sort of more centralized global thought leaders in some really important fields and the kind of work that is grounded with the kind of innovation ecosystem that you're tapping into? So I'm curious if you, Aaron, could think about something about what would you need from your perspective to be able to identify sort of next generation solutions, etc., that gaps or scale these kind of solutions that are done here. So how can we work together on multiple levels in this? Because this is a super complicated multi-stakeholder process, but the world is so much more complicated and there's so many other things. And we can just take a couple of examples of, as we just had quantum computing, test a couple of those things with local stakeholders and just realize that there's a gap between that. And the kind of moonshot you're thinking about bringing some of the world-leading thinkers on a boat like yours, what kind of information would you need from them? Do you have questions for them in terms of how you can best help them and how they can provide information to you?
Yeah, thanks, Dennis, for that very elaborate thinking and question. So yeah, I mean, look, with Earth-300, what we're trying to do is also, again, with the frontier technologies like quantum computing and AI, to build a platform which becomes a kind of a Google for sustainability. We're actually in the midst of developing this, where we bring in together scientists and students and executives, and again, irrespective of race or irrespective of disciplines or ages, we want to put all of that information into one database, which becomes a synthesizer to look for the world's greatest ideas, right? And essentially, I mean, look, the idea of quantum computing is that it can actually solve any problem. Real quantum computing, I mean, when you think about real quantum thinking, you can solve any issue. But in terms of data points that we would need to be able to synthesize all of that, so I guess, again, it would all come down to people's interests. What are they interested in? What are they working in? And still leaving room for innovation, because if you get a system like a quantum computer, one of the problems of that is that you come to a point where everything becomes singular, right? It's synthesized to a very smart situation where everything becomes obvious, and then there's no more surprise and all of that. So, but I guess to answer Dennis's question, it would be really interesting to know what data points could you think of that would be most relevant to building a system to be able to capture all of these ideas and all of these pockets of innovation happening all around the world, right? To be able, for example, I always quote or talk about Sony, where they did not invent rap music, right? They didn't say, let's go and invest in disenfranchised children in a ghetto and see what comes up. So the idea would be to build a system that could capture enough data points, but still leaving room for innovation. And of course, that's where all of the magic would happen. So that would be my question to you guys. What sort of data points could you feed into the system that would make sense given that background? If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Maybe I can just clarify a little bit also, because it's also a broader question we had day before yesterday on AI. AI today is used with, basically everyone is moving to cloud, and all these things are basically optimizing stupid system, making them less bad, but not sustainable. So the kind of system you have in data points and what's really needed just feels that it has such potential to put in for the next generation of quantum computing, but also today. What are the data points that are required for all the people that sits on AI today that is really part of the problem? We have AI challenges in Sweden today, and it's about optimization. It's not transformation. But what you are doing is really identifying some of those data points. So is that something that you could do, or would it require more resources from us or others to really gather that data and bring that up from all the cities to see that how can we learn from that on scale, so that the big cloud providers, the big AI providers, those with quantum computing, we have a few CEOs who were just here on a session before, could really use that and understand this is the future. We're not going to try to look at the transport patterns of yesterday and optimize those with AI, or try to have people's meat consumption being more efficient with quantum computing, but really take these transformative changes. So that's where I'm really excited about your challenge also, because it feels that it's really about data points that could do that. So really curious about if you have already resources for gathering that kind of transformational data, or if there was something that we in this group could help with moving forward and using sort of collaborating around how we actually find the new data sets that are not done by Ministry of Transportation trying to optimize transport, but jointly about what are the access needs in this city based from a human needs perspective. And I think UN Habitat would be such a well-placed stakeholders in that, but the whole Viable Cities and City Challenge feels like a perfect sort of process to start digging into the question about that kind of data sets and how they can then also bring into the kind of Earth 300 and say, here's what we actually need now from not optimizing, but 1.5 global sustainability perspective.
Do you have any ideas on that, Stephen?
I've been thrown the conch. I admit that I don't. It's a curveball question for me.
It's a really, really interesting question, Dennis, and I think that this is something that we could probably collaborate a lot on internationally. And if I can just reflect upon some of the things that we're doing within Viable Cities since we started off in 2017, we've worked a lot on the digital infrastructure of cities. Today, things are not done in a way that enables systemic change and enables really kind of collecting data and really using data to inform better political and other decision making. But this is something that we worked on, and how can we build digital infrastructure for cities to inform transition work in a better way. And just to give one example, the city of Gothenburg is one of the kind of cities at the forefront using, for instance, digital twins in order to look at how can you simulate possible pathways, future pathways, and how can you involve different stakeholders in both understanding those, looking at the different options that could be possible, and also helping making more clear and more understandable decision making happen.
Kathy, any comments before I hand over to Tony to think about your possible synergies and difference, etc.? Did you have anything, Kathy?
Just to say that I think it's a really good ambition that you put forward, and I think it's something that would probably want to take away and give a bit more thought to. on how we can practically, the way I read it is kind of how we can practically take this scaling ambition we have and plug in the kind of on the ground kind of work that's going to be happening in each city to kind of bring us to that better outcome, whether it's through data sets and whether it's through other kinds of information that gets gleaned. So yeah, so I think that's a really great point that I think we'll take away.
Thanks. Tony, the kind of synergies and complementary things you see here?
Hello, hello. Hello, everyone up there. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Good. So the technological issues have been solved, and all I see here is and are synergies. So I actually would like to go deeper, probably in another session. Maybe this is the session, but quite frankly, it's getting a bit late here in Glasgow. So I don't know how deep we can get into the ideas, because I would like to just drop a very long list of opportunities we can address. We are working with cities across Asia. We are also setting up our European representation in Berlin, starting to work with various city governments and related entities. We would love to plug in. I can speak on behalf of my partners and team. We would love to plug into the initiative and contribute to building the platform. And I think it's just an amazing opportunity to help technologies scale, and also to open up the kind of challenges that and synergize and synthesize the kind of challenges that various cities around the world and stakeholders in cities and in an urban context face. And you know, we are all about scale, so we would also love to explore how we can contribute to that scaling, to the scaling of these technology solutions, not necessarily only through the network and the competitions, but also through investment and to work with co-investors, maybe bring more investors to the picture, as probably you heard before my presentation. Maybe you did not because of the tech issues, but we are all about mobilizing and channeling capital to these very scalable technology solutions to global urban problems and challenges. So once again, very happy to connect in this metaphysical way, and can't wait to reconnect soon.
Thanks a lot. Maybe that's a perfect thing to end on, and because what we really hope is, now I'm talking off the record, that COP26 was a bit the last boring COP, the last Western reduction agenda. Next year, it's going to be in Africa. The global perspective and the human perspective is going to be natural in the center there. Because in Africa, it's not about reducing emissions. It's about providing welfare for people and bringing people out of poverty. So I think the next year will really be a major shift. And what I hope is that this group here will come to COP27 well prepared with really tangible results that can be scaled, that this will be the new kind of center and say, yes, we have what we call the static problem agenda. Let's have the big emitters having their claims, but then equally large would be the solution stakeholders. And we'd love to see this group coming together then and say, this is how we can scale things. This is how we have UN Habitat, UNDP, UNFCCC coming together also on a more global change agenda where we don't sort of talk about single issues. So really what you talk about, Tony, on scaling, and maybe we can really have a commitment also in thinking about some of the things that people think are really large, like your boat, and we put that maybe into scale on what the billionaires are investing into their summer places or something, and just get a little bit of perspective on how little we still invest in what we call the largest challenge that humanity is facing. And also that this will be the last one that is dominated by Minister of Environment. That we really need a rethinking, having Minister of Finance, Minister of Industry, Minister of Transportation coming here. And also the last thing, coming here, and that's why I'm really happy to see you. I hope this will be the last COP where you really think about being here physically. we're way beyond that. After COVID, the idea of a physical COP should be really put on the back burner. Most innovators, most smart people will never be at the COP. So thank you for participating virtually and setting the message on how you actually have a conversation and start collaboration. And I actually hope we can set up a little post-meeting with this also and maybe draft some concrete ideas on how we have something in the short term for COP27, but also thinking about 2030 then as sort of a joint agenda for this. So thank you very much for participating. Everyone in your, whatever you are in front of your computers or mobile phones, thank you for participating and being part of this City Innovation Competition agenda. Thank you, everyone.